A very good morning to all our viewers tuning in live on the Papare. We are here to you from the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex in Colombo for the HNB Novices Age Group Swimming Championships 2026 Day 2. I'm Bilal Marikar and I'm joined in the commentary box with experienced swimmer Gavin Karnanayaka. A very good morning to you, Gavin.
Good morning, Bilal. Yes, we can expect some lovely competition here today at the HNB Novices 2026. It will be competing today will be the girls and the boys, under 17, under 20, and of course 20 and over age groups. We'll have the same events as yesterday. Of course, we'll be starting off with the 200 meters freestyle, then heading into that splash and dash. We'll be going into that 50 meters freestyle, then on to slow it down a little bit. We're going to head on to that breaststroke, the 50 breaststroke, then up again for that 50 butterfly, 50 backstroke, then to the 200 IM. So get all those disciplines in there, and then we're going to finish it off with an always exciting 100 meters freestyle. So it should be a lovely day to come.
And here's the weather forecast for today. Just like yesterday, as per usual in Colombo, it's going to be a sunny day with temperatures rising up to 30 degrees Celsius. Not much of a breeze, just an 18 km/h wind speed here recorded on our screens. So it's going to be another hot day, Gavin, here at the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex. We are minutes away from starting off here, and we'll be bringing to you a ton of live action. But before that, we'll be going for a short commercial break. Stay tuned, stay with us. We'll be bringing to you live action from the Papare.
We've won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. Now, it feels like we've won the world.
මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
Talent in abundance.
The next generation of international cricketers are ready to announce themselves on the biggest stage.
They'll be talking about him all round the world.
As 16 teams head to Zimbabwe and Namibia in search of World Cup glory. The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
Happiness is a feeling for yourself. The joy, on the other hand, now that's something you share. Like the last slice of pizza you've been eyeing. The cheer and warmth of a job well done. Their passion to someday change the world for all of us. Could also be a much needed getaway from the routines of every day. Maybe a bond built throughout years of almost and never gonna happens. Or even a simple beginning to a grand story of empowerment. You see, joy is something you share with those you love and trust. And that is why we make banking enjoyable. HNB, a joy to bank with.
It's time to feel the thrill.
Heart-stopping stuff, I tell you.
The world's best are heading to India and Sri Lanka for T20 cricket's biggest prize.
And I believe what I've just seen.
20 teams. 55 matches.
Simply outrageous.
One world champion.
Remember the name.
The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
උද්‍යෝගය උණුසුම රැගෙන දේශීය පිටියට නැවතත් සුපිරි පාපන්දු අත්දැකීමක්. ශූරයන්ගේ කුසලානය. සෑම සතියන්තයකම කොළඹ තුරංග තරග පිටියේ සිට සජීවීව. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය, ඩයලොග් ViU+ සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන්.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Trust isn't something you claim, it's something you earn. And we won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. From winning the banker's best bank in Sri Lanka to becoming Sri Lanka's strongest bank. Now it feels like we've won the world. Thank you for placing your trust in us.
ඉතිහාසය අලුතින් නිමවන වයසවුරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026. ලෝකයේ සිව්දිගින් පැමිණෙන කණ්ඩායම් 16ක්. කීර්තිය සඳහා තරඟ වදිමින් යොවුන් ක්‍රිකට් ලොව ආධිපත්‍ය සඳහා වන සටනේදී ජයගන්නේ කවුද? ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය, ඩයලොග් ViU+ සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Oh, you are my first love. My heart sings all the time. That's why my heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. In every single beat, come rain, autumn or heat, sunshine, rainbow and glow, let it flow. Let it flow, let it flow. The rhythm to my soul, let it flow. Innocence in every sense, loving you is real intense. Happiness and joy, it just grows. Oh, let it grow, oh, let it grow. It's just the beginning and we've got more. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is I love you more. I love you more, I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඕන.
එන්නේ තියානේ කංකරච්චලේ කියේ.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
My heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is I love you more. I love you more, I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Live the action. Feel the excitement.
වයිසවරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026 ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
නෑ අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඕන.
එන්නේ තියන්නේ කංකරච්චලේ කියෝ.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Beautiful strikers play and
90 minutes of breathtaking action. A battlefield where rivalries are renewed and new heroes are made. Catch the action of the 6 live games of the Sri Lanka Football Champions League 2025-26 every weekend from the racecourse ground on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare on Dialog Television, Dialog ViU Plus and ThePapare.com.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Conquerors built for war. Superstars born under blinding lights. Some chase the ghosts of past glory. Some fight to stay on top. And some stand one step away from the final victory. But destiny only chooses one. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
We're back live here at the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex. We are minutes away from starting off our first event.
yes, Bilal, that will be the girls under 17 200 meters freestyle. Just a reminder to everyone here joining us on the live. This is the novices meet, which is the preliminary round in their long careers, hopefully. And these qualifying times that we will keep mentioning again and again is the time they need to achieve in order to progress into that intermediate level. And then, of course, at the intermediate level, you will have a much tougher qualifying time. And then you will move on to the big leagues. Then you get to the nationals. So this, hopefully, the start of a long journey. The girls under 17. So you have swimmers here. Most of them possibly starting swimming later on, possibly within the last 2-3 years, and never have taken part in novices, or some who are seasoned swimmers who may have not even taken part in meets and just been doing it for fun and taking part here for the first time. So here we go. This is with the first heat.
It's the girls under 17 200 meter freestyle, and lane number 3 we have VVS Jitanga, lane 2, lane 4 Sandria Niroshan, lane 5 GHG Senali Amasha, and lane number 6 DMID Disanayaka.
Right, and straight into the lead. That was lane number 5. That's Senali Amasha. She's breathing to her left and she's dragging the swimmer to her left. That's going to be Disanayaka up there in lane number 6, who's breathing towards her. And you can see she has a bit of a upwards eye. She's looking at Amasha there. So let's see if she is able to hold on. Let's see how good these turns are. Good, decent turn. There we go. Nice. Pushing up to about 3 meters underwater. This is a 200, so you'll see different tactics employed. Some will take it out hard. Some will back end this. But what you want to see ideally, and what I would love to see, is that kick picking up the kick picking up by that third 50. So get that motor going. Here we see Disanayaka gaining some ground now on Amasha. She seems to be maintaining that stroke rate and that kick throughout the whole swim. Now they're breathing away from each other there. But let's not forget down there in lane number 4, that's Sandria. She's not too far behind, and she'll probably see the kick or the white water of the water wash of those two swimmers ahead. And there she had another cheeky look there before the breath. So let's see if she's going to back end this. Yes, she's picked up the kick a little bit, not too much. But the two girls there in 5 and 6, Amasha and Disanayaka, are pretty much neck and neck. And now Disanayaka, who's breathing towards Amasha, has picked it up. And you can see, we'll see on the breath. There we go. See, they're breathing towards each other. And just as we said, Bilal, Sandria is gaining ground on this third 50. So let's see if she is able to pull it out of the bag and back in this 200 freestyle. Once again, the time they are looking for is a 3:14. So they need to be on this wall. The latest they could be there is a 2:35, which I think these girls will be under it. But let's see down in lane number 3, that's Jitanga, if she can also get under it, because hopefully how nice would it be to get 4 qualifiers in the very first heat itself.
And lane number 4 now, along with lane number 6, the first two to touch off that board.
Yeah, and I think Amasha took that out a little bit too hard in that first 50. She seems to be suffering the effects of said actions. But let's see, the two girls, they are pretty much neck and neck. I believe Disanayaka holds a slight advantage there. Yes, she does, to the first 25. But do not forget Sandria in lane number 4, because she is breathing towards Disanayaka, and she will see it. But Disanayaka there, you see she's picking up the kick, and I think she will gain the victory in this heat. So there we go. She's picking up the kick, and it's actually going to be very close here. And according to our digital clock, they might have just missed that qualifying time. So in that last 50, it was slightly slower because they were well under that time that I wanted there in that last 50. So yes, unfortunate. But then again, we should remind the viewers here that this is an unofficial time. This is just for the viewers to get an idea, and us also, Bilal, the commentators, to see where these guys are according in respective to the qualifying times required. They're beautiful underwaters by all 4 swimmers. Staying underwater the longest there was lane number 4, that's Sandria. So, according to the digital clock, unfortunately, I don't think any of the girls there have qualified. This 3:14 is not an easy task by all means. Yeah, so there we go. Yeah, by that second turn, those girls had caught up to Amasha. So, her tactic of taking it out hard did not quite pay off here.
We're off with the second heat. In lane number 1, we have LANY Vijay Siri, lane number 2, UGL Yanara, lane number 3, KS Urmila, lane number 4, Lohara Amaratunga, lane number 6, Kaylee Ranasinghe, lane number 7, ABS Vidamsa, and lane number 8, HLO Sehansa. And in the lead here is lane number 7.
Yeah, and she's closely tagged along by Lohara in lane number 4. Let's see if they will make their moves here in this second 50. I doubt it. It's usually the third 50 where they make that move. She's got a very powerful kick behind her. That is lane 7. That's Vidamsa up there. Let's see if she can maintain it, because that will be some spectacle to watch if she can maintain it. So I said you'll have people holding, taking it out fast, and you'll have people pushing in that third 50. And what happens if you push in that third 50 is you'll most often hit the rest of the 350s on a regular pace, and that is what you want in a 200. Yes, the first 50 is going to be slightly fast because you're off the blocks and you're fresh. But if you can equal split those 350s, you are in a golden spot for that 200. Then you've hit your ideal training range and that perfect race.
It's Vidamsa in lane number 7 who touches off first and launches herself for the third leg, closely followed by Lohara Amaratunga in lane number 4.
Yeah, so these girls are well under that pace. What you actually needed was around a 137 in that first 100, and right now the girls are still not at that time, and they've already only have left only about 75 meters to go. So these girls, I should believe, will make it easily under that 3:14 mark. Let's see if they can get under that 3-minute mark. For that to happen, these girls will have to hit that wall before around 2:10. That should be a easy mark. Giving about 50 seconds for that last lap. I'm being very, very generous here, and yeah, this should be easily. Actually, could be under 2:57, 2:58. Let's see how she races this. So she seems, this is incredible, Bilal. She seems to not drop her kick, and I saw some efforts there to even increase that kick. So this is a wonderful attempt here at this 200 freestyle by Vidamsa up there in lane number 7. Down here in lane number 4, let's not forget Lohara. She's been holding forth. The rest of the field is not on camera right now because these two girls are so far ahead. There you see both of them there on screen right now. And Vidamsa has only 10 meters to go now. And she's going to be well under this qualifying time of 3:14.
Vidamsa reaches there just at the 2:40 mark, and a phenomenal shift here we've seen in the second heat. Very closely followed by Lehara in lane number 4.
Yes, and Lohara is also going to be under that 2:50 mark. So what a brilliant swim by both those girls there. So here we go. We've got lane number 1 and lane number 8 finishing. That is going to be Vijayasiri and Sehansa right now. And those girls, I can also confirm, will have also made it under that qualifying time, if not just on the edge there. So here we see the replay right there. That is going to be Lohara and Vidamsa on screen. They were in it the whole way through. They were miles ahead of the rest of the field. But then again, Bilal, we should remind people here, the viewers here, it is not about the players today. It is all about achieving that qualifying time. It doesn't matter if you are last in the rankings, but if you have achieved that qualifying time, you are on to the next round, which is the intermediate level. So brilliant swim there. I believe all the top 4 swimmers should have qualified. So that is good news there.
Definitely, Gavin. And with that, we'll be moving on to the first heat of the boys under 17 200 meter freestyle. And in lane number 3, we'll be having HDR De Silva, lane 4, HT Udan Caldera, and lane 5, MSM Rashid. Just a few nerves there. And in this, the qualifying time is 2 minutes and 54 seconds. So that's the target these boys will be having.
Wonderful underwaters there, Bilal, by lane number 5, but all of them pretty much neck and neck here to the first 15. Very aggressive is the start down here in lane number 3. That's going to be De Silva. Caldera and Rashid were with him in that first 15, but right now it's going to be De Silva taking it out very hard indeed. He's almost sprinting. You can see that kick behind him. Let's see if he's able to maintain, but right now in the latter part of this 50. That's interesting, Bilal. You don't normally see someone keeping their head down for 6 strokes in the start of a 200 freestyle, but that is what Rashid is doing. Perhaps a little bit of nerves there as well. Seeing Silva up ahead, he felt the need to pick up that pace. So he got his head down for 6 strokes and he caught that lead up. And believe it or not, that has worked. He's gotten himself about 3 body lengths off a lead from the rest of the field. So that seems to have worked. Let's just see if he can hold on to this lead now, because there's still a long way to go in this 200 meters freestyle. A 2:54 is what we're looking for, so they'll definitely need to be at least around 1:15, 1:20, somewhere there, so they can comfortably be under it. But of course, you can be easily under it if you are somewhere around 1:25. So these boys should have no problem whatsoever, especially De Silva, Rashid there in lane number 5.
In lane numbers 3 and 4, it seems like the swimmers have just slowed down a little bit there, especially compared to the way De Silva started off. His kicks are a bit slower, while in lane number 5 it's Rashid just cruising this third leg.
So what's interesting to me, Bilal, is in that first length he was breathing to his right, but now you see him favoring his left. So, oh, there we go. As I said, that he did take a breath to his right as well. But I think what has happened there is he may have possibly just took a breath to that side just to see where the rest of the competition was. He picked up his pace and now he's breathing to his comfortable side there. You see him breathing to his left. So interesting pattern there. You see him breathing every 3, breathing every 2, breathing every 2, and then he puts his head down for about 6 strokes. There we go. So it's an interesting pattern he's got going on for himself. Very unorthodox, especially in a 200 freestyle. Breathing every 2 has been the trend as of recent in the international stage and in the national stage here in Sri Lanka as well. But really it doesn't matter because it seems to be working for him. 254 is what we are chasing. He's got about 14 seconds to do so, and he's going to be comfortably under that. So he clocked around a 112 on that first 100, and then he's going to back end it there. He's going to get there home in time, comfortably under.
Interestingly, Rashid was the one who had the slowest start, Gavin. However, after that first 25, he really picked up his pace there and just didn't look back from that point onwards.
Yes, definitely. I think he has to come out of the pool and thank De Silva for that swim as well, because he was on a sort of cruise control speed there, and then the moment he saw De Silva picking it up, he just lifted the gears and he stuck in that gear. So I think that swim, he owes a big thanks obviously to his own efforts and the coaching and all of that. But I think it was there. We see it. De Silva taking it out very hard in that first 50. And then the rest of the two boys settling into a pace, looking at each other. It's always easier to swim with someone else managing the pace, and then you can both swim at a similar pace there. So that is what we saw here. So one qualifier in the very first heat. We've got 2 more to go. Here's the penultimate one.
And for heat number 2 in lane 1, we'll be having J. Jayasekara, lane 2, N. Kankanamge, lane 3, PG Yetuka, lane 4, SAB Dulmika, lane 5, Abdul Hakim, lane 6, Gagana Shavinda, lane number 7, ID El Fernando.
Pretty even here, but the early lead goes to lane numbers 5 and 7. That's going to be Abdul Hakim and Fernando. But then again, Bilal, we should know better now than to just judge a 200 freestyle based on their first 50. So let's see how this unfolds. Then again, we see that beautiful kick there from Hakim, I believe, in lane number 5. Beautiful kick there. Yeah, almost a loping stroke. He's throwing himself. That's beautiful to see that freestyle technique. He's throwing his left hand out there, gliding through. He's breathing as he's entering. That's some perfect timing there. So he's dropped his kick a little bit, but you see that his whole upper back, the shoulders are out of the water. You want to keep your armpits dry when you're breathing every 2, that gallop kind of stroke, and that's what he's magnificently doing. It is a very draining thing, but if he times it perfectly, he should be able to last a while there. There you go, perfect. You see it on the camera now. He's getting his shoulders out of the water, the armpits dry. Lovely.
And while it's still Abdul Hakim in the lead here, lane number 3, Yetuka has almost closed in on that gap Abdul Hakim previously did create, and he's charging forward in this third leg.
Interesting there to note, Yetuka is almost having sort of like a wavy, flutter sort of dead kick. So he's not using his kick to propel him forward, rather he's got a high stroke rate which is going. He's basically using his legs, only they have 4 balance. Obviously it is creating some propulsion as well. He's swimming without his goggles. The way he's swimming leads me to believe he's has some sort of sea swimming background as well. So it'll be interesting to know where young Yetuka is from. Also, the other reason that makes me believe he has some sea swimming background is the way he looked at our leader right now. He just took a breath to his front to see where he was, and now you see that kick coming in, so he is able to kick. He was just saving his energy, and he's timed this to perfection. 254 is what we are looking at. They've got about 15 meters to go, so let's see if they get it under there comfortably. They should, because they've got about 24 seconds to do so.
Yetuka currently the first to reach that touchboard, and what a shift from him in that final 50.
Yeah, that was timed perfectly, Bilal. And we have to give props here down to lane numbers 1 and 2, both who were not in the scene initially. That's Kankannamage and Jai Sekara, who have also made it under that qualifying time, according to my estimate. Because that 254, let's be certain that 239. So they did have sort of a buffer to make it under, and I believe they have just made it under. So congrats on them. Congrats to them for qualifying as well.
And with the completion of that second heat, we reached the final one in this boys under 17 200 meter freestyle. And lane 1 will be having Esandasa Smith, lane 2 Isuru Veerasinghe, lane 3 RDAS Indra Ratna, lane 4 Sasmitha Kaumina, lane 5 IAA Pereira, lane 6 KMMB Kulasekara, lane 7 WTT Nanvidu, and lane number 8 Sehansa Gunawardana.
So I was just seeing who it was coming out of the pool, and Yatuka, I met that young man downstairs, and he's from Sinigam Aquatic Club, which has a long history of strong sea swimmers as well as good swimmers in this novices and intermediate category, as well as nationals now. So that explains it. He was playing around a bit too much in the washroom, so I had a bit of chat and I motivated him to go on forth, and clearly it has worked. So wonderful swim there.
Definitely nice to have your insight on the comm box and you on the field downstairs as well, Gavin. And here we are off, and the early lead.
Oh dear, oh dear. Lane number 3. I love to see the underwaters being pushed, but young Indaratna, I hope they give you a chance on that one. The underwaters, they're fast. That's why there's a limit on it. You can only go 15 meters. I see the referees talking to each other. Let's see what they will do. But young Indaratna just pushed a little bit too far on that, cross that 15 meters. Let's see what happens, because he is swimming well, and it would be a shame. But right now, too, the 50 cruising out there. What a beautiful stroke that is, Bilal. He's got that hand nice and down in front. It's not very aggressive out there, but you see, oh, actually, when he's breathing, he's quite aggressive. So that's pretty much what we wanted, what I was saying before. When you're breathing, you want it to still be aggressive, to drive you forward, because as we mentioned before, that breathing phase is the slowest phase in your swimming. But he's just on cruise control right now, and the rest of the boys, they are pretty even. That's lane number 4. That's going to be Sasmitha. Their beautiful turn, nice. Oh, great, 3 underwater kicks there, and straight into a swim with a beautiful kick. So he is picking this third 50 up, so that wasn't his best there. So that is beautiful. Perfect shot there, showing the one eye in, one eye out, which most coaches dream of to have in their swimmers. Beautiful there. So he is tightening up a little bit now, Bilal, heading into this last 75 meters. We see lane number 1, that's going to be Esanda Sasmitha, chasing down Sasmitha Kaumina. And also up there in lane numbers 8 and 5, that's going to be Pereira and Sehansa, who have also gained some ground, actually pretty drastically on this 50. So let's see if he can hold on to this one or pick up that pace. Yes, so he's trying. You can see him pushing that kick. Obviously he can now see the swimmers, because in that first 50 he probably didn't see the swimmers behind him.
Lane number 7 also putting in a massive shift here in this final leg. That's W Nanvidu, and I feel like Gavin, most of them will be reaching under that mark.
Yes, they should be comfortably under there, but the best at the managing this race would have to go down to the outside lanes. We've got some outside smoke here in this final heat, because lane numbers 1, that's Esanda Sasmitha and Sehansa Gunawardana, they touch pretty much even, and they'll be comfortably under that 200 meter freestyle qualifying time of 2:54. They timed that to perfection. The end of that third 50 was brilliantly done, and they had a blinder of a final lap. They wouldn't have seen each other very well, because they were on the opposite ends of the pool, but I wish they were on this close together. But that is brilliant to watch. There you see the replays. They're actually pretty far behind there, Bilal. And then here they're still behind. Heading into the first 100, I would assume they're touching in at about 5th or 6th in the heat. And then heading into the final turn, they are now caught up to the front pack. They are touching 3rd and 4th. And then by that last 50 there, they've already touched the wall. So that is a brilliant swim. by those two boys. That is Esander and Sehansa.
With that, we have reached the girls under 20 200 meter freestyle, and in heat 1 in lane number 3 we'll be having Gimhani Adhikara Wattage, lane 4 RMT Devmini, lane 5 Ruhan Saherat, and lane 6 Shavini Ekanayaka, and it's Shavini Ekanayaka taking the early lead here.
Yes, that's a very aggressive start once again. Unfortunately for the rest of the two girls, they're both breathing away from her, so they will not see her until they hit this turn, and they will finally only see the legs of Devmini there. Sorry, Shavini there. So let's see if they will pick up this pace once they see her, or if Shavini has taken this out hard, because we've seen that time and time again. They are too aggressive on this first 50, and then they die out in the end. Obviously nothing doing of their own, no fault of their own. This will be something they gain out of experience. Of course, I would rather prefer someone who takes it out hard and goes for it, especially at this age, because you don't want to be holding back too much. Because if you slow yourself down too much in that first 50, you end up slowing your entire time down if you don't have the proper training to back it up. That being said, controversially, I am a backender myself, so I'm probably the last person to be saying it, because I do love a good chase down that second 100, Bilal. So let's see. Here we go into that first 100. I think she touched at around 1.6, 1.7, somewhere there. So actually, that was a pretty solid 100 there by Shavini. If our digital clock is right, a 1.7, 1.8 somewhere there on a first 100 girls under 20. She could actually attempt to go straight into the national qualifying times as well. If she focuses on the 100, I believe she'll possibly go a little bit faster, maybe even the 1.4 area. So she should definitely attempt intermediate straight away. Hopefully she'll qualify now, get into that intermediate, and then target the national times, because she's pretty close to that in that 100 freestyle, and she's only okay, I believe that's 19. Okay, she's 19. So yeah, definitely. But right now in lane number 4, that's going to be Devmini, who has caught up ground massively. But then again, you see the task. If you save energy to catch up in that third 50, or that's your tactic, you got to hope, have your fingers crossed that the gap is not too big. So you can't let them get away too far. Indeed. So here that is the case. You see her pushing. She's got a bigger kick than Shavini there. Shavini obviously has a bit more of a sprint background, as we clearly saw from that first 100. And there we go. So she had a bit of a resting period in that 75 there, and now she's picked it back up. And that is the downfall of saving for that third 50. They might have a gap which you might be able to catch up, but what if they don't slow down? That is the downfall of it. Regardless, they both made it under that time comfortably. Around 2:39 is what the digital clock tells us. So that's a brilliant swim there. We see that replay there. Yes, Shavini, that was very fast, taking out very hard. So definitely, if she hears to this, I really hope to see her in the national scene very soon. The way these meets are organized by SLA, so you start off with this relay carnival, just a teaser for everything, as I mentioned last Sunday as well. Then you get the novices, and then following which you get the intermediate. You actually get 2 or 3 novices coming, 2 novices back to back. So you get 2 chances to qualify, then you go on to the intermediate, and then you get the national. So you have a clear progression. But with that, I think we are done with the girls under 20, Bilal, and we'll move on
to the boys under 20 200 meter freestyle here, and we'll just have the one heat. And in lane 1 we'll be having DB Bologna, lane 2 MDAI Mudun Kotua, lane 3 DS Kasturiarachi, lane 4 MSM Ride, lane 5 KGAR Pereira, lane 7 DJ Vikramasinghe.
Yeah, that was a brilliant start by the boys. Pretty much neck and neck to that first 15. Now let's see who gets the early off the damage. My days, that is a fast start down there from lane number 3. It's almost as if he's treating this as a 50 freestyle. He's keeping his head down for about 5 or 6 strokes. There's still his head down. Let's see what the breathing pattern is, or if his just tactic is to get out in front, get that clear water, and then take it out, take his foot off the gas pedal there slightly. But what he's doing there, Bilal, the young Kasturi Arachi there. He's pulling Madun Kotua with him. Madun Kotua is breathing towards him, and now he's picked it up to catch up to him. So he's pulling the rest of the field with him. So it'll be a matter of whether he can maintain this pace as well, because yeah, you see the cheers in the crowd increasing as well. Madun Kotua now gaining with every single stroke. Let's remember, they've still got another 100 to go, and this is going to be a very fast 100 again. A 104 and about a 106. The qualifying time is 2:49. You'll only need about a 122 somewhere there to comfortably qualify, but these boys, they're taking it out hard. Let's see what will happen. Okay, so here's where the game changes. Madun Kotua was chasing him down when he could see him. The moment he's looking away now, he has fallen back. I don't know if he took it out hard. He took out a bit too much out of his reserves there, but definitely he's dropped the pace, and it's going to be Kastu Arachi who has picked up the pace, and he's going to be touching first here in this 35 meters, 150 meters in this 200.
Lane number 5 there also putting in a massive shift here in this final, the third leg. Now he's off in this final leg here, and he's not very far behind Kasturi Arachi, and almost neck to neck with Madun Kotua here.
Yes, up there also Vikramasinghe had a blinder of a third 50. He's gained some ground on the front pack as well. You see the cheers now, and that I believe is for lane number 5 as well. That's going to be Pereira, who has gained some ground, and he's caught so far enough that he's going to be placed second in this heat. And these boys, yeah, that's going to be a comfortable, very well comfortable under that qualifying time. So let's see if the rest of the boys can make it. They've got about another 20 seconds to do so. So they should be easily inside that time as well.
Scathing, almost sprint throughout those 200 meters.
Yes, and I think 5 of those boys have easily qualified. So hats off to them. What a brilliant swim. Wonderful effort then. My days, Kasturi Arachi took that out hard. And with that, Bilal, I think we're going to move on to the women's 20 and over, and we'll have a change up here in the com box.
It'll be Randev and Nathan taking it away.
Yes, thank you, Gavin, and thank you, Bilal. We're moving on to our 5th event of the day, the women's over 2200 meter freestyle. Just the one heat for this particular event, and we've got 3 swimmers. In lane number 4, we'll have P.I. Jayasekara, and in lane number 5, KP Nitmosha, and not too sure who will be swimming in lane number 6, not listed on the starting lineup that we have with us. And a very good morning to you, Randeep.
Good morning, Nathan, and this is the 200 meter freestyle event, so it's definitely going to be a tiring and a grueling one for the swimmers out there, but we have 3 swimmers like you mentioned, and they'll be hoping that they clock in a great time under the 3 minute 9 second mark that has been listed as the qualifying time.
Yes, neck and neck towards the end of this first 50 meters, but first to touch the wall will be lane number 5, but lane number 4 as well with an excellent underwater, but all 3 of them continue to be neck and neck as they approach the halfway mark of their second lap. 1 minute on the clock already. You said they have to fall under that 3 minute and 9 second point, so they are on pace at the moment, but sure they would want to pick it up slightly, because you tend to slow down in your 3rd and 4th laps unless their plan is to conserve their energy for the final 100 meters.
Yes, Nathan, I think we'll definitely see a pickup in pace in the last 2 laps, and we're just heading in to the last 15 meters of the second lap, and currently we have around 1 minute and 40 seconds on our clock ending the second lap, so definitely they'll have to pick it up if they want to qualify under the 3 minute and 9 second mark. And at the moment it is in lane number 5, that is Rohan Saherat, who seems to have taken a slender lead over her competitors.
It's about almost 2 minutes on the clock as they approach the halfway mark of their third lap. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, still doesn't look like they've added any pace. Now would be the time to do so. They're in their last 75 meters, and just as I say that, now lane number 5 slowly but surely just put in the accelerator on. That's KP Nitmosha. She's swimming for the Sri Lankan Army. And yes, just ever so slightly picking up the pace as she approaches the turn for her final lap. Unfortunately, looks like swimmer in lane number 4 has just lost a bit of pace. Her kicks aren't really pushing her through like she would have hoped for, but lane number 3 as well desperately trying to stay in the mix. But as we're into the final lap now, it is still Nitmosha who's comfortably in front, but still playing with the clock as well, isn't it, Randev? As now she's into her final 25 meters. Now it's time she just needs to give it her all and try and fall under that 3 minute and 9 second mark.
She'll definitely be hoping that she'll fall within the time, but at the moment we haven't seen much of a pickup in pace right throughout the whole heat, so it'll definitely be interesting to see where they end up. At the moment, she's in lane number 5, Nitmosha from the Sri Lankan Army, who seems to be leading.
Yes, but lane number 3 as well, it's a brilliantly timed last lap. Randev, she's caught up in some style, and they touch almost at the same time. So what a swim it was from the lady in lane number 3. Was behind the 8 ball after the first 100 meters, but she's really picked up well in that last lap, and looks like her and her counterpart in lane number 5 might have just fallen inside that qualifying time.
And I think just on our replay, Nathan, we did see in lane number 4, midway in the first lap, she did fix up her goggles, so that would have cost her a bit of time as well. But lane number 3 did manage to catch up in the last couple of meters, but will that be enough? We'll have to wait and see as we await the official timings. But now we're moving on to the men's under 20 200 meter freestyle, Nathan.
It's the men's over 20 200 meter freestyle, and in our first heat we've got the 3 swimmers, and straight away an aggressive start from the man in lane number 5, that's KK Disanayaka. He's really accelerating through this first lap, isn't he, Randev? He'll be hoping he can maintain the same pace, but he's left his 2 competitors in lanes 3 and 4 for dead. This is excellent stuff to start out with from KK Disanayaka. Believe he's swimming for the Sri Lankan police, and yes, takes that first turn around the 30-second mark. So an excellent pace from Disanayaka as he approaches the 75 meter mark.
The qualifying time for this event is 2 minutes and 49 seconds, so I think he's well above the pace to make sure that he qualifies. But his counterparts in lanes number 4 and 5, the 2 Disanayakas, will be hoping that Raj and Disanayaka will be hoping that they'll have enough in the tank for the last couple of laps. But first to touch the ball on the second lap is Disanayaka from Sri Lanka Police, and he seems to be maintaining a good pace, Nathan, at the moment.
Yes, 1 minute and 8 seconds as he completed that first 100 meters, and now looks like he's just running out of legs a tad bit. He set the tone early, set the pace early, but he's given himself a decent enough head start to ensure that he is in prime position to finish under that 2 minutes and 49 second mark. Still looks grueling for lanes number 3 and 4. That's Nimal Raj and SD Disanayaka. Clock almost ticking over the 2 minutes, and they're still yet to complete their first 100 meters. Doesn't look too good for them as Disanayaka takes the turn, and he begins his last 100 meters on exactly the last 50 meters rather, exactly on the 2 minute mark, and it's going to be a bit of a test for him as well. Just the 49 seconds to complete this last lap, and he'll be on his last legs as well, so should be an interesting finish.
Yes, Nathan, heading into the 25 meter mark, I think he'll roughly have about 25 seconds to complete to get under the qualifying time. So a mighty swim in the first 2 laps, but just running out a bit of steam in the last few legs, so it will definitely be very interesting to see. But according to our unofficial timing here, it will be a very, very close finish for him.
It's 2 minutes and 41 seconds into the final stretch he is now, and unfortunately for him the clock has just ticked over that 2 minute and 49 second mark. So he gave it a good go, Randev, but unfortunately I think he has just fallen short by about 3 seconds or so. But yes, it was a good swim from him, and certainly looks like he has potential, especially as a sprinter, but over the long distance just couldn't get that technique right and that conservation of energy right, and unfortunately that has cost him the timing that he was looking for.
This also goes to show how difficult and grueling it is to swim 200 meters continuously for the freestyle stroke as well. No matter how easy the stroke is, even if people say the freestyle is the easier stroke, it is still very difficult to swim 200 meters, and you can see on our screens as well, we're just waiting for lanes number 3 and 4, that is Nimal Raj and H. Disanayaka, to complete their relevant laps.
Yes, both of them are into their final 25 meters now. As we take a look at the lineup for heat number 2 in the men's open 200 meter freestyle, and in lane order from lane number 1 we'll have D. and Patirana, ASPM Ishara, MP and Vijay Singh, SDL Kumara, AM Gudakanda, VS Hiryadeniya, WANS Gunaratna, and WMS Pramod to make up the 8 lanes in the second and final heat of the men's open 200 meter freestyle, as Disanayaka and Nimal Raj just completing their final lap here.
And in the second heat we do have a mix of the Sri Lankan Army, the Sri Lankan Police, and KDU as well, so definitely a battle between these three teams. And the moment in the previous heat it was the Sri Lankan Police swimmer that managed to swim the rest of his competitors, but unfortunately not falling under the qualifying time. So we'll hopefully see in this heat a couple of qualifiers. It will be very difficult as these swimmers are out of their prime swimming. They've definitely joined the forces, Nathan, and still props to them for coming out and swimming today.
Listen, it's great to see that the forces and all these their relevant aquatic clubs are supporting them as well, isn't it, Randev? Still trying to get their novices time in, even though they're in the open category, and it's great that there is an open category at the novices meet as well. It just goes to show that, you know, it's never too late to start something. It's never too late to try and get in your groove, and I'm sure in the these men are still in their early 20s, so they do have at least about 5 to 10 more years in the tank if they can get things right.
Yes, and that will definitely be encouraging for the young ones swimming in day 1 yesterday, under 11, 2 under 15, and today as well under 17 and under 20 categories. And we're just off for the first 25 meters, and we can see across the lanes it is a pretty fast-paced swim at the moment, but will that affect them on the long run, because it is a 200 meter freestyle heat, so it will be very interesting to see if they can maintain the same energy right throughout. But currently in lane number 4 and lane number 7, that is SD Kumara and WA Gunaratna, who seem to have taken the initial lead, but also in lane number 8, that is WM Pramod from the Sri Lankan Police, seems to be keeping up with the leaders at the moment.
Yes, and you can't count out lane number 3 either, P and Vijay Singh swimming for Sri Lanka Army, but at the moment it is lane 7 and 8 that do have their noses in front. Gunaratna and Pramod, they're both representing the Sri Lankan Police. But yes, it's how they perform in this last 100 meters that will really count, isn't it, Randy? We'll see if they have enough left in the tank, and it's good catch up as well from SD Kumar in lane number 4. He's used this second lap to really catch up, and he wasn't the first to the turn on the end of the first 50 meters, but now he's well and truly put himself in the mix as we are into the third lap of 4. It's still the lane number 7, Gunaratna, who does have his nose in front ever so slightly. Unfortunately, looks like lane number 8 is just losing a bit of pace as he's entered the final 75 meters of this race. So should be an interesting finish. Still 1 minute and 40 seconds or so on the clock, so will be a tight finish yet again, trying to fall under that 2 minute and 49 second time in, because it's very hard, isn't it, Randev, to try and swim a lap in about 30 to 40 seconds, especially in a 200 meter race when you've already swum 3 laps, when you've already expended so much energy. But used the underwater to good effect there, did Gunaratna, as he approaches his final 25 meters. He's just around the 2 minutes and 15 seconds mark, so he's well on pace to finish the race within the 2 minute and 49 second blanket, as lane number 4 as well. That's some excellent catch up from SDI Kumara, and looks like he will touch first as well, so a brilliantly timed race from the man representing the Sri Lanka Army, and he finishes with about 10 seconds or so to spare, as does his counterpart in lane number 7, NS Gunaratna, and both of them will achieve that qualifying time. So it's great to see that we've got 2 qualifiers from this men's open 200 meter freestyle.
And we can see in the highlights here as well, it was Kumara, Gunaratna and Pramodya in lane number 8 who had the initial lead, but heading into the third lap, it was Gunaratna and Kumara the front runners for this heat. But what great pace in the last 25 meters from Kumara to manage to finish under 2:30, so that's amazing to see at this stage and at this age in their lives. And also the Sri Lankan police and the Sri Lankan army will be very satisfied with their performance. And now we're moving on to the girls under 17 200 meter freestyle, and this is the first heat of 8. And at the moment we have lanes through 3 through 5. It is Tenaya Pereira, KM Navitma and DT Aberatna who will be ensuring that this heat will kick off. But we're just waiting for the swimmers to line up.
This will be the girls under 17 50 meter freestyle, isn't it, Randy? We're just waiting for the last swimmer from that men's open to touch. That's Patirana in lane number 1, just in his last stretch for him to finish that 200 meter. And it's now, I'm sure the under 17 girls for that 50 meter freestyle will be marshaled to the starting point. Yes, and looks like we'll have a slight delay before the swimmers are marshaled, so we'll head into a short commercial break.
We've won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. Now it feels like we've won the world.
kamu මෙතන වෙන plan එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
Talent in abundance.
The next generation of international cricketers are ready to announce themselves on the biggest stage.
They'll be talking about him all around the world.
As 16 teams head to Zimbabwe and Namibia in search of World Cup glory. The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
Happiness is a feeling for yourself. The joy, on the other hand, now that's something you share. Like the last slice of pizza you've been eyeing. The cheer and warmth of a job well done. Their passion to someday change the world for all of us. Could also be a much needed getaway from the routines of
So we're about to begin the girls under 17 50 meter freestyle. The time they need to make is 39 seconds, and we're into the first heat of 8, and in lane number 3 we'll have Tenaya Pereira, KM Navitma and DT Aberatna, and we've got a late entry as well in lane number 6, Randev, and straight away it's a very strong start from the girl in lane number 5, DT Aberatna.
Yes, we'll definitely see Nathan, I think in lanes number 4 and 6 as well, hopefully qualifying under the 39-second mark, but at the moment it is in lane number 5, that is DT Aberatna, who has very easily come under the qualifying time. Will lanes number 4 and 6 have enough in the tank to get under the 39-second mark? Highly doubtful, I think, Nathan, but props to DT Aberatna. She did manage to qualify roughly about 34 to 35 seconds on our unofficial timings.
It's good swim from her, good technique as well, and yes, like I said, pretty unfortunate that her counterparts couldn't make that 39-second barrier, but she did so with a few seconds to spare, did DT Aberatna, and we already got our first qualifier from our very first heat, and moving into heat number 2 in lane order. From lane number 1 we'll have lane number 2 rather we'll have Miheli Bimansa, Salani Samudatra, Netumi Hansili, IA Buddini, Abigail De Silva and PT Varnakula Surya. So you take a look at the replay of that previous heat. It was pretty comfortable for Aberatna in the end.
And unfortunately, I think we have an absentee in lane number 6, that's Abigail De Silva, who is not in this particular heat. But we're just about to commence the second heat of the girls under 17 50-meter freestyle. And off the blocks, Nathan, it is lane number 3, 4 and 5 who is in contention.
Yes, all of them going pretty neck and neck, but I think it was lane number 3. She had the best underwater, did Samudatra, but approaching the final 25 meters, they're all pretty neck and neck, and still under 20 seconds on our clock. It's just ticking over the 20, and it looks like all of them are in a good position to finish under that qualifying time of 39 seconds as they approach the final 10 meters or so. Looks like it will be lane number 4 who is first to touch, closely followed by lane number 5 and lane number 3, but all of them pretty comfortably in the end falling under that 39-second barrier. The only doubtful one would be the swimmer in lane number 4. Looks like she slowed down a bit in that last 25 meters. Take a look at the replay. They're straight away good underwaters from lanes number 3 and 5, and they used that momentum to carry them through the race. Lane number 2 unfortunately just fell behind after that 25-meter mark, but we've got multiple qualifiers from that previous heat, Randev.
Yes, Salani, Netuni and Buddin will be very happy with their performance, but also, like you mentioned, in lane number 7, Varnakula Surya will also have qualified under the given time of 39 seconds, and we had 4 qualifiers in that heat, and we're definitely seeing things accelerate. And now we're moving on to the third heat of this particular event, and lanes 1 through 8, we're just awaiting them to line up, but lanes 1 through 8 we have T. Satimurti, the AB Vidamsa, Kushani Subasingha, SMS Suryarachi Kiara, Garayarachi, Liana Fernando, LM Undugoda and Amani Arshad in lane number 8.
Yes, and it's great to see that for most of these heats, in fact, we've got plenty of people around that 14, 15 years of age. This is, after all, girls under 17, so it's great to see that they're going a level above. They could, some of them even could swim under 15s, Randev, but they're going one age group above, and they're trying for a better time, and it's great to see that they back themselves to try and go sub 40.
Yes, and I think it's T. Satyamurthy in lane number 1 who is the senior in this heat, and a great underwater by her.
It's still underwater, in fact, isn't it, Randev? She's pretty unorthodox. All her counterparts have already emerged from the underwater, and looks like she's lost herself the lead as well. Just stayed under for a bit too long there, but it's lane number 2 who's currently in the lead. That's ABS Vidamsa, but still looks like most of them will be comfortably under that 39-second barrier. But what a swim it's been from Vidamsa in lane number 2, just around that under that 36-second mark, and not too far behind are lanes number 3 and 6. bit of doubt about the other lanes, but we've got at least another couple of qualifiers from that heat. Was excellent swim from Vedansa, but pretty interesting strategy from Satya Murthy as well, Ramdev.
Definitely a long underwater, but I think she just did enough, Nathan, to qualify under the 39 seconds. And we did have 4 qualifiers in this particular heat as well. 25 meters underwater. And as we can see in the highlights as well, Vidams are very satisfied with her performance, and we are moving on quickly to the 4th heat of the girls under 17 50 meter freestyle, and we have HL Sehansa, AT Imran, AW Haseka, Yuhansa Herat, Methuli Andarnayaka, Navodya Tatsarani, Lohara Amaratunga, and KG Sahansa in the 8th lane. So definitely very interesting in the previous heat of the underwater that we saw in lane number 1, but we're moving on. And once again in lane number 1 we can see pretty great underwater, but all swimmers coming up around the same time, Nathan, and currently it is in lane number 7. We have Lohara Amaratunga, who seems to have taken the initial lead, but also lane number 1 seems to be powering away, that is Sehansa. She seems to be keeping up with the leader in lane number 7, that is Lohara, so definitely will be very interesting. But lane number 3 as well, that is AW Haseka. So definitely we'll see a couple of qualifiers in this as well. 39 seconds is the time to qualify under. And lanes 1, 3, 4 and 8. Actually lane 7 as well.
Yes, brilliant stuff all round, isn't it? And all of them fall in comfortably under that 39-second umbrella. And yes, to start off with, it was pretty quick off the blocks from the corner lanes, as you'll see on that replay there. Lanes number 1 and 8 really hit the ground running, but excellent catch-up work by Haseka in lane number 3, and just kept on accelerating, and she finished comfortably around that 34-second mark. So excellent swim, and multiple qualifiers from this heat as well.
Also, these are the unofficial timings that we are showing, so hopefully these swimmers will be hoping, once they get the official timings, that they have qualified under the 39-second mark. And now we're moving on to the 5th heat of 8, and in lanes number 1 through 8 we have Dulya Satuli, HM Netsarani, EA Metulima, Tisake Piris, Inara Tattarige, RM Bandara, HM Pallegedra, and in lane number 8 Okitma Kurupu from Mucius College.
Yes, and quick off the blocks are the swimmers in lane number 2 and 3, but lane number 5 as well, you can see from her strokes as well, Randev, she's really pushing herself, really giving it all as we approach the 25-meter mark, and she's doing enough to keep herself in the mix. Just under 20 seconds when they enter that final 25 meters, but it's the swimmer in lane number 3, that's EAR Metulima, that's slowly pulling away, has her nose in front. Now it's about a body length ever so slightly as she approaches the final stretch, and she will finish around that 36-second mark, closely followed by lanes 2, 4 and 5 as well. So looks like we'll have multiple qualifiers and a pretty competitive swim as well from start to finish there. So you can see all started off pretty even Stevens, and good effort. You can see the girls really pushing themselves, Randev, getting those strokes in, and that has paid them their due dividends as they finish under that 39-second mark and qualify and get their novices timing in.
Yes, and Netsarani, Tisaki and Inara will be hoping that they have done enough, as they've just close to the 39-second mark. And now we're moving on to the 6th heat, and in lanes 1 through 8 we have AG Pereira, MD Dasanayaka, NH Gamindage, Milani Di Silva, Usarya Piasanta, Shenali Virakon, LF Ritnuli and Metuki Silva. And in the previous heat we did have 2 absentees as well in lane 6 and 8. So this heat as well we do only have 4 swimmers, that is in lanes 3, 5, 7 and 8. So unfortunate that we won't be able to see 8 swimmers across the lanes, but definitely in lane number 2, apologies, in lane number 3 at the moment, and lane number 8, that is
Yes, lane numbers 7 and 8 really accelerating there, and it's lane number 8 that has herself in the lead. That's Methuki Silva, and she's dragging along her counterpart in lane number 7 with her, but she's just fallen behind in that last 25 meters, but still just the 30 seconds on the clock, and very comfortably in the end around that 33-second mark is where Methuki touches, and it's like she's dragged her competitors as well into the under 39-second mark, isn't it? They really set the tone from the start, and the other 3 swimmers followed suit as well. But excellent swim from Methuki, just around the 33-second mark.
Yes, Gaminda Gay and Ritnoli as well doing amazing to qualify under that 39-second mark, but a powerful swim and a statement swim by Methuki Silva to ensure that she qualifies under the novices timing. And now we're moving on to the penultimate heat in the girls under 17 50 meter freestyle, and we have lanes 1 through 8. NH Vikramasinghe, Siandi Samaratunga, WM Anaya, K Chalshi, Situli Dulatma, KO Kandagama, Michelle Javadana, and AP De Silva. And we are moving on to the business end of this event, and it will definitely be interesting to see. We'll see multiple qualifiers in this heat as well, as we saw roughly 3 swimmers qualifying under the given time. And off the blocks at the moment, it's neck and neck heading into the first 15 meters, but a powerful swim in lane number 5, that is Situli Dulatma, who seems to be heading into the first 25 meters under 14 seconds. She'll definitely be eyeing a sub 35 timing here, Nathan, at the moment.
It's really aggressive from lane number 5, and you can see she's not really breathing as well, isn't it? Very rarely is that she's taking a breath. Just putting her head down and just powering through and finishing around that 33-second mark, and closely followed by lanes number 1 and 2 as well. So we can say for sure that 3 of them will fall under that 39-second mark, but impressive stuff from the girl in lane number 5. That's Situli Dulatma, swimming for Lyceum International School, Kampaha.
Yes, like you mentioned, Nathan, head down and powering away the 50 meters, and she definitely did justice and qualified under the given time. And we're moving on to the final heat of the girls under 17 50 meter freestyle, and lanes 1 through 8 we have Chanali Kongahawata, WN Mihisari, Sanori Rodrigo, Sunadi Kurupu, Tenara Kure, GH Amasha, Gayara Kuranatha, and lane number 8 AM Silva to round up the final heat of this event, and definitely an exciting one as well. Will we see another sub 35? It will be very interesting as we are just waiting to start this final heat. Nathan, we've seen some great swims so far by these ladies in the under 17 category, and we'll definitely be hoping that they continue to move up the ladder and vie for the national spots in the Sri Lankan circuit.
Yes, they're at a very crucial stage of their development as well, isn't it? They've just in that sort of in between of junior and senior category under 17s. So it's great to see all of them are there and thereabouts in trying to go just pushing themselves, even though it is sub 40, pushing themselves to that sub 35, and hopefully one day can come to that sub 30 timing as well, which is an sort of a benchmark pace for the freestyle as we finish the first 25 meters. It's lane number 6 with her head in front alongside lane number 2, so that's Mihisari and Senali Amasha as we approach the final stretch now. Still under 25 seconds on the clock, should be pretty comfortable for both of them in the end, and the chasing pack as well just touching around that 33-second mark. The swimmers in lanes numbers 2 and 6 and 3, 4 and 5 not very far behind either, so have put themselves in good position to finish under 39 seconds.
Is, as we can see in the highlights here as well, all swimmers in the first 10 to 15 meters going neck and neck, but it was in lane number 3 Rodrigo, Tenara Kure and Gayara Karunaratna in lane number 6 and 7 that managed to pull off the qualifying time. So definitely a great swim overall, and we saw a couple of qualifiers, Nathan, and we'll be hoping to see moving on to the boys under 17 50 meter freestyle.
Yes, and got 22 heats set to come our way. Randev, that's pretty impressive It's a ton of swimmers trying to take to these water. That's around 175 swimmers approximately that we've got registered for this, and we'll just begin in with our first heat. Got lanes through to 6 occupied by Senivratna, Bandara, Abraham, Deshita and Ratugamage. But it's great to see the level of participation as well, isn't it, Randev? We've got over 1800 swimmers, and we've got over, I think it's 1100 young boys and about 700 young girls who are participating in this novices meet. We're in day number 2 now, and there's over 175 swimmers registered for this particular event, and hopefully we'll see at least half of them meet in that qualifying time, which is set at around 34 seconds for the under 17 boys.
Yes, and we're just heading into the last couple of meters in this heat, and in lane number 6 and 5 they managed to touch at the same time, and lane number 2 as well, that is Seniviratna, Deshita and Omidu. They definitely did qualify under the given 34 seconds, so they'll be very, very satisfied and happy with their performance. And also on your note, Nathan, we have multiple swimmers in these heats as well, and like Kyle mentioned as well yesterday, the national captain of the Sri Lankan swimming team, it is very, very exciting to see 1,000 plus swimmers in the novices, and we'll be hoping to see many, many more swimmers over the next couple of years joining these events. And now we're moving on to the second heat, and lanes 1 through 8 we have D. Rodrigo, DP Dimut, SS Gamage, MS Salgado, Tulakshana Iduranga, Kuladeepa Leon, KS Gomez and DY Silva to fill in the 8 lanes. And an exciting heat. Earlier we just had 5 swimmers, and we managed to see roughly 3 qualify, so that's more than half that qualified in that particular heat, and we'll be hoping that in the coming heats we'll be seeing more qualifications as well. We'll be hoping, like you mentioned, Nathan, over half to qualify in the 170 plus swimmers in this particular event.
Yes, but pretty slow off the blocks in this second heat, isn't it? Just picking up the pace after he's underwater is lane number 7, that's SD Gomez. As we approach the first 25 meters, there's some good catch up from lane number 1 as well. I think it's D. Rodrigo swimming in the near lane to us, and as the clock ticks over 25, should be an interesting finish, but lanes number 1 and 7 are in a good position to be in that sub 35 timing, and yes, they touch around that 33 second mark, the both of them, and it's pretty close for lane number 2 as well, but of course he'll have to pend in an official confirmation. But what we can tell you for sure is lane numbers 1 and 7 have met that sub 35 qualifying time in this second heat, Randev.
Yes, and as you can see, as you come out of your underwater, it's just a straight off sprint in the next couple of roughly the 40 meters that you have in the highlights here as well. We can see all swimmers getting their underwaters in the first 10 meters, but lanes 1 and 7 did power their way through. They'll be hoping that they qualify under the 34 second timing, and just waiting to start the third heat of the boys under 17 50 meter freestyle. And lining up for these events, lanes 1 through 8, we have E.L. Pereira, M.A. Netmira, K.M. Kulasekara, Nisala Piris, Mohammed Ahmed, Rusandu De Silva, J.T. Virakon and N.C. Ihan. And unfortunately we do have 2 absentees in this heat, Nathan, and it's not great to see, as we love to see 8 swimmers right across filling up the pool, but nevertheless 6 swimmers in the pool, and all eyes will be on them for the next 35 seconds. And right off the block, it's a great underwater by lane number 7, but in the lead at the moment it's lanes number 1, 2 and 3 who are going neck and neck at the moment.
Yes, and on the outside, lane 7 and 8 as well. Unfortunately, lane number 6 is just falling behind, but great stuff. Just sub 15 on that halfway mark, and it's lane number 2 that's slowly getting his nose in front. That's Netmira, as the clock ticks around the 25 second mark. This is an excellent sprint, really, from lane number 2. Just around that 31-32 second mark is where he touches, and he's dragged both the men on his inside and outside along with him. Lanes number 1, 2 and 3. It's a really good swim from them, isn't it? All of them around that 33-second ballpark, and lane number 7 and 8 not too far behind either. So potentially we've seen all 5 of them meet that qualifying time. As you take a look at the replay, there was pretty neck and neck, but lane number 2 just pulling away in that last 25 meters, but lanes 1 and 3 did just enough to be in that qualifying time as well.
And as we saw the shot earlier as well, it's very, very tiring to swim 50 meters at such a sprint. But we're moving on to the 4th heat of this particular event, and lanes 1 through 8 we have RR Ahinsa, MN Banuja, ID Fernando, MA Gudatunga, WM Vasala, BT Ravindu, WD Costa and MM Misbah. Rounding up the 8 in this 4th heat of the boys under 17 50 meter freestyle. So far we have seen multiple qualifications in the first 3 heats that we've had, Nathan. It will definitely be interesting to see, as this is the boys under 17 and we've had a mix of 15 and 16 year olds. Heading into the final few heats, we'll definitely be having the seniors in this age category, that is the 16 year olds, will definitely clock in fast timings. We're just awaiting for the marshals to signal to start this 4th heat. And right off the blocks, a great underwater by lane number 6 and lane number 1, but it is neck and neck at the moment heading into the first 25 meters. Unfortunately, lane number 1 falling behind, but it is lane number 2, that is Banuja, who seems to have taken the initial lead. Will we see roughly about 6 qualifying times, Nathan? It will be very interesting as we are heading into the last 20 meters with roughly 22 seconds on the clock.
This excellent swim from lane number 2, and he's very close to sub 30. In fact, is sub 30. Around that 29-second mark is Banuja in lane number 2. That's an excellent swim from him, Randev.
Yes, sub 30 in this age category is not that easy, and he has done very, very well, and that young man should be proud of his sub 30 timing. But also we did see across the lanes multiple qualifications under the 34-second timing. Of course, these are the unofficial times, but it will definitely be an interesting one, seeing 5+ swimmers in this age category qualifying.
Yes, that's excellent stuff as well. I think Banuja really set the pace and finished about 4 or 5 seconds in front of everyone else, but they did have such a cushion to try and finish sub 35. And Banuja looks like he has dragged the rest of his competition over the line. As we take a look at the lineup for our next heat, in heat number 5 we'll have Anuhas, Fernando, Munasinghe, Christopher, Atukorala, Kalhara, Korlage and Attauda occupying the 8 lanes in this 5th heat for the boys under 17 50 meter free. And interestingly, in lane number 5 Randev will have 11-year-old competing. That's Sanuka Atukorala, and it's great to see that 11-year-old as well, but unfortunately spoke too soon. Looks like we do have an absence in lane number 5, but still it's great to see most of these boys swimming here as well are just in that 14 and 15 year range. So again, it's great to see that they're pushing themselves, trying to go one age category above and trying to fit into that sub 35 time, and it's great to see that they set such a high standard for themselves as well, isn't it, Randev?
Yes, Nathan, and we're just about to start the 5th heat, and it would have been very interesting to see 11-year-old in this age category, but unfortunately we won't be able to witness that sort of interesting swim. But at the moment it's lane number 1 who seems to have taken a decent lead, that is Anuhas. He'll be heading into the first 25 meters. It's him who crosses first, but also in lane number 3 we have Munasinghe, and in lane number 6 as well, that is Kalhara, who seems to be, it seems to be a 3-horse race heading into the last couple of meters, but they will definitely have roughly touching the wall at 31 seconds, Nathan. And we have in lane number 2 as well, that is Fernando, who has qualified under the 34-second timing. So 4 qualifiers in this heat as well.
His kudos to the swimmers in lanes number 1, 2, 4 and 6, isn't it, Randev? Take a look at the replay there. you would expect them to all be neck and neck in that first 25 meters, but great to see that we found 4 qualifiers in this race as well. Lane number 7, unfortunately, started really well, but looks like he just fell away in the end and just fell short. But lanes number 1, 2, 3 and 6 doing really well, falling under that 34-second timing and have secured their novices qualifying time.
And now we're moving on to the 6th heat of the boys under 17 50 meter freestyle, and we have lanes 1 through 8. Piris, Vikneswaran, Denuvan, Rajasinghe, Randil, Nandinu, David and Jayasurya. It'll definitely be an interesting one, as we have a mix of 15 and 16 euros evenly across the field. And so far we've seen a sub 30 timing and also 31 and 32 second timing in the previous heat. So it will be very, very interesting to see if these swimmers will take that as motivation and make sure that they challenge their competitors in the previous heats. At the moment we're just lining up to start the 6th of 22 heats, and at the moment it's a great underwater by the 1st and 7th lane, Nathan.
Yes, all of them pretty quick off the blocks as we approach the first 25. It's lane number 4 who's just pulling away. Lane number 5 unfortunately has just fallen behind, and it is the swimmer in lane number 4, that's RMD Rajasinghe, who's really pushing through in this final 25 meters and definitely will touch first in this heat, alongside lane number 3 who's just a few micros behind him. Lanes number 6 and 7 as well finishing pretty close, so he touched around the 31-second ballpark, so I'm pretty sure lanes 3, 6 and 7 as well will fall under 34 seconds, so multiple qualifiers from this one as well. Unfortunately for the rest of them, just slowed down in that last 25 because they all started pretty evenly, isn't it? They were neck and neck in the first 25 meters, but fortunately few of them did fall away, but we've got ourselves 4 qualifiers from this heat as well.
Yes, and in lane number 4, I think he did have a sub 30 timing on an official clock, so it'll definitely be very, very interesting. But now we're moving on to the 7th heat, and lanes 1 through 8. We have DM Jayasurya, PS Kuruvitage, G Mendes, K Mendes, Amesh Kurupu, LL Rodrigo, S Ratnayaka and HD Pereira to round up the 8 swimmers in this 7th heat. And we have seen now twice, Nathan, a sub 30 timing in the previous 6 heats, so it will be very, very interesting that these swimmers take this as motivation, because end of the day this is a competition of timings, and we will be hoping that this heat will bring us an exciting couple of timings as well.
Yes, certainly. Unfortunately, just got an absence in lane number 2 as they're off the blocks, and straight away it's lane number 4 powering through. You can see his strokes as well run. They've really pulling ahead of the competition. What a swim this is, just around that 11-second mark as he passes the 25 meters and just really putting his foot on the gas now in the last 25, just under 20 seconds on the clock. Unfortunately, he's just started to slow up, but on pace for a sub 30 and comfortably around that 26-second mark in lane number 4. What a swim that was from KVA Mendes. 26 seconds or so on our clock. Just powered through Randev.
Yes, Nathan, in the first 25 meters, he had about 10 seconds under the bag. So just in the last couple of meters, he did slow down for a tad bit, but 26 seconds in this event is really, really impressive, Nathan.
Just don't think he'll mind slowing down one bit as you take a look straight off the blocks. Didn't have the underwater he would have hoped for, but his stroke is what carried him all the way through. Supreme technique as well from Mendes. And as you can see, head and shoulders above the rest of the competition. For an under 17 swimmer, being in that 26-second ballpark is something amazing, isn't it?
Yes, and moving on from that enthralling and exciting heat, we are moving on to the 8th heat, and lanes 1 through 8. We have Yasiru Denuvan, B Mirikalgala, A Pereira, S Dulmika, U Tanushka, Sugathadasa Bandara, H Randima and Thiven Kanangara from Trinity College Kandy in the 8th lane. So just once again going back to that previous heat, we did see KV Mendes getting a sub 26-second timing, and in the 50 meters, Nathan, in the under 17 category, that is so amazing to see, and it's exciting in the com boxes here. I think Gavin is pretty impressed with that swim.
Yes, and shout out to his club as well, Leeds Aquatic Club. He's represented them and certainly a prospect for the future at the under 17 level, finishing in that sort of a time in his brilliant stuff from the young man as we move into our 8th heat now. And pretty quick off the blocks, all of them, and it's lane number 3 that's pulling away right at the start. That's AVB Pereira for St. Joseph's College, Nugegoda in lane number 3. As the clock ticks towards that 20-second mark, looks like he's put himself in a good position to finish with that sub 35 time in. Just 23 seconds on the clock. Looks like he's on course for another sub 30 run. They've just around that 28-second mark. Back-to-back sub 30s that we've seen here. This is brilliant stuff from the under 17s, and he set the pace so well. I'm sure that the rest of his compatriots as well aren't very far behind.
Yes, and I think it was in lane number 1, that was Yasiru Denavan, who was the closest following him, and he'll definitely be hoping that he has qualified under the 34-second timing. But once again, a sub 30 timing by AV Pereira in lane number 3. And now we're quickly moving on to the 9th heat, and lanes 1 through 8 we have KH Fernando, LR Vijay Bandara, Mohammad Yusri, MA Malil Karachi, Ahil Anistan, M Mahatantila, Mahim Jayamaha, and WP Patirana.
It's about halfway through the boys under 17 50-meter free, and what talent we've seen, Randev. Clearly, a lot of these young lads, they deserve to be leaps and bounds above the novices level. We've seen at least 4 sub 30s as well, and that 26-second swim also in that couple of heats back. And straight away, unfortunately, lane number 3 just a bit late to start out with, and looks like he's falling behind early doors. But it's lane numbers 4 and 7 that are going head to head in the first 25 meters or so. Lane number 4, that's Mallika Arachi alongside Mahin Jayama in lane number 7. Lane number 2 as well, playing some good catch up in the final 25 meters, and looks like he's really pushing lane number 4 to touch first, but it is lane number 4 just around that on the dot on that 30-second mark. It's Mallika Arachi who finishes first, and lane numbers 4, 2 and 7 also not quite far behind Randev, Vijay Bandara and Jayamaha also in that 31-32 second ballpark. So another excellent swim, and very nearly saw another sub 30 there from Mallika Arachi.
And yes, in the highlights as well, you can see here in lane number 4, it was M. Mallika Arachi who did finish, and now up in the com box we'll have a change to the Sinhala commentary.
සුබදසනක් අප දෙවැනි දිනටත් අද එක්වන්නේ HNB ආධුනික පිහිනුම් ශුරතා තරඟාවලිය සමගින් අද පෙරමියංශයේ නැත්නම් බාලකංශයේ තරඟය පැවැත්වෙන්නේ. අප දුටුවා සහභාගී වෙන ක්‍රීඩකයන්. දැන් රෙනිෂ්ක සේනානායක, DR වීරසේකර, RM වෙනුරංග, දෙව්නිත් විතානගේ, මෙත්මල් ගුණරත්න, DS රණසිංහ, යුසුෆ් නීහා, AA සාලිම් සූදානම් තරඟ වදින්නට ඔවුන් ආරම්භක ස්ථානයට පැමිණ තිබෙනවා. දැන් විස්තර විචාරක කුටියට පැමිණ තිබෙනවා ශනුක ගමගේ.
ආයුබෝවන් අසංක. දීපිතමත් උදාසනක්. හොඳ තරඟ රසක් අප දුටුවා. ඉතින් අද දින පුරාවටම සෑහෙන තරඟ ප්‍රමාණයක් තිබෙනවා අපට නැරඹීමට. ආරාධනා කරනවා අපටත් දින පුරාවටම අද දින වගේම හෙට දිනෙත් ThePapare සමගින් එකතු වන්නට කියලා. මේ ආධුනික පිහිනුම් ශුරතාවය 2026 අරමුණ මීළඟ මූලික වටේ තරඟය මේ වයස අවුරුදු 17න් පහළ මූලික වටේ 10 වන තරඟයයි. පෙනට තිබෙන්නේ මන්තුරංග 3න් RM වෙනුරංග. ඔහු හොඳ පිහිනීමකින් ඉන ආකාරය පළමුව මීටර 25 තුලදී තමන්ගේ පෙරමුණ සාර්ථක කරගන්න ආකාරය තමයි පෙනට තිබෙන්නේ මේ මන්තුරංග 3න් වෙනුරංග.
තාම තරගකාරී සව්වක් මීටර 50 නිදහසාර කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒ වේගය අතිශයින්ම වැදගත්, ජවය වැදගත්. දැන් ජයග්‍රහණය සඳහා මන්තිරුවංග 3 ක්‍රීඩකයා RM වෙනුරංග මේ මොහොතේ ළඟා වෙනවා. අනෙකුත් ක්‍රීඩකයන් පිළිවෙලින් මන්තිරුවංග 6 සහ 8 දෙවැනි සහ තෙවැනි ස්ථාන දිනාගත්තේ. කාලය තමයි වැදගත්ම කාරණේ ශනුක. බලාපොරොත්තු වන කාලය තත්පර 34ක්. ඉතින් මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගෙන් බොහෝ දෙනෙක් විශේෂයෙන්ම ජයග්‍රාහී වෙනුරංග තත්පර 29කට ආසන්න කාලයකදී තමයි තරගය අවසන් කළේ. ශාන්ති සෙබස්තියන් විද්‍යාලය නියෝජනය කරමින් ඉතින් ඔහුට අවස්ථාව තිබෙනවා ඉන්ටර්මීඩියට් නැත්නම් අන්තර් මධ්‍යම වටයට සුදුසුකම් ලබන්නට.
හොඳ පිහිනුමක් සමගින් මේ මීළඟ මූලික වටේ තරඟ සඳහා මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩකයන් සූදානම්. බිගුනත් ෆර්නෑන්ඩෝ, AW දම්සස්, G නිගුලේෂ්, HI විශ්වජිත්, සෙවිඳු සෙන්හස්, MK දිසානායක, රුසිත් රත්නායක සහ T රන්දිර මේ තරඟය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. මේ වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලක නිදහස් ආර මීටර් 50 මූලික වටේ 11 වන තරඟයයි.
උදෑසන මොවුන්ට පිහිනීමේ යෙදීමට සිදුවන්නේ තරමක් සිසිල් දිය තමයි තිබෙන්නේ. දහවල වන විට උෂ්ණත්වය වෙනස් වේවි, වැඩි වේවි. මේ දිනවල උෂ්ණත්වය ටිකක් වැඩි කොළඹ නගරය තුල. ඉතින් ක්‍රීඩකයන් දැන් සූදානම්ව තිබෙනවා 17න් 15 බාලකාංශයේ මීටර් 50 නිදහස් ආර මීළඟ තරඟය සඳහා සහභාගී වන්නට බලාපොරොත්තු වන කාලය තත්පර 34යි. අපි සඳහන් කළ පරිදි මේ කාල ගණනය යටතේ තරඟ වදින්නේ මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්. ආධුනික තරඟාවලිය තුල දැන් ඔවුන් සූදානම් ආරම්භක සංඥාව ලැබෙන තෙක්.
ඔබ දකිනවා මීටර් 50 ඉතාමත් වේගවත්. හොඳ උද්‍යෝගයක් තිබෙනවා මේ ක්‍රීඩකයින්ගෙන්, ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ගෙන්. නැවතත් මැද මන්තිරු වලින් මන්තුරු අංක 6 සහ මන්තුරු අංක 2 අපිට පේන හොඳ තරඟයක්. පළමු මීටර් 25 තුලදී තමත් හරියට පෙරමුණක් ලබා ගන්න සමත් වෙලා නැහැ. මේ මන්තුරු අංක 2 AW දම්සස් ඒ වගේම මන්තුරු අංක 6 MK දිසානායක උන් දෙදෙනා අතරයි තරඟය පවතින්නේ. අවසන් මොහොත තෙක්ම තරඟයේ ඇදී යන ආකාරය පේන්න තිබෙන්නේ අවත්තිම මීටර කිහිපයේදී. අපිට දැක ගන්නට ලැබුණ ආකාරයෙන් නම් ඒ මන්තුරු අංක 2 දම්සස් විය යුතුයි එම තරඟයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නේ.
දම්සස් උපරිම ජවය යොදමින් පිහිනුමේ යෙදුණා. මෙන්න තරගාරම්භය සිදු වූ ආකාරය. මන්තිරු අංක 6 සහ 2 අතර තමයි ප්‍රබලම තරගය තිබුණේ. මන්තිරු අංක 2න් දම්සස් වේගවත් ඉදිරියක් ලබා ගත්තා. ප්‍රථම මීටර 25 අවසන් වූ බව දැනගත් විගසම වේගය වැඩි කරමින් මීළඟ මීටර 25ට ළඟා වුණා. ප්‍රථම ස්ථානය දිනාගත්තේ දම්සස්, දෙවැනි ස්ථානය මන්තිරු අංක 6 MK දිසානායක විසින් දිනාගත්තා. හොඳ කාලයක් දෙදෙනාම වාර්තා කළේ. මෙන්න මීළඟ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙන ක්‍රීඩකයන් දිනුජය, DL රණවීර, ඉසුරු වීරසිංහ, දිසිනු චන්දුල්, RM රාජපක්ෂ, MNI රත්නායක, ආකිබ් හමීඩ්, AR අබ්දුල්ලා. ආරම්භක ස්ථානයට පැමිණ තිබෙනවා ක්‍රීඩකයන් මීළඟ සංඥාව ලැබෙන තෙක්.
දොළොස්වන මූලික වටේ තරඟය ක්‍රීඩකයින් සූදානම්. හොඳ කාලගුණ තත්ත්වයක් තිබෙන්නේ අසංකද දීපිතිමත්. ඒ වගේම කෙමෙන් උණුසුම වැඩි වෙන ආකාරයක් තමයි පේන්න තිබෙන්නේ. ඉතින් මේ ක්‍රීඩකයින්ටත් ක්‍රීඩාවන්ටත් සෑහෙන උපයෝගී වේවි එක. එතක මෙන්න තරඟයේ අපිට පේන්න තිබෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 1 කේ දිනුජය හොඳ පිහිනීමක් සමගින් ඉදිරියට යන ආකාරය. ඔහුට අභියෝගයක් ලබා දීමට මන්තිරු අංක 4 උත්සාහ කළත් මේ වෙන විට නම් දිනුජය කෙමෙන් තමන්ගේ පරතරය වැඩි කර ගනිමින් අවසානයේ කරා එදින ආකාරයට තමයි පේන්න තිබෙන්නේ. තරඟය ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සමත් වෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 1 MK
දිනුජය තමයි මේ තරගය තුලදී වාර්තා වුණේ. හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කළා. තත්පර 34ට අඩුවෙන් මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සෑම දෙනාම කඩයිම් කාලයට යටින් තමයි තරග අවසන් කළේ. ඉතාම හොඳ ජයග්‍රහණ කිහිපයක්. මෙන්න තරග ආරම්භයේ සිදු වූ ආකාරය. හොඳ අඬවෝට අවස්ථාවක් ලබා ගත්තා ප්‍රථම මන්තිරුවේ දිනුජය. චන්දුල්ගෙන් හොඳ සටනක් ලැබුණා මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩකයාගෙන්. නමුත් දිනුජය අවසන් මොහොත දක්වා තමන්ගේ ජවය ශක්තිය රඳවා ගන්නට සමත් වුණා.
මේ මූලික වටේ තරඟවල මේ ජයග්‍රාහකින් ලබාගත් කාලයත් එක්ක අපිට පේන්න තිබෙනවා මීළඟ වටේ තරඟ නම් සෑහෙන උණුසුම් වන ආකාරය. අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම අපිට හොඳ අවසන් තරඟ දැක ගැනීමට හැකියාවක් ලැබෙවි. මෙන්න මීළඟ තරඟය මේ මූලික වටේ 13 වන තරඟය. මන්තිරු අංක 1 NS විජේසුන්දර, රගිත් හේරත්ගේ, මනීෂ පෙරේරා, S ජයප්‍රියන්, යශෝද් විජේරත්න, පී සකලසූරිය, ඒස් දින්සර සහ කේටි සිල්වා මේ තරඟය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා.
මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගෙන් බලාපොරොත්තු වන්නේ තත්පර 34ට අඩු කාලයක් ඒ කඩයිම පසු කරන ක්‍රීඩකයන් මීළඟ තරගාවලිය තුලදී අන්තර් මධ්‍යම ක්‍රීඩකයන් හැටියට තරඟ වදින්නට සුදුසුකම් ලබනවා. ඉන්පසුව තමයි ඒජ් ගෲප්ස් තරඟ නැත්නම් වයස් කාණ්ඩ තරඟ. ඉන්පසුව ජාතික තලයේ තරඟ පැවැත්වෙන්නේ කනිෂ්ඨ සහ ජ්‍යෙෂ්ඨ මට්ටමේ. ටිකක් බොක්සිං ක්‍රීඩාවට සමානයි. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ජාතික තලයේ බොක්සිං ක්‍රීඩාවත් මේ ආකාරයෙන් තමයි ක්‍රියාත්මක වන්නේ.
ඒ තමත් හොඳ දෙයක් විශේෂයෙන්ම මේ වගේ ආධුනිකයින්ට සජීවී විකාශයක් ලබා දීම. ඉතින් HNB ආයතනය ThePapare සමගින් එකතු වී මේ තරඟාවලිය සඳහා අපට සහාය ලබා දෙනවා. මෙන්න අරබුණා 13 වන මූලික වටේ තරඟය. හොඳ දියටින් කිමිදීමක් මන්තුරු අංක දෙකෙන්. නමුත් පෙරමුණ සඳහා අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකින් සියලු දෙනාම දිරිට නාකාරය තියෙනවා. මන්තුරු අංක 1 සහ මන්තුරු අංක 5 හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙමින් සිටිනවා. නමුත් මන්තුරු අංක 1 NS විජේසුන්දර තමන්ගේ පෙරමුණ වැඩි කර ගන්න ආකාරය ශරීර ප්‍රමාණයක පමණ ඉදිරියක් ඔහු ලබාගෙන තිබෙන්නේ. එන්න ඔහු අවසානයේ කරා ළඟා වෙනවා.
අවසානයේදී හොඳ දර්ශනපතයක් තිබුණා ඔහුට. ඔහුගේ යාබද ක්‍රීඩකයන් කෙසේද තරග වදින්නේ කියා. ඒ නිසා තරම් වේගයකින් තරග වදින්නට උත්සාහ කළේ නැහැ. ඔහු දැන සිටියා ඔහුගේ කාලය ප්‍රමාණවත් බව. හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කළේ තත්පර 30කට ආසන්න කාලයක්.
මේ දකින්නේ පුනරුපණයේ ආරම්භයේ සිටම විජේසුන්දර හොඳ රිද්මයක් සමගින් කෙමෙන් තමන්ගේ වේගය වැඩි කරත් ආකාරය තමයි ඔබට පෙනෙන්නේ. පළමු මීටර 25 අවසන් වන විටම ඔහුව පෙරමුණ සාර්ථක කරගත්තා. ඉන් අනතුරුව අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකින්ට අවස්ථාවක් ලබා දුන්නේ නැහැ ඔහුට අභියෝග කරන්නට. අවසානයේදී එතරම් ආයාසකින් තොරව ජයග්‍රහණය කළ ආකාරයක් තමයි පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන්නේ. NS විජේසුන්දර මේ මූලික වටේ 13 වෙනි තරඟයේ ජයග්‍රාහකයා. ඊළඟට මූලික වටේ 14 වන තරඟය සඳහා මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩක පෙළගැස්ම NJ සංදීප, ගගන ශවින්ද, H හංසාල්, D සිමන්, D සමරසේකර, දිලක්ෂණ එතුමින, ලකිරා බේසිංහ සහ AT අබේ වික්‍රම මේ තරඟය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා.
තරගය ආරම්භ වී තිබෙන්නේ මන්තිරු අංක 1, 2 සහ 5 හොඳ සටනක නියැලෙනවා ජයග්‍රහණය සඳහා. මන්තිරු අංක 5 ක්‍රීඩකයා දැන් ඉදිරියට ඇදමින් තිබෙන්නේ. ඔහු තමයි YD සමරසේකර. හොඳ පිහිනුමක් මේ වන විටත් තත්පර 22 අප සිටින්නේ අපේ කාලගණන යන්ත්‍රයේ. දැන් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 5 ක්‍රීඩකයා සමරසේකර. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩකයා සංදීප දෙවැනි ස්ථානයටපත් වුණා. හොඳ කාලයක් දෙදෙනාගෙන්ම.
ඔව් අපගේ කාලගණනේ තත්පර 30.48ක් ලෙසයි වාර්තා වන්නේ. ඉතින් අප වට ගෙනෙන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා. මේ ඔබ දකින්නේ පුනරුපණය. ආරම්භයේ සිටම ඔහු පෙරමුණේ සිටියා සමරසේකර. හොඳ රිද්මයක්. හොඳ ජයසම්පන්න ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ඔහු.
ජවය හොඳින් යොදාගත්තා මේ මීටර 50 නිදහස්සාර තරගය නිසි කාලයේදී අවසන් කිරීම සඳහා. මෙන්න ඊළඟ ක්‍රීඩක ලෑස්තුව MSS පෙරේරා, යොෂාන් බුද්ධික, TDP වාසල, රමේෂ් බවනීත, SH බණ්ඩාර, AI බණ්ඩාර, BM ෆර්නෑන්ඩෝ, මිෂාල් අහමඩ්.
ක්‍රීඩකයන් සූදානම්. මේ මූලික වටේ 15 වෙනි තරඟය. වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලක නිදහස් ආර මීටර 50 මූලික වටේ තරඟවල ලැබෙමින් සිටින්නේ. මෙන්න තරඟය ආරම්භ වුණා. මැද මන්තිරු වල හොඳ තරඟයක් පෙනෙන්න තිබෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 3 සහ 5. නමුත් මන්තිරු අංක 1කින් ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙමින් මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩකයන් පළමු මීටර 25 තරණය කරන ආකාරය. මන්තිරු අංක 1, මන්තිරු අංක 3, මන්තිරු අංක 5 ඒත් එක්කම මන්තිරු අංක 8 කරට කර තරඟයක්. අපි පෙර තරඟවල නොදුටු ආකාරයේ තරඟයක් තමයි මේකේ නම් තිබෙන්නේ. නමුත් මන්තිරු අංක 1 සහ මන්තිරු අංක 3න් එන්න අවසානයේ කරා ලඟ වෙන ආකාරය අපිට පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන ආකාරයට මන්තිරු අංක 3 ඒ TDB වාසල ඔහුයි තරඟයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නේ. වර්තමාන කාලය තත්පර 32.52ක් ටිකක් විතර වැඩි කාලයක්.
සාපේක්ෂව තත්පර 2ක පමණ වැඩි කාලයක් අනිකුත් තරඟවලට වඩා. නමුත් නිල කාලය එහෙම නැත්නම් කඩයිම් කාලය තුල තමයි වුන් තරගය අවසන් කළේ. MSS පෙරේරා සහ වාසල අතර හොඳ තරගයක් තිබුණා. වාසල අවසානයේදී ජයග්‍රහණය කළත් පෙරේරාටත් අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවා මීළඟ වටේට යන්නට.
මීළඟ තරගය මූලික වටේ 16 වන තරගය මන්තුරුංග එක ගායක ගයත්සෙන් යුගීත් මිහිමිත ඒ පෙරේරා දවීන් සමරනායක මිරාන් වරාගොඩ MP විජේසූරිය අවින් කරුණාරත්න සහ ආර්.ඒ. කුරුකුළු සූරිය මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලක නිදහස්ාර මීටර් 50 මූලික වටේ 16 වන තරගය. අසංක සෑහෙන ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් පිරිසක් මේ තරගාවලිය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. මේ මූලික වටේ 16 වෙනි තරගය අපිට ලැබී තිබෙන ආකාරයට මූලික වටේ තරග 22ක් පැවැත්වීම නියමිතයි.
බාලකංශයේත් හොඳ ඉල්ලුමක් තිබෙන තරගාවලියක්. මොකද මෙතනින් පසුව තමයි ඔවුන්ට ජාතික තලයට එසවීමට අවශ්‍ය ජවය ශක්තිය ලැබෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ සඳහා HNB සහ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජල ක්‍රීඩා සංගමය ලබා දෙන සහයෝගයත් මතක් කළ යුතුයි. ThePapare ඇතුළුව දැන් ආරම්භක සංඥාවට සූදානම්. මෙන්න අරබුණා තරගය. මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩකයා හොඳ ආරම්භයක් ලබා ගත්තේ. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 8 හොඳ පිහිනුමක් දකින්නට පුළුවන්. වේගවත් පිහිනුමක්. මන්තිරු අංක 4 3 ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 8 ඉදිරියෙන් ගමන් කරනවා.
මන්තිරු අංක 8න් ආර්.ඒ. කුරුකුළු සූරිය ඔහු ඉදිරියෙන් සිටිනවා. නමුත් මේ වෙනුවට මන්තිරු අංක 4 හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙමින් ඒ දවීන් සමරනායක ඔහු පැමිණෙනවා ඉදිරියට. බලමු අවසානයේ තෙක්ම හොඳ උණුසුම් තරගයක්. නමුත් මන්තිරු අංක 8 කුරුකුළු සූරිය එම තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කරන අවසානයේදී තමත් ළඟින් ගියපු තරගයක් මන්තිරු අංක 3 4 සහ 8 අතර. නමුත් ජයග්‍රහණය හිමිවන්නේ ආර්.ඒ. කුරුකුළු සූරියට.
කුරුකුළු සූරිය මහනුවර ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලයේ නියෝජනය කරන ක්‍රීඩකයා ජයග්‍රහණය කළේ මේ තරගය නිසි කාල ගණනයේ යටතේ. හොඳ තරගයක් තිබුණා තරගය ආරම්භයේදී මන්තිරු අංක 4 සහ 8 අතර. නමුත් අවසන් මීටර කිහිපය තුලදී ජයග්‍රහණය සඳහා අවශ්‍ය ජවය තිබුණේ කුරුකුළු සූරිය ළඟයි.
තවත් හොඳ තරගයේ අවසානය උපදුටුයි. මීළඟ මූලික වටේ තරගය සඳහා මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩක පෙළගැස්ම මන්තිරු අංක 1 මිනුද රයාන් IM අෆ්ලාල් JS හෙට්ටිගොඩ CD එදිරිසිංහ SA අමරසිංහ අබ්දුල් හක් කවිෂ් අජිත් කුමාර චනුක ඩයස් මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. මේ මූලික වටේ 17 වන තරගය.
ක්‍රීඩකයන් මීළඟ සංඥාව ලැබෙන තෙක් බලා සිටින්නේ ඔවුන්ගේ ආරම්භක ස්ථානයට පියවර තැබීම සඳහා.
කුඩා ක්‍රීඩකින් කිහිප දෙනෙකුත් සිටිනවා මේ තරගයේ.
ඔව් 17න් 15 කියන්නටත් අමාරුයි. නමුත් 17න් 15 තමයි මේ තරග පැවැත්වෙන වයස් කාණ්ඩය. පෙර තරගයේ අවසානයත් එක්ක විස්තර විචාරක කුටියේ බිලාල් සෑහෙන උද්දාමෙන් ඉන්න බව පෙනෙනවා. ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලීය ආදි ශිෂ්‍යෙක්.
මෙන්න තරගය ආරම්භුණා. මේ 17 වන මූලික වටේ තරගය. හොඳ ආරම්භයක් මන්තිරු අංක 5. ඔහු ආරම්භයේ සිටම පෙරමුණ ලබා ගැනීමට සෑහෙන වෙහෙසක් දරන ආකාරයක් තමයි පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන්නේ. සාර්ථක වන ආකාරයක් පෙනෙන්න තිබෙනවා. පළමු මීටර 25 අවසානයේදී කෙමෙන් තමන්ගේ පරතරය අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකයින් සමගින් වැඩි කර ගනිමින් ඉදිරියට යනවා. සෑහෙන වේගවත් පිහිනීමක් කියන්න පුළුවන් අප පෙර තරඟවල දුටුවාට වඩා. ඒ වගේම සෑහෙන හොඳ පරතරයක් සමගින් මෙන්න මන්තිරු අංක 5 SA අමරසිංහ ඔහු මුලින්ම තරඟය නිමා කරන්නේ අපගේ කාලගණනයේ දැක්වෙන ආකාරයට තත්පර 31.2 ඉතාමත්ම වේගවත් පිහිනීමක් ඔහුගේ.
ප්‍රථම මීටර කිහිපය තුලදීම තමන්ගේ උපරිම ජවය යොදා ඉදිරිය ලබා ගත්තා. ඉන්පසුව තරමක වේගය අඩුවීමක් තිබුණා, බාලවීමක් තිබුණා. නමුත් කිසිම හානියක් නැහැ. අදාළ කාලය තුල ඔහු තරඟය අවසන් කළා. ප්‍රථම ස්ථානයක් දිනාගත්තා මේ තරඟය තුලදී. අමරසිංහ හොඳ රේඛාවක ඔහු පිහිනුමේ දෙන්නේ.
එම තරගයේ නම් අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකයින්ගෙන් තරම් අභියෝගයක් එල්ල වුණේ නැහැ. මීළඟ තරගය මේ 18 වන මූලික වටේ තරගය. උදාන් කල්දේරා, HN විජේසිංහ, තෙහස් එදිරිසිංහ, SH නේහා, HY අමරසේකර, AR රිසාන්, බුමිතගමගේ සහ KS යුත්මික මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා.
තවත් ශරීර ප්‍රමාණයෙන් ටිකක් සාපේක්ෂව අඩු ක්‍රීඩකයන් කිහිප දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා. ඒතරම් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ප්‍රමාණයක් මේ තරගාවලිය තුල සහභාගී වෙනවා. මොකද අත්දැකීම් තිබෙන ක්‍රීඩකයන් පමණක් නොවේ, අත්දැකීම් නැති ක්‍රීඩකයන් පවා ඒ අවස්ථාව ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා ආධුනික මට්ටමේ තරගාවලිය නිසා.
ඇතෙම හොඳ දෙයක් මේ ඕනම මට්ටමක ක්‍රීඩකයෙකුට මේ වගේ තරගාවලියකට සහභාගී වීම ලැබීම. ඒ නිසාම තමයි සෑහෙන ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් පිරිසක් මේ තරඟ සඳහා සහභාගී වන්නේ. ඉතින් උන්ට ලැබෙන අත්දැකීම්, ඒ ජයග්‍රහණ ඉතාමත් වැදගත් ඔවුන්ගේ අනාගතය සඳහා. සියලු දෙනාටම ඉතින් අපගේ සුබ පැතුම් මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියට සහභාගී වෙන නිසා.
ක්‍රීඩකයන් ආරම්භක ස්ථානයට පියවර තැබීමට සූදානම්ින් තිබෙන්නේ. තවමත් ඔවුන්ට සංඥාව ලැබී නැහැ. නමුත් හොඳ සංඥාවක් ලැබී තිබෙනවා පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩාවට. අනුග්‍රහක දායකත්වයේ පැත්තෙන් විශේෂයෙන් HNB මේ වන විට විස්තර විචාරක කුටියටත් පැමිණ තිබෙනවා ඉෂාර තිලකරත්න. ඒ සම්බන්ධව ප්‍රධානම කාර්යභාරය ඉටු කළ පුද්ගලයා මේ තරගාවලිය තුල.
ඇතෙන්ම හොඳ දෙයක් HNB ආයතනය මෙලෙස පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩාව සමග එක්රොක් වී ඒ ලබා දෙන සහාය තරගාවලි රසකටම HNB ආයතනය තමන්ගේ සහාය ලබා දෙනවා. ඉතින් මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට සෑහෙන උදව්වක් එක තමන්ගේ අනාගතය සාර්ථක කර ගැනීමට තමන් මේ ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් ඉදිරියට යෑමට ඉතින් HNB ආයතනය ThePapare.com සමගින් එකතු වී මේ තරගාවලිය ඔබ වෙත සජීවීව රැගෙන එන්නේ.
විශාල පිබිදීමක් තිබෙනවා පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩාව තුළ. මේ අනුග්‍රාහක දායකත්වයත් සමගින් අප දුටුවමින් පෙර තරගාවලි වලටත් විවිධ අනුග්‍රාහකයන් පැමිණ තිබුණා. ඒ වගේම මෙවර තරගාවලියට HNB පැමිණීම ඉතාම වැදගත් පියවරක්. විශේෂයෙන් ආධුනික මට්ටමේ තරගාවලියකට ඒ අවශ්‍ය කරන මූල්‍ය පහසුකම්, අවශ්‍ය කරන පහසුකම් ලබා ගැනීම සඳහා ඉතින් විශාල සිහින ප්‍රමාණයක් තිබෙනවා ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජල ක්‍රීඩා සංගමයට. මෙවැනි අනුග්‍රාහකයන් සමගින් තවත් අනුග්‍රාහක ප්‍රමාණය වැඩි කොට මේ තරඟ සහ ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට රැගෙන යන්නට.
ඊළඟ තරඟය සඳහා යම් ආකාරයක ප්‍රමාදයක් තිබෙන ආකාරයක් තමයි පේනට තිබෙන්නේ. ක්‍රීඩකයින් නැවතත් වාඩිගෙන සිටිනවා තමන්ගේ ස්ථානවල. වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලක 1000 මීටර 50 මූලික වටේ 18 වන තරඟය සඳහායි අප මේ සූදානමින් සිටින්නේ. ප්‍රමාද දෝෂයක්
අප බලා සිටින ක්‍රීඩකයන් තරඟය ආරම්භ කරන තෙක් තවත් ටිකක් කතා කරන්න පුළුවන් ශනුක. අපි සඳහන් කළ අනුග්‍රහක දායකත්වය පිළිබඳව මේ ක්‍රීඩාවේ වර්තමාන පිබිදීම පිළිබඳව. ඉතින් මේ තරඟාවලියට පමණක් නොවේ HNB මීළඟ තරඟාවලිය වෙතත් විශේෂයෙන් ඉන්ටර්මීඩියට් ආන්තර් මධ්‍යම ඒ වගේ මෙතනින් පසුව වයස්කාණ්ඩ තරඟවලට වගේම ජාතික මට්ටමේ තරඟවලටත් ඒ දායකත්වය ලබා දීමේ අවශ්‍යතාවය සහ උනන්දුවෙන් පසු වෙනවා. ඒ සඳහා සූදානමින් ඒ සඳහා අවස්ථාව ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා. ඒ වගේම පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩාව කියන දේ ක්‍රීඩාවක් හැටියට විතරක් නොවේ ජීවිතයට අවශ්‍ය කරන දක්ෂතාවයක්, ජීවන කුසලතාවයක්. ඒ නිසා ඒ සම්බන්ධවත් ඔවුන් විශාල කාර්යභාරයක් ඉටු කරනවා. පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩකයන් HNB ආයතනය තුල ප්‍රාණාපතිවරුන් හැටියට කටයුතු කරනවා. විශේෂයෙන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා පිහිනුම් නායක කයිලා බේසිංහ. ඊයේ දිනේදී ඔබ දකින්නට ඇති, ඔබට ඇහෙන්නට ඇති ඔහුගේ හඬ. ඉතින් මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්, මේ නිලධාරීන්, මේ ඔබ දකින ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්, ඒ වගේම දෙමාපියන්, ගුරුවරුන්, ගුරුවරියන් මේ සියලු දෙනාම මේ විශාල කාර්යභාරයේ සමාජිකයන්.
ලේසි පහසු කර්තව්‍යයක් නෙවෙයි මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියක් සාර්ථක කර ගැනීම. ඉතින් මේ සියලු දෙනාටම අපගේ ස්තුතිය හිමි වෙනවා. මේ තරඟාවලිය වගේම ඉදිරියට පැමිණෙන අනිකුත් තරඟාවලිය වලටත් මේ ආකාරයෙන් සියලු දෙනාගේම සහාය ලැබුණොත් ඇත්තෙන්ම පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩාවත් තවත් ලංකාවේ පිටටත් රැගෙන යාමට හැකියාවක් තිබෙනවා. සතිය දිනක් වුණත් අපිට පේන්න තිබෙනවා දෙමව්පියන් ගුරුවරු පැමිණ තිබෙනවා. ඒ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් රැගෙන කුඩා දරුවන්, පාසල් දරුවන් තමයි මේ වන විට නම් තරඟ වදින්නේ. මොකද මේ වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15. මේ නිසා ඒ වගේම විවෘත කාණ්ඩයේ තරඟත් ආරම්භ වීමට සූදානම් සිටිනවා මේ තරඟ අවසන් වුණාට පසු.
අප තාමත් බලා සිටින්නේ 17න් 15 මීළඟ තරගය නම් 18 වෙනි කාල ගණන තරගය පැවැත්වෙන තෙක්. ඒ අතරතුර ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් ඔවුන්ගේ ඉසව් හඳුනා ගනිමින් තිබෙනවා මේ කාල සටහන තුල. ඊයේ දිනේදී බාලිකා තරඟ පැවැත්වුණා. අද බාලක තරඟ. ඒ වගේම හෙට දිනේ තුලදීත් සුගතදාස පිහිනුම් තටාකාංගණය තුල ආධුනික තරඟාවලිය පැවැත්වීමට නියමිතයි.
ඉසව් රසක් පැවැත්වෙනවා අද දිනේ පුරාවටම. ඉතින් හොඳ තරඟ රසක් නැරඹීමට හැකියාව තිබෙනවා. මේ අවස්ථාවේ නම් මද ප්‍රමාද දෝෂයක් තිබෙන්නේ. අපි බොහොම ආසාවෙන් බලා සිටිනවා ඊළඟ තරඟය ආරම්භ වන තෙක්. නමුත් කුමක් හෝ ප්‍රමාදයක් තිබෙනවා.
තරමක කාලයක් ගතවන බවයි පෙනෙන්නේ මේ තරඟයට පෙර. ඒ නිසා අපට හැකියාව තිබෙනවා කෙටි විරාමයකට යන්නට. ඉක්මනින් නැවත පැමිණෙමු සජීව විකාශය සමගින් ආධුනික පිහිනුම් තරඟාවලියේ HNB අත්දැකීමත් සමගින්.
We've won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. Now it feels like we've won the world.
Kamu mitra mana plan එකද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චරවද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
Talent in abundance.
The next generation of international cricketers are ready to announce themselves on the biggest stage.
They'll be talking about him all round the world.
As 16 teams head to Zimbabwe and Namibia in search of World Cup glory. The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
Happiness is a feeling for yourself. But joy, on the other hand, now that's something you share. Like the last slice of pizza you've been eyeing. The cheer and warmth of a job well done. Their passion to someday change the world for all of us. Could also be a much needed getaway from the routines of every day. Maybe a bond built throughout years of almost and never gonna happens. Or even a simple beginning to a grand story of empowerment. You see, joy is something you share with those you love and trust. And that is why we make banking enjoyable. HNB, a joy to bank with.
It's time to feel the thrill.
Heart-stopping stuff, I tell you.
The world's best are heading to India and Sri Lanka for T20 cricket's biggest prize.
And I believe what I've just seen.
20 teams. 55 matches.
Simply outrageous.
One world champion.
Remember the name.
The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
උද්‍යෝගය උණුසුම රැගෙන දේශීය පිටියට නැවතත් සුපිරි පාපන්දු අත්දැකීමක්. ශූරයන්ගේ කුසලානය සෑම සතියන්තයකම කොළඹ තුරංග තරග පිටියේ සිට සජීවීව ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය ඩයලොග් ViU+ සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන්.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Trust isn't something you claim, it's something you earn. And we won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. From winning the banker's best bank in Sri Lanka to becoming Sri Lanka's strongest bank. Now it feels like we've won the world. Thank you for placing your trust in us.
ඉතිහාසය අලුතින් නිමවන වයසවරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026. ලෝකයේ සියුදිගින් පැමිණෙන කණ්ඩායම් 16ක් කීර්තිය සඳහා තරඟ වදිමින් යොවුන් ක්‍රිකට් ලොව ආධිපත්‍ය සඳහා වන සටනේදී ජයගන්නේ කවුද? ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය, ඩයලොග් ViU+ සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Oh, you are my first love. My heart sings all the time. That's why my heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. In every single beat, come rain, autumn or heat, sunshine, rainbow and glow, let it flow. Let it flow, let it flow. The rhythm to my soul, let it flow. Innocence in every sense, loving you is real intense. Happiness and joy, it just grows. Oh, let it grow, oh, let it grow. It's just the beginning and we've got more. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is I love you more. I love you more. I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඕන.
එන්නේ තියන්නේ කංකරච්චලේ කියෝ.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
My heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is I love you more. I love you more. I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion.
We're back live here at the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex. Heat number 18 of 22. Storming off here in lane number 2 is Vijay Singh. Very closely followed behind by lane numbers 8 and 7 will actually reach there first.
Yes, Bilal, Bhumita and Yutmika will get there first. The latter part of that race, the closing stages, they got the benefit. I think they got their heads down and they had the better race finish there, which gave them the heat win. Here we see the replay of it. Lots of boys sticking underwater for a little bit. Pushing them underwaters is the trend now and proven to be the faster tactic here in the 50 sprints, as we have seen in the last 2 days of competition here at the Sugathadasa.
Here's the starting lineup for heat number 19. It's in lane number 1. It's LARGT Pereira. Lane 2, Mohammed Mazwi. Lane 3, AK Fernando. Lane 4, SK Kungahawatage. Lane 5, KA Kumarasinghe. Lane 6, Gishen Vijay Sundara. Lane 7, KK Shakit Mantola. And lane 8, JATS Kulatilaka. This is the boys under 17 50 meter freestyle. We've seen some very fast swimmers despite this being the novices.
Yes, Bilal, and it goes back to what I was saying, where you have swimmers who will progress straight from this into the national scene, qualifying intermediate in one set go. That shout out should go to that 26 we we saw on display earlier as well. Here we go, another beautiful underwater there from lane number 8. That's going to be Kulatilaka. But in lane number 5, that's going to be Kumara Singh, who is now bringing his pace onto the scene here and going to be first to the 25. He's leading the charge, young Kumara Singh there in lane number 5, the swimmer from BCG. He's going to be taking this one home if he manages to get a decent finish here, and he will touch first in a pretty decent time. I think that would be close to a sub 30 there as well. So a solid swim there by Kumar Singh. Once again, the qualifying time that we need is a 34 flat. So these boys well under it. In fact, I think majority of those boys will have gone under it as well. There we see the replays, beautiful stroke, keeping the armpits dry, the whole of the upper back out of the water, which you love to see in your freestyle.
This is the starting lineup for heat number 20. Lane 1, HV Pereira. Lane 2, JM Gannorua. Lane 3, SA Kitsara. Lane 4, DA Ganitha Kaushika. Lane 5, MM Ratnayaka. Lane 6, Devanitha Pathiran. Lane 7, GM Gunasekara. And lane 8, S Mudalige.
And unfortunately, we seem to have 2 no-shows here in this heat 20 of 22. Let's see if these boys can get under that qualifying time. The 15 and 16-year-olds, the 34 is a decent standard, not too tough in retrospect to the other times we've seen so far. But beautiful underwaters there from lane number 5, gotten him straight into the lead, and he'll be first to the 15 meters there as well. He's got a wonderful unorthodox stroke. But what I mean by that is his right arm is straight and his left arm is bent. So a bit of a hybrid technique there, going for young Ratnayaka there in lane 5. But it seems to be working for him. Up there in lane number 6, just above him, is the swimmer Patirana, who is also holding on and will touch second in this heat. Both of them will definitely be under that qualifying time. The rest of the boys will be pretty touch and go. There you see him looking around to see confirmation from his coaches. Unfortunately, we don't have the touchpads, so we've been robbed of those reactions. But definitely he was looking for a thumbs up or a good from upstairs in the stands. And I know it's no consolation and he won't hear me, but definitely I can confirm that he has easily gotten under that qualification mark, and he's off to the bigger leagues next time out.
Definitely, and a healthy number of swimmers here qualifying in this boys under 17. 50-meter freestyle, and we are up to the penultimate heat here. And starting off from lane number 1 and onwards could be M. Divya Pansilu, RM Banu Prasan, Adib Imran, Damsana Abhinev, Gimansa Karnaratna, Keshawn Vanika Surya, ERT De Silva, and B.I. Godege will be batting it out here in this penultimate heat. Once again, we've got a no-show in lane number 6.
And the swimmers on the blocks ready, and they are away. The best of the starts, I would assume, goes to lane number 5, who's up and stroking fast. But the best and first to the 15 is going to be from lane number 7, who's maintaining a very fast stroke rate down here with lane number 4 as well. Both very fast stroke rates. Now breaking through the field is lane number 4. That's Damsara, who has moved on into the lead. He's got a much higher stroke rate than the rest of the boys, which is helping him power through this 50 freestyle. And he too is going to be easily under this mark. Young Damsana there, closely with E.T. De Silva and Godege, who will also, in my opinion, will qualify pretty easily. The rest of the boys, as I said, is going to be pretty touch and go based on our unofficial timings here, the digital clock.
So lane number 5 started off quite well, but then just lagged behind a tiny bit there. However, hopefully getting there under those 34 required seconds. And we have arrived at the final heat in this boys under 17 50-meter freestyle. And in lane 1 onwards, it will be Ragit Dilnada, Daniru Kalubovila, A.R. Arif, and in lane number 5, T. Pereira, Inosh Nanayakara, Saven Gunawardana, and Kevan Pereira in lane number 8.
This is the final heat here in the boys under 17 50 meters freestyle. Normally when you have seeded heats, the final heat is the fastest, but then we've seen a 26 already. I think that's going to be tough to beat. And we've also got some few sub 30 swims, but that was some beautiful underwaters there from lane number 3. Let's see what the rest of the boys can bring. I think first to the 15, the benefit goes up there in lane number 7. That's Saven Gunawardana. He's first to the 25 in a blistering time. If he maintains this pace, he too will be under 30 seconds. He's got about 10 meters to go, and he has about, let's see, this should be close to that 30-second barrier. Let's see if he can just dip under it. And I think he has. I think he's just dipped under that 30-second barrier, which is a remarkable feeling, I have to admit, Bilal, to get under that 30-second barrier for the first time. So that's Saven from AIS there in lane number 7. Didn't have the best of the underwaters, didn't have quite a big advantage there. Even through to the first 15 meters, but once he got up and stroking away, he had a massive edge over the rest of the field, and he was basically pulling away with each and every single stroke. There you see the armpits dry in the water, high above the surface, and there we go. He's a very powerful swimmer. You can see he's very aggressive and strong in the water. So that is a beautiful swim there. So hopefully the rest of the swimmers too could have qualified, because they were not too far away. So hopefully they have just dipped under that 34 mark as well.
We've got just one heat in this girls under 20 50-meter freestyle. And for this heat, starting off from lane number 1 onwards, we'll be having Ruhan Sahirat, L.S. Ranaraja, R.M. Devmini, N. Situsha Anjali, Shavini Ekanayaka, Diluki Piris, and finally in lane number 8, Sasha Kore. Still haven't seen the horse come into play there. However, those blocks must be quite hot.
Yes, I believe they must be waiting for that horse. Beautiful underwaters there from lane number 6 and 4. That's going to be Diluki Piris and Situsha Anjali, who has pulled to the lead alongside Shavini Ekanayaka. Shavini Ekanayaka is the sprinter we saw before, I believe, in the 200 freestyle. So let's see. This will be interesting to see what kind of a time she will put up in the 50 free. Obviously carrying the effects of that 200 free. That 200 free will be taxing because it was still not too long ago, within 2 hours. But that is a very fast time indeed. I believe the digital clock was a bit late, but that around 31 is what I saw, 31, 32, somewhere there possibly. That would explain her 1.6 in the morning in that 200 freestyle. So she definitely has more of a sprinting background. So she could easily head on to the national scene almost immediately with a couple of fixers. That is Shavini Ekanayaka, who will just swam in lane number 5. Let's also give a shout out there for Situsha Anjali. In lane number 4, she held on pretty solid as well, and they will both dip under that. Actually, not dip under, they will clear that by a big margin because the qualifying time there was 38. So hopefully, all of those girls have just qualified, which would be remarkable. So yes, and let's move on because there was only one heat in that. We'll be moving on to the boys under 20-50 meters freestyle. The qualifying time 33.5.
And for this, we just have 3 swimmers. Lane number 3, Ovin Athapattu. Lane number 4, DSV Dias. Lane number 5, SH Fernando. I'm quite certain we'll be seeing some blistering pace here as well. In this one and only, apologies, we'll be having 5 heats in this boys under 20. The first of 5. Great underwater there by lane number 4, who immediately takes advantage of that.
Yeah, he didn't have the best of streamlines there. The arms were apart, but it still didn't seem to matter because he pulled up ahead, and he's at about 12 to 30 seconds here in the first 25. So this is blistering fast. Will be under that 30-second barrier easily. Let's see if he can dip under that 29-28-second barrier. He seems to be slightly slowing down here towards the end. Let's hope he still manages to get there, and that will be very close. I think he's just managed to get there in a 29 high somewhere there. So that will be very close indeed.
Just reminder that the qualifying time for this is 33.50. So the rest of the swimmers will have to make sure they are under that mark if they are to qualify.
There you go. He's got a very fast stroke rate. That's what got him there, and he's got a very powerful kick there behind him. Essentially, in a sprinter, we are looking for a 6-beat kick, basically with each pull. You want to finish 6 kicks, basically is the rhythm that you want to have in sprinters. Yeah, so that was a pretty solid kick there, motoring him behind him.
Here's the starting lineup for the second heat. In lane number 2 onwards, we have CH Vidugal Galage, Lisat Henanayaka, Nitish Pranav. In lane number 6, Evin Kumarasiri. And lane number 7, Johan Meshak.
Wonderful, staying still underwater. That is going to be CH Vidulage in lane number 2. To the 15, they are pretty much neck and neck. Let's see if anyone can break out in that 25. Nope, slight advantage. I could give the benefit of the doubt to lane number 6 and 3. But they are pretty much dead even here, Bilal. Even going through to the 25. Let's see if they can get the better of the finish, possibly, boys. Let's put your head down. Let's see who gets the better of the finish. And on the touch, that was mighty close indeed. That was between lane numbers 3 and 6. That's going to be Lisat and Evin. Lisat did have that benefit of being the taller swimmer, but I think Evin has just gotten there in time. But obviously these are the unofficial results, so we will have to wait for that confirmation. Yeah, there we see Lisat, the much bigger of the two swimmers, keeping it very long. Here we go. Let's see if it's a finish. Yeah, I think Evin has just gotten there in the nick of time.
Moving on to heat number 3 of 5. Starting off in lane number 1, we have Amat Vikramasinghe. Lane 2, Jonathan Abhinath. Lane 3, KK Adhikaram. Lane 4, Nathan De Bruyne. Lane 5, Umar Taib. Lane 6, L. Saurishan, lane 7 M. N. Ahmed, and lane 8 Placido Fernando.
All right, and there were some decent underwaters here throughout the rest of the field as well. Lane number 7 slightly getting caught up there. I hope he's okay, no issues. But here we go. The rest of the boys here up and stroking away. Down here in lane number 1 and 2, those are the guys with the early lead here. I believe that's Amata. He's maintaining a very nice straight arm freestyle. He's pulling up, and now they are 3 abreast here alongside lane number 8 as well. So it's going to be Amata, Jonathan, Adhikaram, and Ahmed. Who gets the best of the finish? I think that might be lane number 2 or 3. That might be Jonathan or Adhikaram who got there. Let's just see the replays to see if we can spot that, Bilal, because that was mighty close amongst those 3 boys. The best of the starts, well, it was pretty decent throughout all of them, amongst all of them. Lane number 8 slightly edging out just in front. And here we see, yeah, the 4 boys there pretty much together. Even though one is on the opposite end of the pool. Here we go on the finish. Let's see who got the best of the touch. Oh, that's very close because Amata, we couldn't see him down here in lane number 1, and Jonathan there, sorry, Adhikaram there, it seemed like he took an extra pull as well. So that is up in the air, the results of that heat, but a very good swim and competition there indeed.
For heat number 4 here, penultimate one, we have starting off from lane number 1, Minuk Fernando, Divasiri Disat, WM Vijekon, Dinidu Abesurya, Eshan Hettige, Shakir, DH Kulatilaka, KG Pereira.
Interesting, Bilal. The middle lane is the one that is missing in this, so he split the competition right in half. So will it be a tale of 2 stories? I think not, because lane number 5 and 6 are going at it here. Very aggressive straight arm freestyle here. Very fast towards the first 25, almost at around 12 seconds. That is blistering fast. Let's see if they can dip under that 28 barrier as well, because they are definitely on pace to do so, and I think they will just make it under that. Let's see. Leaning against the lane rope there, that was lane number 5, slightly moving over to the lane rope, Eshen Hettige, but that was a wonderful swim by him regardless. Could easily dip under that 27 barrier as well. You see him, what a nice start that was. Pretty similar to mine, I have to admit. Getting the arms over, across, and throwing them forward. Brilliant stuff there by Eshen. Moving there, you see he keeps moving towards the lane rope there, which would deter him slightly. There by the finish, he's almost against the lane rope. Let's also mention lane number 7. That's Kulatilaka, who was up there, who gave him a good fight as well. Wonderful showing by the 2 boys.
And this final heat, starting off from lane number 1, we'll be having MM Jayatilaka, lane 2 DA Deciman, lane 4 PG Gunawardana, lane 5 N Pravinth, lane 6 DT Thomas, and lane number 8 MSN Pereira. Of course, the required time is just under 33:50. These boys doing exceptionally well so far. Finish quite ahead of that time.
Yeah, that was a mighty fast reaction by our swimmer down here in lane 2. That's Deciman. But first to the 15 and first to the 25, racing each other here in the golden lanes is going to be lane numbers 4 and 5. That's going to be Gunawardana and Praveen. Let's see who gets the better of it to the 35. It's going to be pretty neck and neck. 10 meters to go. Let's see who gets the better of the finish. Praneeth has his head down the last 15 meters, and he will get it because of that. Praveen had his head down there for a majority of the closing stage of that race, and that got him. Yeah, he's pointing at himself. Yeah, the confirmation will come. You did get that touch, my friend. Here we go. Off the start, pretty even throughout 90% of that race. Praveen staying underwater just a little bit longer there. Gunawardana hanging on with him. Here, actually, Gunawardana slightly ahead. to the 25 here on our camera, and there we go in the closing stages. Praveen took his last breath at around 10-12 meters out, and here he's got his head down and he's just stroking away, and that helps him get slightly over the line over Gunawardana there in lane number 4. Mighty fast time at that, so hopefully more boys in that heat would have qualified as well, and that brings close, Bilal, to the boys under 20-50 meters freestyle.
Of course, we'll be swiftly moving on to the women 20 and over 50 meter freestyle. In the first of 2 heats, we'll be having in lane number 3 J.M. Jayamana, lane 4 G.D. Sakuntala, and lane 5 E.M. Edrisinghe. Swimmers will of course take a few moments to be marshalled onto their blocks there. Few excited faces.
Yeah, and a bit of a wave here for you fans at the Papare. Hopefully he sees that going home live. That'll be lovely to see. Here we go. I think we've got more swimmers than expected, Bilal. We only had 3 on the timesheet here. But I expect we'll be having a few more than that. So that is always great news. If not, they might have merged the 2 heats together. I think that might be the case. So there were 2 heats initially in this women's 20 and over, and they might have merged the 2 together in order to save some time, which is a great decision they normally take. Horrible for us up here at the com box because we have no idea who's in which lane. Let me just try and take a guess and see who is going to be up there in lane number 7. Vaidyasekara is who I'm hoping that is, but for the benefit of the doubt, let's refrain from saying any names, Bilal. But lane number 7, what a mighty fast start she had. Beautiful straight arm freestyle. One of them going slightly outside, sort of like a Lasit Malinga kind of action, but that's brilliant to see. I love her throwing and being so aggressive with it, but you still see she's very soft in the water. Even though she's up and stroking away, she's very soft on that entry, and that is something you look forward to. And 35 high somewhere there, which is brilliant. She's dipped under that novices qualifying mark by some margin. Such a brilliant swim there by her.
Of course, the qualifying time is 38, so number of swimmers in that heat doing just enough to make that time.
Yes, a bunch of university and novices swimmers. A bunch of novices and forces swimmers there in that event. There we see the replay. Obviously, these are girls who are planning on who have a career in the military or forces, and they will hopefully compete in the games, defense games, and hopefully represent the forces in the military, for the military in nationals and competitions as well. Oh, interesting. So we have one more competitor, which is a shame because there were a few open spots previously in that heat. So she possibly missed out on the fact that they merged the heats, and now she has to go by herself, which is all right. It doesn't seem to deter her too much, Bilal. She seems to be having a very strong kick behind her. Wonderful boiling water, white water kick there behind her, powering her through. To the 25, and the benefit, Bilal, of going by yourself, you get 100% of the attention. So to the 35, she's first.
She'll just have to make it under 38 here, and she looks like she's well on her way to do it. Just slowing down a little bit there.
Yes, Bilal, slightly tightening up towards the last bit of that race, and she did end up going slightly over that time. Unfortunate. She was on pace, Bilal, and then towards the latter part she did tight up a little bit. Obviously the nerves, you got to imagine her thinking just 45-50 seconds ago, thinking that she has just missed her event, to possibly even a few scary faces looking at you saying what were you doing and all of that. We just sent your heat, and then obviously to get up on the blocks and still swim a 50 like that, definitely brave of her, and take some guts. I can tell you that with confidence as someone who has fooled around in the marshalling area myself.
And that will be swiftly moving on to the men's 20 and over 50 meter freestyle. We have 3 heats, the first of which in lane number 3 J.N. Nimal Raj will be starting off. In lane 4 P.G.A. Viraj, lane 5 J.G.W. Ranatunga, And lane 6, R.A. Rajpaksha.
3 hits. 3 hits. 3 hits. 3 hits. 35.
Sounds good. Taking their mark on the blocks here. And the qualifying time for this is of course 33.50.
So there you see it's pretty similar again to the under 20 time, and that is because when you are older, obviously the timing improvements are much slower. I told you when we are smaller you get those big improvements easily, and then once you are older it's very difficult to improve and you get down to those microseconds and minor details. But forget everything I'm saying, because down here in lane number 2 he's having a blister of a race down there. He's going to be a sub 28 in that 50 freestyle, and then the rest of the boys also I believe will just qualify. That's going to be lane number 4. That's going to be Viraj. We do not have the name of the swimmer on screen right now. He looks to be someone from the forces though. A late entry, not too tight there on the streamline. A few underwater kicks, actually slow underwater kicks, but with big movement. So there you see some contrasting things there. Usually you get those fast underwater kicks in a sprint, but it has been made famous now these days to get those bigger underwater kicks in there, a bit more of a whole body kind of movement and not just from the lower part. So that is what you saw there. Brilliant to see the dynamic here brought to us, and I believe that it was an older gentleman, so hopefully he is from the forces.
And for heat number 2, starting off in lane number 1, L.M. Lansakkara, lane 2, W.T. Lakshan, lane 3, M.D. Kumar, lane 4, Priyadarshana, lane 5, D.M. Disanayaka, lane 7, W.G. Mahesh, and lane 8, A.M. Godakanda.
Sri Lanka's first Paralympian's name was Priyadarshana from the forces. He was one of the fastest men and the most successful swimmers in Sri Lanka for a long time. Even coming fourth in the Paralympics, which not many people know about. So special name that Priyadarshana to the sport of swimming here in Sri Lanka, especially the Paralympic side of things. But here, this is a very interesting thing. He's got a faster arm stroke rate than the kicks. So a bit of an unorthodox style there. He's basically moving forward mainly with his hands more than the feet. And I believe that is also another forces swimmer there. In lane number 5, that is going to be Disanayaka, and yes, he's going to be Sri Lankan from the Sri Lanka Army. Actually, I think I met those boys out there in the gate when I was entering, and they were excited to see me come here and also witness them race today. So that will be wonderful to see. Actually, an honor for me to see them improve as well, because I've seen them train at the Panagoda pool. So these boys have put in the hours in front of my eyes as well. So brilliant to see them finally achieve those qualifying times, and hope to see them in the intermediate stage, and hopefully to be in the team someday alongside us, alongside me racing.
Definitely would be wonderful, Gavin. Because moving on to the final heat, once again, the majority from the forces. In lane number 1, starting off, H.M. Nadishan, U.B. Priyashantha, R. Rajpaksha, lane 4, M.A. Chaturanga, lane 5, W.A. Kumara, lane 6, D.H. Lakendra, lane 7, H. Bandara, and lane 8, D.S. Vaidyaratna.
Yeah, right now it's going to be lane numbers 3 and 6. That's going to be Rajapaksha and Kumara who have the early lead. Down here, Rajapaksha seems to be having the slight advantage. Once again, not too much of a kick, but moving more with the arms. I think the benefit will go to the swimmer in lane number 6 who is using their kicks more aggressively as well. That would be Lankendra there. Let's see who will get the better of that touch. Decent time, but I think they might have just gone over it. I'm not too sure. I missed the digital clock on that one. But yes, a wonderful swim indeed by those boys. A closely contested race, and that is something they will get used to in the intermilitary competitions as well, and the relays and so forth to come in this year.
And with that, as we move on, we'll be having one final heat in lane number 4 in this men's 20 and over 50 meter freestyle. Powering through here,
Yes, once again, similar to the girls 20 and over, we have one more swimmer with 100% of our focus up here, Bilal. And he's got a decent stroke here, getting his head down. The kick slightly dying now towards the latter part, but he's maintaining a breathing rhythm, which I love about this swim. There's always something to learn, and if you notice, he's breathing every 4 strokes, and he's keeping that hand stretched out nicely there in front. Usually in the sprint you see a drastic change here in the types of techniques that are used, but this is beautiful nonetheless. And 43.76 might not be the time that he wants, but it's a time on the board, and it's a time that he can use for future meets to enter as well. So now that concludes the 50 meters freestyle, and I think we'll be back with the breaststroke, but I believe we'll be going for a short break.
Be going for a short commercial break before moving on to the girls under 17 50 meter breaststroke, and after the break we'll be having a change in the com box as well, in the form of Nathan and Ramdev.
Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews, and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
වයිසවුරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026 ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
නෑ අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඕන.
එන්නේ තියන්නේ කංකරච්චලේ කියෝ.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Beautiful strikers play and
90 minutes of breathtaking action. A battlefield where rivalries are renewed and new heroes are made. Catch the action of the 6 live games of the Sri Lanka Football Champions League 2025-26 every weekend from the racecourse ground on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare on Dialog Television, Dialog ViU Plus and ThePapare.com.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Conquerors built for war. Superstars born under blinding lights. Some chase the ghosts of past glory. Some fight to stay on top. And some stand one step away from the final victory. But destiny only chooses one. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
They'll be talking about him all around the world.
The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
20 teams. 55 matches.
Superb!
One world champion. The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
Get ready, Sri Lanka. The ultimate battle on the rugby pitch. Interclub Rugby League is back. Catch every thrilling moment, exclusive highlights, and live action only on Sri Lanka's #1 sports network, the Papare on Dialog Television. Or watch it live anytime, anywhere on the ViU Plus app and thepapare.com. Join the roar, feel the passion. Don't miss the Interclub Rugby League, only on the Papare.
We've won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. Now, it feels like we've won the world.
Kamu මෙතන වෙන plan එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
Talent in abundance.
The next generation of international cricketers are ready to announce themselves on the biggest stage.
They'll be talking about him all around the world.
As 16 teams head to Zimbabwe and Namibia in search of World Cup glory. The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
Happiness is a feeling for yourself. But joy, on the other hand, now that's something you share. Like the last slice of pizza you've been eyeing. The cheer and warmth of a job well done. Their passion to someday change the world for all of us. Could also be a much needed getaway from the routines of every day. Maybe a bond built throughout years of almost and never gonna happens. Or even a simple beginning to a grand story of empowerment. You see, joy is something you share with those you love and trust. And that is why we make banking enjoyable. HNB, a joy to bank with.
It's time to feel the thrill. The world's best are heading to India and Sri Lanka for T20 cricket's biggest prize.
And I believe what I've just seen.
20 teams. 55 matches.
Simply outrageous.
One world champion.
Remember the name.
The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
උද්‍යෝගය උණුසුම රැගෙන දේශීය පිටියට නැවතත් සුපිරි පාපන්දු අත්දැකීමක් ශූරයන්ගේ කුසලානය සෑම සතියන්තයකම කොළඹ තුරංග තරග පිටියේ සිට සජීවීව ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය ඩයලොග් ViU Plus සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන්.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Trust isn't something you claim. It's something you earn. And we won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. From winning the banker's best bank in Sri Lanka to becoming Sri Lanka's strongest bank. Now it feels like we've won the world. Thank you for placing your trust in us.
ඉතිහාසය අලුතින් නිමවන වයසවුරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026. ලෝකයේ සිව්දිගින් පැමිණෙන කණ්ඩායම් 16ක් කීර්තිය සඳහා තරඟ වදිමින් යොවුන් ක්‍රිකට් ලොව ආධිපත්‍ය සඳහා වන සටනේදී ජයගන්නේ කවුද? ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය ඩයලොග් ViU Plus සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action. Feel the excitement.
Oh, you are my first love. My heart sings all the time. That's why my heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. In every single beat, come rain, autumn or heat, sunshine, rainbow and glow, let it flow. Let it flow, let it flow. The rhythm to my soul, let it flow. Innocence in every sense, loving you is real intense. Happiness and joy, it just grows. Oh, let it grow, oh, let it grow. It's just the beginning and we've got more. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is I love you more. I love you more. I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඕන.
එන්නේ තියන්නේ කංකරච්චලේ කියෝ.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
My heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is I love you more. I love you more. I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action. Feel the excitement.
වයිසවුරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026 ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඕන.
එන්නේ තියන්නේ කංකරච්චලේ කියෝ.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Beautiful strikers play and
90 minutes of breathtaking action a battlefield where rivalries are renewed and new heroes are made. Catch the action of the 6 live games of the Sri Lanka Football Champions League 2025-26 every weekend from the Racecourse Ground on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare on Dialog Television, Dialog ViU Plus and ThePapare.com.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Conquerors built for war. Superstars born under blinding lights. Some chase the ghosts of past glory. Some fight to stay on top. And some stand one step away from the final victory. But destiny only chooses one. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
They'll be talking about him all around the world.
The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
20 teams. 55 matches.
Superb!
One world champion. The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
Get ready, Sri Lanka. The ultimate battle on the rugby pitch. Interclub Rugby League is back. Catch every thrilling moment, exclusive highlights and live action only on Sri Lanka's #1 sports network, The Papare on Dialog Television. Or watch it live anytime, anywhere on the ViU Plus app and ThePapare.com. Join the roar, feel the passion. Don't miss the Interclub Rugby League, only on The Papare.
We've won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. Now it feels like we've won the world.
මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
Talent in abundance.
The next generation of international cricketers are ready to announce themselves on the biggest stage.
They'll be talking about him all around the world.
As 16 teams head to Zimbabwe and Namibia in search of World Cup glory. The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
Happiness is a feeling for yourself. But joy, on the other hand, now that's something you share. Like the last slice of pizza you've been eyeing. The cheer and warmth of a job well done. Their passion to someday change the world for all of us. Could also be a much needed getaway from the routines of every day. Maybe a bond built throughout years of almost and never gonna happens. Or even a simple beginning to a grand story of empowerment. You see, joy is something you share with those you love and trust. And that is why we make banking enjoyable. HNB, a joy to bank with.
It's time to feel the thrill.
Heart-stopping stuff, I tell you.
The world's best are heading to India and Sri Lanka for T20 cricket's biggest prize.
And I believe what I've just seen.
20 teams. 55 matches.
Simply outrageous.
One world champion.
Remember the name.
The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
උද්‍යෝගය උණුසුම රැගෙන දේශීය පිටියට නැවතත් සුපිරි පාපන්දු අත්දැකීමක් ශූරයන්ගේ කුසලානය සෑම සතියන්තයකම කොළඹ තුරංග තරග පිටියේ සිට සජීවීව ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය ඩයලොග් ViU Plus සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන්.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Trust isn't something you claim. It's something you earn, and we won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. From winning the banker's best bank in Sri Lanka to becoming Sri Lanka's strongest bank. Now it feels like we've won the world. Thank you for placing your trust in us.
ඉතිහාසය අලුතින් නිමවන වයසවරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026. ලෝකයේ සියුදිගින් පැමිණෙන කණ්ඩායම් 16ක් කීර්තිය සඳහා තරඟ වදිමින් යොවුන් ක්‍රිකට් ලොව ආධිපත්‍ය සඳහා වන සටනේදී ජයගන්නේ කවුද? ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය ඩයලොග් ViU Plus සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Oh, you are my first love. My heart sings all the time. That's why my heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. In every single beat, come rain, autumn or heat, sunshine, rainbow and glow, let it flow. Let it flow, let it flow. The rhythm to my soul, let it flow. Innocence in every sense, loving you is real intense. Happiness and joy, it just grows. Oh, let it grow, oh, let it grow. It's just the beginning and we've got more. The fans who check the score, they rejoice.
So welcome back to the Sugathadasa, and currently the live pictures are of the girls under 17 50-meter breaststroke. We're done with the freestyle events. Randev, it was a rapid start to the day, and now we're into the first heat of the girls under 17 50-meter breaststroke. 5 heats set to come for this one, and a target time of around the 48-second mark. And this is our first heat, and a close tussle between lanes number 3 and 4, Situli Dulatma and NH Gamindage, and both of them look like they've there or thereabouts in terms of that 48-second mark.
Yes, also in lane number 5 we had Senaya Ariyadasa, and also lane number 6 we had an unnamed entry. So definitely Situli and Gamindage will be hoping that they have done enough to qualify under the timing. And now we're moving on to the second heat of this event, and lanes 1 through 8 we have Saheli Jayasekara, Tiana Giver, Jiva Tumni, MD Disanayaka, Methuli Andaranayaka, Keli Ranasinghe, Yuhan Saherat, Siandi Samaratunga, and DT Aberatna to round up the swimmers. And we're just about to commence the second heat of the girls under 17 50-meter breaststroke.
Yes, breaststroke can be a very grueling style, isn't it? Randev, probably the toughest, and especially for the younger swimmers. Again, these are under 17s after all, so just stepping into that senior category, but that doesn't take away how taxing it can be on their bodies. As it's a good start from lane number 8, around the clear the 25-meter mark with about 25 seconds on the clock, and she's just accelerating towards that final stretch as well. It's a well-timed swim from the swimmer in lane number 8. That's DT Abhiratna. I believe we saw her name earlier as well, isn't it? Randev, looks like she's a good talent. She qualified in her previous stroke events, and she's just on the dot at that 48-second cutoff, I believe. So looks like we do have another qualifier from this girl's under 17 50 breaststroke.
Yes, and in lane number 7 we had Siandi and Kaylee in lane number 5 as well. They'll be a bit disappointed because they were just shy of the 48-second qualifying time. But an amazing swim by DT Abhiratna, managing to ensure that she was under the 48-second qualifying time. And like you mentioned, Nathan, it is a very difficult stroke and very difficult to maintain the same pace right throughout. But Abhiratna did very well to ensure that she brought home the victory in the heat as well. And now we're moving on to the third heat of 5, and lanes 1 through 8 we have Okit Makurupu, Kiara Garayarachi, LG Karyavasam, UG Yenara, KS Urmila, NS Elipitia, Vinushi De Silva and Tenara Kure. And we're just about to commence the heat, and I think we have 2 absentees in lanes 1 and 2, so 6 swimmers at the moment, and a great underwater by lane number 3, that is Karyavasam, who seems to have gotten the initial lead. Nathan.
Is capitalizing on that early momentum, isn't it? LGH Karyavasam, and she's first to that 25-meter mark, again just under 20 seconds on the clock when she passes, so she set a good pace. But what's encouraging is the other swimmers as well, not too far behind, but slowly but surely Karyavasam is pulling away, now has a couple of body lengths between her and her competitors. It's going to be a race against the clock as well, just has about 10 seconds or so left, but looks like she has enough in the tank to make it. And yes, she will touch at around that 45-second mark, and very closely followed by her competitor in lane number 5 as well, that's Urmila. So looks like we'll have another couple of qualifiers from that, but again another time trial, you could call it, racing against the clock, just slowing down a bit in that last 25 minutes. It only goes to show how taxing the breaststroke can be. But it's great to see that despite the challenges, we are seeing multiple qualifiers as well.
You can see in the highlights there as well, lane number 7 in the 25 meters was pretty far behind, but heading into the last couple of meters she did manage to play catch up and definitely qualified under the timing, so she'll be very satisfied with her swimming as well. That is Vinushi De Silva in lane number 7 from Visakha Vidyalaya. And now we're moving on to the 4th heat, the penultimate heat of this event, and we have in lanes number 1 through 8 RK Abhisheka, Sanoli Rodrigo, T Satrimurthy, Methuki Silva, NM Netsarani, Shenali Veerakon, Kushani Subasinghe and LT Rehansa to round up the swimmers for this heat. But unfortunately again I think we do have an absentee in lane number 6. But 7 swimmers out of the 8 are present in this heat, and it will definitely be an exciting one, as we saw round 4 qualifiers in the previous heat, and we'll be hoping that all 7 will qualify, as it will be an exciting situation, Nathan, to see the whole field qualify. But it's highly unlikely, but let us see how it goes. And right off the bat we do have in lanes number 1 and 2 and also in lane number 4 great underwaters, and at the moment in the first 15 meters it is neck and neck between lane 1 and 4.
Yes, lane number 4 just pulling away. She's really timed it well so far. Methuki Silva, again Methuki Silva I think is another name we saw doing well in couple of other events, but lane number 8 as well is playing some good catch up. That's Rehansa on the corner lane, so both the corner lanes just giving Methuki a run for her money, but Methuki is on a good pace, just over 30 seconds on the clock as she's into the final 15 meters or so, and just motoring through, not really taxing herself too much as well. Should finish rather comfortably under that 48-second mark, and yes, about just there or thereabouts, almost 48 seconds on the dot. But of course you have to append in an official timing, but again good swim from Methuki, she's just the 15 years of age as well, has a couple more years in the under 17 category, just getting out of junior swimming. So a good swim from her, and potentially has got her novices time in as well.
I think in lane number 8 it was LT Rehansa. She was just about there. We don't have the official timing. She'll be hoping that she did very well to qualify for this event. And now we're moving on to the 5th and final heat of the girls under 17 50 meter breaststroke, and lanes 1 through 8. We have RM Bandara, HM Pallegedra, KM Navitma, K Charshi, AW Haseka, Abigail De Silva, KO Kandangama, and Navodya Tatsarani. These are names that we have seen previously in the freestyle events, Nathan, and it will definitely be exciting to see how they go about the breaststroke, because like it's been mentioned time and time again, it is a pretty difficult stroke, and it will be very exciting to see how they execute. Unfortunately, 2 absentees in this particular heat.
Yes, and we'll see some good swimming as well, isn't it? This is day 2 of the Novices Championship, and we have all our 17 and over events today, so as close as it can get to a professional level, and plenty of names who are trying to hunt for places in the and qualify for intermediates and nationals as well. So definitely people who are taking swimming very seriously, Randiv, and that will reflect in their timings. I'm absolutely sure we will have the under 17, under 20 and the open category events all worked off today on day 2 of the Novices Aquatic Championships.
Yes, these are all national prospects who will be eyeing for a spot in the national team. And heading into the first 15 meters of this heat, we have in lane number 6, 5 and 4, actually right across the field, Nathan, that is Abigail, Haseka, Chalshi and Navitma, who seem to be going neck and neck at the moment. But it is lane number 6, that is Abigail De Silva, who seems to have taken a slender lead, about a body length lead over her competitors, and roughly 35 seconds on unofficial timings. Will it be enough to breach, actually be under the 48 seconds is the question, but I think she might have it just in the bag. On our clock, I think she did eclipse the 48 second timing, Nathan, unfortunately.
Yes, will be pretty disheartening for her, isn't it? Randev, she started off so well, but just slowing down in that last 15 to 20 meters or so. She was on a good pace at the halfway mark, but just didn't have enough in the tank there, and unfortunately for her, just a second or so short, but she can be mighty proud of her efforts that we just saw.
Definitely goes to show how difficult these events are and these heats are. It's not as easy as you see it on the screen, and definitely props and credit to all the swimmers that come out here and perform their best. And now we come to the end of this event, and now we're moving on to the boys under 17 50 meter breaststroke. And to kick off things in the first heat, we have lanes 1 through 8. Kavindya, Abe Vikrama, Dulmika, Atukorala, Gunaratna, Samaranaka, Amarasekara and Vasala in lane number 8 to take it off. But once again, Nathan, 2 absentees in this heat. We're seeing a couple of absentees right across the heats. Would love to see all 8 swimmers in, but nevertheless we move on to the first heat of the boys under 17 50 meter breaststroke.
Yes, 11 heats set to come our way in this particular event, and we a target time for these young men is 43 seconds for the 1 lap of breaststroke. Great to see. In lane number 4 we'll actually have 11-year-old according to the sheets that we have been given. That's Sanuka Atukorala swimming in lane number 4, and unfortunately just falling behind, and it looks like it's the swimmer in lane number 3 that has the advantage going into the final 25 meters. That's Dulmika. But again, pretty neck and neck stuff between all of them as they enter the final stretch. All of them on a good pace as well, Randev. But it's in lane number 3, Dulmika, who's just edging ahead, has about 10 seconds or so to make up that last stretch, and looks like he'll do it pretty comfortably in the end, around that 41 second ballpark, and closely followed by Methmal in lane number 5 as well.
Yes, Nathan, at the start we were not too sure whether heading into the 25 meters whether it would be enough, but they did manage to pick up their pace, Methmal and Dulmika, and they definitely did qualify under the given qualifying time of 43 seconds. And yes, it's very impressive to see, according to our sheets, like you mentioned, 11-year-old in this under 17 heats for the breaststroke. Very, very impressive to see a young lad like him participate in this event, and credit to him and his efforts as well. And now we're moving on, Nathan, to the second heat of this event.
Yes, and in lane order from lane number 1, we'll have Johan Buddhika, D. Rodrigo, VGS Pereira, GMKP Gannoruwa, JS Hettigoda, Sayum Jayasuriya, JT Veerakone and MSV Basnayaka. In the second heat of the boys under 17 50 meter breaststroke.
It is a mix of 15 and 16-year-olds in this heat. So we're seeing a mix of experience in the last years, and also one more year to go for these 15-year-olds. So definitely we'll see who will come out on top, whether the experience matters or whether the younger generation can give them a competitive fight. And we're just about to commence the second heat, and off the blocks, a great underwater by lane number 2 and lane number 3. They did gain quite a big distance, that is Rodrigo and Pereira. They will definitely be eyeing a great timing, but at the moment, Nathan, it's right across the field except for lanes 1 and 8. Pretty neck and neck at the moment across the midfield.
Yes, unfortunately the corner's just fallen off, but like you said, neck and neck going into the final 25 meters with about 20 seconds on the clock, so they are on pace, on a good pace as well. Maybe just fall in behind, have 13 seconds left to make up these last 15-20 meters or so, and just edging ahead now is Pereira in lane number 3. 40 seconds on the clock, and looks like he'll be just on time, will Pereira, but closely followed by Rodrigo in lane number 2, but whether he finished just below that 43-second mark will be a bit of a doubt, but certainly good swim from Pereira in lane number 3, just the 15 years old as well. Excellent swim from the young man.
Yes, according to unofficial timings, it was around a 42 and a couple of micros on our clock, but he'll definitely be hoping he has done enough. Unfortunately for the rest of the field, not doing enough to qualify, but it's great to see at least one qualifier per heat. And as the highlights here, he just managed to touch under the 43-second qualifying time, and he'll be very happy with his performance. And just moving on now to the third heat of the 11 that we have in this event, and lanes 1 through 8, we have Mohammad Yusri, PS Kuruvitage, YP Satmina, Amesh Kurupu, Devnita Patirana, Imansa Karunaratna, RM Rajapaksa, and Shakit Mantula. All these names we have seen in the freestyle events as well, Nathan, and it's exciting to see that we can commentate on these same swimmers and witness how they perform in a different stroke.
Yes, definitely, Randev. Got 88 swimmers as well registered for the breaststroke. I think it was over 150 for the freestyle events. And like I said, it will be the same names trying their luck at the different strokes today. It's all the over 17 events rather that have been worked off today, unfortunately. Couple of no-shows in this heat as well, and a late start for lane number 1. That's unfortunate for Yusri. And looks like he has failed to recover from that. He's just fallen behind, but motoring through the opening exchanges is lane number 4, Amesh Kurupu, doing really well, just really getting his body through those strokes, as is lane number 3, playing some good catch-up is Rusiru Satmina, and it looks like they're going to be neck and neck heading into this final stretch. And lane number 6 as well, looks like he's put his foot on the gas, he's playing some good catch-up. But lanes 3 and 4, what a swim it is from both those young men, and they'll comfortably finish ahead of that 43-second mark, around that 39-second mark, the both of them, Rusiru Satmina and Amesh Kurupu. Excellent technique, and really bodes well for the future for them.
Yes, you can see the difference in strokes between Satmina and Kurupu. So you can see in the highlights here as well. Unfortunate late start for lane number 1, but Satmina and Kurupu. Satmina had a bit of a smoother and long stride stroke compared to Kurupu in lane number 4, who was very aggressive and had short strides. So both methods working out for them, and definitely qualifying under, I think, a sub 40 timing that we had for the both of them. So definitely very, very impressive, and amazing to see that we are getting things underway and started for this event. And now we're moving on to the fourth heat, and lining up lanes 1 through 8 we have Kuldeep and Leon, Saven Gunawardana, Rusadu De Silva, KK Yuthmika, Kavish Ajit Kumar, DS Veerasekara, PM Vijay Sundara. And to round up the swimmers in this heat, it's S Mudalige in lane number 8. And we're great to see that all 8 swimmers are present in this heat, and it will be very, very exciting to see, as we did see two swimmers get sub 40 in this heat, which is not very easy, as it's 43 seconds to qualify. So sub 40 in the breaststroke is very amazing to see, and we did see a display of 2 different strokes in the previous heat. Apologies, 2 different methods of this particular stroke. So it'll definitely be interesting to see how these swimmers approach this heat and for this event. It's 50 meters of breaststroke. Can't call it a sprint, but it is an all-out battle to get to the touchpad first and see whether you have qualified under that time. And we're off the blocks, and at the moment it is lanes 2 and 4. That is Saven Gunawardana and KK Yuthmika who has taken the initial lead, but a powerful swim heading into the first 25 meters by Saven Gunawardana. Seems to have lost a bit of steam after crossing the 25-meter mark, but also in lane number 4, Nathan, that's Yuthmika, who seems to be playing catch-up as well.
Yes, and you can see lane number 7, that's Vijay Sundara, also just trying to overtake his partner in lane number 4, Yuthmika, but that start looks like it has given Saven Gunawardana enough momentum to touch for just 40 seconds on the clock. Swimming for Asian International School, and that was a really powerful effort from him, isn't it? Just used his body strength, didn't get too much of an underwater in either, and really powered through the breaststroke lap, and he has achieved 40 on the dot time in his really good going for an under 17 breaststroke, and very closely followed by lanes number 4 and 7 as well, who I'm sure are there or thereabouts in terms of meeting that 43-second benchmark.
Yes, Yuthmika and Vijay Sundara will be hoping that they did qualify under that 43 second, like you mentioned, Nathan. And great swim by Gunawardana to make sure that he had a sub 40 or a 40 qualifying time. And now we're moving on to the 5th heat of this event, and it's lanes 1 through 8, W Navindu, A Salim, MP Karunatilaka, KH Fernando, KC Damsara, AR Rizan, SA Amarasinghe, and Mahin Jayamaha from St. Joseph's College, Colombo, to take off for the 5th heat of the boys under 17 50-meter breaststroke. So far we've seen back-to-back heats with great timings, roughly about 40 seconds from a couple of swimmers. So these swimmers will definitely take that into heart and use that as motivation to qualify for this event. And now we're just about to kick off, and yes, right off the blocks, it is the first 4 lanes that have gotten a couple of great underwaters and neck and neck at the moment.
Yes, lane number 4 just slightly edging ahead, but lane number 3 just emerging as well. Karunatilaka and Fernando in lanes 3 and 4 going head to head, but a bit of a slow start, over 20 seconds on the clock already. It will be a battle against the clock for the both of them to try and finish in that 43-second range. And lane number 7 also just pushing through these last 25 meters. That's a Samarasinghe swimming for Prince of Wales, and looks like it will be enough for lanes number 3 and 4, both in that 40-second ballpark. Excellent stuff from Karunatilaka and Fernando, and I'm sure Amarasinghe in lane number 7 was mighty close as well.
Yes, Amarasinghe will be hoping that his timing was enough, because he did touch a couple of seconds after Karunatilaka and Fernando, but once again a great display of swimming in the best breaststroke by Karunatilaka and Fernando, and they'll definitely be very satisfied with the effort they put in for this heat. Now we're moving on to the 6th heat of 11 in this event, and lining up lanes 1 through 8 we have P Sakarasuriya, WD Costa, Inosh Nanayakara, Teha Sedrisingam, BA Kesara, T Pereira, MW Madugala, and Suhas Bandara. But if I'm not mistaken, we do have absentees in lanes 4 and 5, that is Teha Sedrisingh and BA Kesara not participating. But nevertheless, we do have 6 swimmers who will be vying for the qualifying time of 43 seconds to have great novices timing at the moment. Nathan, we're just waiting for them to climb up on the boards to commence this heat.
Yes, and straight away all the swimmers get in a pretty good underwater in all 6 lanes occupy. The 2 center lanes unfortunately are a no-show, and it's lane number 8 that's powering through in the opening exchanges. That's Suhas Bandara, but it's still pretty neck and neck as the swimmers cross the halfway mark. It looks like lanes number 1 and 6 unfortunately just fall in behind, so keep an eye out on 2, 3, 7 and 8. All of them just within a body length or so of each other as the clock ticks over 30 seconds. They've set themselves a good pace, and now you can see all of them just accelerating through, really giving it their all. And looks like they'll all touch around that 40-41 second ballpark. So excellent stuff from all those in lanes 1, 2 and 7 and 8.
Yes, Nathan, actually in lane number 3 as well, Inosh Nanyakara did really well. We had about 4 swimmers who have qualified under the 43 second timing pretty easily, getting about a 40 or 41 second timing in their heat. You can see in the highlights here as well, couple of swimmers in contention to qualify, but especially in lanes 2, 3, 7 and 8. That is Nayakara, Idrisinghe, Madugala and Bandara touching the end of the heat at the roughly the same time. But overall 4 qualifiers in that heat, and now we're moving on to the 7th heat in the men boys under 17 50 meter breaststroke, and lanes 1 through 8. It is WM Vijayasinghe, Damsana Abhinav, AYD Simon, NC Yehan, DM Jayasuriya, Renusha Senanayaka, GM Gunasekara, and in the final lane LA Pereira from Vidura College Kandy. Apologies, I think it's Vidyartha College Kandy. Apologies for the mistake. But yes, we're just about to commence the 7th heat.
And they're off the blocks, and straight away emerging first out of the water is Yasaru Gunasekara in lane number 7, and he set a really good pace, hasn't he, Randiv, as they approach the 25 meter mark, just about 16 seconds on the clock, as is his partner in lane number 1 as well. That's WM Vijayasinghe. Both of them setting the tone for the rest of the swimmers, but they're just slowing down unfortunately, as you can expect in the last 25 meters, but still well under 35 seconds on the clock as they approach just the final couple of strokes. And yes, very comfortably under 40 seconds are both the swimmers from lanes 2 and 7. So it's excellent going from Abhinav and Yasaru Gunasekara.
Yes, Nathan, and also I think in lane number 3 it was Simon who also was pretty close to the leaders. So definitely roughly 3 qualifiers in this heat, and not too sure whether in lane number 4, that is Yehan. I think he also, yes, on our highlights here we can see that Yehan also did finish roughly at the same time. So 4 qualifiers in this heat, and definitely we're seeing an increase in the number of qualifiers per heat, Nathan.
Yes, as we move on, we're into the last couple of heats now. Heat number 8 of 11, and the lineup will be Mendis Vikramasinghe, VA Mendis, Fernando Bandara, Kavin Rajapaksha, Avin Karunaratna, C and David, and Bigunath Fernando to occupy the 8 lanes.
If I'm not mistaken, Nathan, KV Mendis is the one that set 26 seconds in his freestyle event. So he'll definitely be the one to look out. 26 seconds in the freestyle 50 meters is not an easy task to achieve, and he'll be looking to achieve a great timing in this breaststroke event as well.
Yes, definitely Randiv as again strong underwater from the swimmer in lane number 2. VA Mendis, like I said, had a really strong showing in that freestyle event as well. Believe it was just 26 seconds his timing, and it'll be really interesting. Keep your eye out on lane number 2, folks, but lane number 7 as well. really giving it a go. That's CN David from St. John's College, Nugegoda, and both of them going neck and neck as they enter the final stretch, and on a really good pace as well are both these swimmers. And V.A. Mendes really showing that he's got it all, isn't it, Randeep? Very comfortably in front of his competition in this particular heat, and touches first, and I'm sure he's under that 43 second benchmark as well. Really good swim from the young man, and certainly looks like someone with a very bright future, isn't it?
It's always very impressive to see when you have the talent for all four strokes, and he seems to have shown in the freestyle and the breaststroke that he has what it takes to have great timings and to vie for the national spots for the country. And definitely he'll be one to look out for all the coaches and scouts out there. And it was KV Mendes and CN David who managed to qualify under the 43 second timing, and now we're moving on to the 9th heat of this event, and lanes 1 through 8. It is MT Fernando, KK Christopher, Ragid Dilanda, Anuhas Bandara, RM Prasan, GM Kurukulu Surya, Tiven Kanangara, and Nisala Piris to round out the 8 swimmers.
It's another word on Mendes. Randa, will be very interesting to see how he goes in the individual medley if he is registered, because we already seen freestyle is his stroke, and he's got a really good breaststroke on him as well. So it will be really interesting to see how he goes in that individual medley, and hopefully he's registered for that as we are into the thick of things in heat number 9. And straight away pulling away from the competition is Kurkul Surya in lane number 6. He's swimming for Trinity College Kandy, and lane number 3 as well, not too far behind. That's Ragid Dilnada. Both of them crossing with just under 20 seconds on the clock as they head into the final 25 meters. Lane number 8 as well has slowly made some progress. That's Nisala Piris. But it looks like it will be a head-to-head tussle between lane numbers 3 and 6. Dilnada and Kurukulu Surya quite comfortably under that 43 second benchmark. Around the 41 second mark is where the both of them touch, and 2 definite qualifiers from this heat as well.
Yes, a great swim by Dilnada and Kurukul Surya, as we can see in the highlights here as well. A great underwater by Dilnada, and on the far end also of your screen in lane number 6, that is Kurukul Surya, both going neck and neck and managing to finish under the time of 43 seconds roughly on an unofficial clock. There's about 41 or 42 seconds between the 2 swimmers, so definitely very, very impressive, and great to see that we have 2 qualifiers from this heat.
Yes, and now as we move into the penultimate heat, the lineup in lane order from lane number 1 will be Kishen Vijay Sundara, UPI Anuhas, Yugit Mihimita, HDR De Silva, S. Jayapriyan, MP Vijay Surya, Umidu Ratugamage, and JATS Kulatilaka to round out the 8. That looks like we have a no-show in lane number 1. We're into the final 2 heats of this boys under 17 50-meter breaststroke, so hopefully we'll have some good timings as well.
Yes, we're just waiting to commence this heat, and an absentee in lane number 1. So 7 swimmers in this particular heat, and this is the penultimate heat before we round things up in the 11th heat. Just about to commence, and it'll be very exciting to see, as we've had a couple of swimmers go under the 40 second mark, so will we see another couple of swimmers do that? We'll have to wait and see. But right off the bat in the second lane, that is UP Anuhas, who seems to have gotten a great underwater and a fast stroke rate as well. Will he be able to manage that be consistent right throughout the 50 meters, heading into the first 25 meters, roughly about 16 seconds, but also in lanes number 6 and 7, apologies, 5 and 7, that is Jayapriyan and Omidu, who seem to be keeping up with the leader.
Yes, now just pulling away. I was about to say they were all neck and neck, but lanes 2, 5 and 7 just pulling away, and they've set a good pace as well. Clock ticks just under 40 seconds, and he'll touch on about 38, 2 seconds under that 40 mark will UPI Anuhas, and was closely followed by Jayapriyan and Ratugamage as well. So excellent swim from the 3 of them. All 3 of them eventually, I'm sure, have finished under the 40 second mark. So excellent stuff, and all 3 of them have definitely got their novices qualifying under the belt.
Yes, Nathan, great to see that 3 swimmers having a sub 40 or just on the 40-second mark. So exciting stuff, and moving into the final heat definitely will be very exciting, as we have a mix of actually a couple of 14-year-olds as well. And lanes 1 through 8, we have Keshan Vaniga Surya, Gayuka Gayatsen, MM Ratnayaka, Dilakshan Etumina, CH Vishwajit, Mohammad Ahmed, RR Ahinsa, and M. Atauda from Trinity College, Kandy. I think there are 2 14-year-olds, that is Vishwajit and Vaniga Surya, in lanes 5 and 1 respectively. So they'll be ones to watch out as well, as they are the youngsters in this heat. And definitely they are in this heat because they deserve this place and they deserve the spot to qualify for the boys under 17 50-meter breaststroke.
Yes, definitely great to see that they're punching above their weight, but we might have spoken too soon. Randev, it looks like both of them are a no-show for this heat, as we have just 4 swimmers take into the waters now, and emerging from the pack first is lane number 3, that's Ratnayaka. But the outside lane as well, Atauda is keeping up his pace as they cross the 25-meter mark with about 16 seconds on the clock, and just trying to accelerate now is Ratnayaka, really trying to push through those strokes. You can see he's really laboring through those strokes as well, really giving it a good go, but looks like he'll be against the clock as well, just ticking over 30 seconds as he's into the final stretch, but just pulling through, and looks like he will finish just around that 41-second mark, and definitely will be a qualifier. So good swim from Ratnayaka, definitely someone with a lot of potential.
Yes, I think unfortunately only Ratnayaka is the one to qualify in this heat, and was very exciting to see lanes the 2 14-year-olds swim. But as you can see in the highlights here, it's Ratnayaka who managed to bring the qualifying be under the qualifying time. And for the next event, the girls under 20 50-meter breaststroke, we'll have a change in the commentary box with Asanka and Shanuka for the Sinhala commentary.
බොහොම ස්තුතියි රන්දිව්. නැවතත් සූදානම් වන්නේ ආධුනික පිහිනුම් ශුරතාවය 2026 අද දෙවන දිනය මීළඟ තරගයේ සව්ව වයස අවුරුදු 20න් පහළ බාලිකා මීටර 50 ලයාර ඉසව්.
වයස අවුරුදු 20 සහ ඊට වැඩි වශයෙන් සඳහන් වෙනවා. කෙසේ වෙතත් තත්පර 47ක කාලයක් බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. දැන් තරග ආරම්භ කර තිබෙනවා. සාෂියා කුරේ, ඔනෙලි රණවීර, ඩිලුකි පීරිස්, මෞදි කරුණාතිලක, රෝහන් සහ හේරත් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අපට වැඩිපුර ඇසුණු නම් කීපයක් පාසල් මට්ටමේ.
ඔව් පසුගිය වසරේත් අපට සෑහෙන තරගාවලිය මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ගේ නම් ඇසුණා. විශේෂයෙන්ම ඔනෙලි රණවීර. ඉතින් මන්තිරු අංක 3 ඔනෙලි රණවීර ඇයි ඉදිරියෙන් සිටින්නේ. හොඳ රිද්මයක් සමගින් අය තමන්ගේ පරතරය තබා ගනිමින් මෙන්න තරග නිමා කරන වර්තමාන කාලය තත්පර 42ක් පමණ හොඳ කාලයක් සමගින් තමයි අය තරග නිමා කරන්නේ. සුසුකම් ලබා ගැනීමට තත්පර 47ක් තිබෙනවා. ඒ නිසා සෑහෙන හොඳ කාලයක් ඇයගේ.
හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කළේ. එහෙම කාලයක් වාර්තා නොකළා නම් වැඩකුත් නැහැ. ඇත්තටම ඔවුන්ගේ දක්ෂතාවලට අනුව දක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් ඔනෙලි රණවීර ජයග්‍රහණය කළා. හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කරමින් අනෙකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට හොඳ අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා තමන්ගේ කාලය නිසි පරිදි වාර්තා කිරීමට.
දකින්නේ පුනරූපණය අවසන් කළ ආකාරය සෑහෙන දස්කම් දැක්වූ ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් මෑත භාගී. වයස අවුරුදු 25 බාලිකා එක තරගයක් පමණයි අපට තොරතුරු ලැබී තිබෙන්නේ. ඉන්නතුරු අපේ සූදානම වයස අවුරුදු 20න් 15 බාලක මීටර 50 ලයාර තරගය සඳහා මේ තරග දෙකක් සූදානම්ව තිබෙනවා. පළවෙනි තරගයේ මන්තුරංග 3 එල් ශුරීෂොන්, මන්තුරංග 4 ඔවින් අතපත්තු, මන්තුරංග 5 වීවි අධිකාරම්, ත්‍රිත්ව විද්‍යාලය සහ සාන්ත තෝමස් විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයින් තිදෙනෙක් තමයි තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වන්නේ.
ක්‍රීඩකයන් දියට පිවිස තිබෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 5 ක්‍රීඩකයා ඔබට දකින්නට පුළුවන් හොඳ අන්ඩර් වෝටර් එකක් ලබා ගත්තා. සෑහෙන දුරක් පියවාගත ඒ අන්ඩර්වෝටර් එක තුලින් දැන් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 5 අධිකාරම්. ඒ වගේම ඔහුට දෙවනුව මන්තිරු අංක 3 සෞරිෂෝන්
එකම පාසලේ ක්‍රීඩකින් දෙදෙනෙක්. නමුත් අධිකාරම් තමන්ගේ රිද්මේ මනමින් භාවිත කරමින් කිසිදු අපහසුකින් තොරව කෙමෙන් අවසන් මීටර කීපය කරා ළඟා වෙනවා. මෙන්න ඔහු අවසන් මීටරයේ මෙන්න ජයග්‍රහණ ලබන වෙලාව. දුටු ආකාරයෙන් නම් තත්පර 40ක් 41ක් පමණ තමයි ඔහුගේ කාලය.
41ක පමණ කාලයක් ගත වුණේ. නමුත් අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙපළට මා හිතන්නේ අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ නැහැ. කඩයිම් කාලයට පෙර තරගය අවසන් කරන්නට. කෙසේ වෙතත් තවත් තරගයක් තිබෙනවා. ඒ නිසා ඒ තරගය මා හිතන්නේ බොහෝ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙන තරගයක් වන්නට පුළුවන්. මෙන්න පුනරූපණය මේ තරගයේ
ආරම්භයේ සිටම අධිකාරම් ඉදිරියේම සිටියා. හොඳින් දී යටින් කිමි දෙමින් තමන්ගේ උපරිම දුර ඔහු දී යටින් පැමිණ තමයි මතු පිටට ආවේ. ඉන් අනතුරුව කෙමෙන් පරතරය වැඩි කර ගනිමින් ජයග්‍රහණය කරන ආකාරය තමයි දකින්නේ. අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකින් දෙදෙනාට තරම අභියෝගයක් ලබා දීමට හැකියාවක් ලැබුණේ නැහැ. අවසාන වෙද්දී එලෙස නිමාව දකිනවා. පළමු මූලික වටේ තරගයේ වයස අවුරුදු 20න් පහළ බාලක මීටර 50 ලයාර. මෙන්න දෙවන තරගයේ ක්‍රීඩකින් පෙළ ගැස්ම වන්තුරක 1 දිවාසිරි දිසත්, ජොනතන් අබිනාත්, ඩී.බී. බොලොන්නේ, එස්.ඩී. ඩි සිල්වා, ප්‍රෙසිඩෝ ෆර්නෑන්ඩෝ, ඩී.ජේ. වික්‍රමසිංහ, යොහාන් මෙෂාක්, ඒ.ජේ. අබ්දුල්ලා.
එකම රේඛාවක ක්‍රීඩකයන් තරඟ වදින්නේ මේ වන විට 20න් පහළ බාලකංශයේ ලයාර දෙවැනි සහ අවසන් කාල ගණන තරගය. දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 4 අපිට දකින්නට පුළුවන් ඩි සිල්වා ඉදිරියෙන් පිහිනුමේ යෙදෙනවා මේ වන විට. ඔහුට හොඳ සටනක් ලැබෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 3න්. මන්තිරු අංක 3 බොලොන්නේ. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 2 ක්‍රීඩකයාත් හොඳ සටනක් ලබා දෙනවා. ඔහු තමයි ජොනතන් අබිනාත්.
කිහිප දෙනෙක්ම අප නම් අසාපුරුදු ක්‍රීඩකී. මොකද මුන් පසුගිය වසරවල හොඳ දස්කම් දක්වපු ක්‍රීඩකී. නමුත් තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය මන්තිරු අංක 4 පීඑස්ඩී ඩිසිල්වාට හිමිවන්නේ. වර්තමාන කාලය තත්පර 40.1 ලෙසයි අපේ කාලගණනය සටහන් වන්නේ.
මම හිතන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සිව් දෙනෙකුට 5 දෙනෙකුට වගේ අවස්ථාව ලැබෙන්නට පුළුවන්. මීළඟ තරගාවලිය සඳහා උන් කාලය වාර්තා කළා නිසි පරිදි. මෙන්න මේ තරගය පැවැත්වුණු ආකාරය මුල සිටම ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක පෙළට තරඟ වැදුනා. ඉන්පසුව මන්තිරු අංක 4 ඩිසිල්වා ඉදිරියට ඇදෙමින් තමන්ගේ ස්ථානය තහවුරු කරගත්තා. ඒ වගේම අවසන් මොහොතේදී අප දුටුවා මන්තිරු අංක 6 ක්‍රීඩකයාත් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙන ආකාරය. ඔහු තමයි වික්‍රමසිංහ.
මීළඟ තරගයේ සව වයස අවුරුදු 20 සහ ඉන් වැඩි කාන්තා මීටර 50 ලයාර මූලික වටේ පළමු තරගය. මන්තිරු අංක 3 ඩී.ඩී. සකුන්තලා, මන්තිරු අංක 4 පී.ඩී. ජෝතිරත්න, මන්තිරු අංක 5 එල්.එම්. ජයවර්ධන. වයස අවුරුදු 20 සහ ඊට වැඩි කාන්තා මීටර 50 ලයාර මූලික වටේ පළමු තරගය සඳහා මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානම්ෙන්.
ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දෙදෙනෙකු පමණයි මේ තරගයට සහභාගී වන්නේ. තවත් තරගයක් තිබෙනවා පැවැත්වෙන්නට මේ වයස් කාණ්ඩය තුල. දැන් ඔවුන්ගේ ආරම්භක ස්ථානයට පැමිණ තිබෙනවා.
ආරම්භක සංඥා සමගින් මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දියට පැන දී යටින් කිමි දෙමින් තමන්ට හැකි තරක් දුර පැමිණ නැවත මතු පිටට එනවා. කරකට තරගයක් පෙනෙන්න තිබෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 4 සහ 5 අතර. 3 හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙන සකුන්තලා, මන්තිරු අංක 4 ජෝතිරත්න, මන්තිරු අංක 5 එල්.එම්. ජයවර්ධන. පළමු මීට 25 අවසන් වෙද්දිත් තාමත් අපට නිස්සක ජයග්‍රාහකයෙක් පෙනෙන්න නැහැ.
මම හිතන්නේ සකුන්තලා ඉදිරියට ඇදෙමින් තිබෙන්නේ. සකුන්තලාගේ ආරම්භය තමයි ටිකක් ප්‍රමාද වුණේ. ඇයට සංඥාව සමගින්ම තරගය ආරම්භ කිරීමට නොහැකි වුණා. ඇගේ ඔබට පෙනෙනවා ඇති හිස්වැසුමත් ලිහිල් වෙලා තිබෙන්නේ මේ වන විට තරමක බාධාවක්.
මන්තිරු අංක 4 ජෝතිරත්න ක්‍රීඩිකාව. හොඳ තරගයක්. නමුත් මන්තිරු අංක 5 ඒ තමයි එල්.එම්. ජයවර්ධන. එම ක්‍රීඩිකාව තමයි එම මූලික වටේ තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නේ. අවසාන වෙන තෙක්ම ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තිදෙනාම එකම වේගයකින් එකම මට්ටමක තමයි සිටියේ.
ජයවර්ධන ජයග්‍රහණය කරා යුද හමුදා ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය නියෝජනය කරමින් මෙන්න තරගයේ ආරම්භය ප්‍රමාද ආරම්භයක් ලබා ගත්තේ ජෝතිරත්න සකුත්තලා සහ ජෝතිරත්න හොඳ සටනක් ලබා දුන්නා. ඔබ දකින්නට ඇති ජෝතිරත්නගේ හිස්වැසුම ගැලවී යන ආකාරය මම හිතන්නේ යම්කිසි අඩුපාඩුවක් සිදු වුණා ඒ නිසා ඇයට මේ තමයි සෑම කටයුත්තක් පිළිබඳව සෑම සුළු දත්තයක් පිළිබඳවම ඔබේ අවධානය යොමු කළ යුතුයි තරගයකට පෙර.
මෙන්න ඊළඟ තරගය වයස අවුරුදු 20 සහ ඊට වැඩි කාන්තා මීටර 50 ලයාර මූලික වටේ දෙවන තරගය මන්තිරු අංක 2 කේ නිර්මදි මන්තිරු අංක 3 පීඑල් ජයසේකර කේ ජයමාන්න ඒස් කරුණාරත්න එන්එස් රාජපක්ෂ සහ මන්තිරු අංක 7න් එල්බී එදිරිසිංහ මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා.
මෙන්න තරගය ආරම්භුණා. මේ තරගයට සහභාගී වෙනවා කොතලාවල ආරක්ෂක විද්‍යාපීඨයේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සිව් දෙනෙක්. ඒ වගේම ශ්‍රී ලංකා යුද හමුදාවේ එක් ක්‍රීඩිකාවක්, ශ්‍රී ලංකා නාවික හමුදාවේ එක් ක්‍රීඩිකාවක්. මන්තිරු අංක 3 4 5 6 කොතලාවලට වෙන වෙලා තිබෙන්නේ. දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 3න් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 4න් සමාවන්න. මන්තිරු අංක 4 කේ ජයමාන්න මේ වන විට ඉදිරියෙන්
මන්තිරු අංක 4න් ජයමාන්න ඉදිරියට ඇදෙන්නේ. මන්තිරු අංක 3න් හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලැබෙනවා අවසන් මොහොතේදී. වෙනසක් වෙන්නට පුළුවන් මොකද ජයමාන්න මදක් පසුබෑමකට ලක් වුණු ආකාරය තමයි පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන්නේ. නමුත් කෙසේ හෝ තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට ජයමාන්න සමත් වෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 4න්.
නමුත් පෙර වගේමයි ශනුක ඇගේ දැස් ආරක්ෂකය නැත්නම් ගොගල්ස් දෙක ගැලවී ගියා මගදී. මොකක්ද මේ ප්‍රශ්නය? කෙසේ වෙතත් ජයග්‍රහණය වාර්තා කළ අය කේ ජයමාන්න මුල සිටම ඉදිරිය ලබාගෙන තිබුණේ. ඔබට දකින්නට පුළුවන් ඇගේ මුහුණේ තමයි තිබෙන්නේ ගොගල්ස් දෙක. දැසේ නොවේ.
කෙසේ වුවත් ජයමාන්න සමත් වෙනවා තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට. අභියෝගයක් ලබා දුන්නා මන්තිරු අංක 3නුත්. නමුත් ජයමාන්න තමයි ජයග්‍රහණය ගන්න එන්න අනතුරුව. පිරිමි වයස අවුරුදු 20 සහ ඊට වැඩි මීටර 50 ලයාර මූලික වටේ පළමු තරගය සඳහා මෙන්න මන්තිරු අංක 3න් ජී මහේෂ්, මන්තිරු අංක 4 ජී.ඩබ්ලිව් බණ්ඩාර, මන්තිරු අංක 5 ජී.වී ප්‍රියශාන්ත මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 5 ප්‍රියශාන්ත තමයි මේ වන විට ඉදිරියෙන් සිටින්නේ. නමුත් කරට තරගයක් පළමු මීටර 25 ඇතුළත කෙමෙන් මන්තිරු අංක 3 මහේෂ් ඉදිරියට නාකාරයකට පේන්නේ. පළමු මීටර 25 අවසන් වෙද්දී ඔන්න මහේෂ් තරගයේ පෙරමුණ ලබා ගැනීමට සමත් වෙනවා.
වේගෙන් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙනවා. මේ තරගයේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන වයස අවුරුදු 27ක ක්‍රීඩකෙක් මහේෂ් ශ්‍රී ලංකා නාවික හමුදාව නියෝජනය කරමින් ඔවුන්ගෙන් බලාපොරොත්තු වන කාලය තත්පර 42යි. ඔහු ළඟා වෙමින් තිබෙනවා. තත්පර 42කට පෙර අවසන් කිරීමට අපේ කාල ගණන යන්ත්‍රයට අනුව දශම කිහිපයක ඉදිරියක් තිබුණා විය යුතුයි. නමුත් නිල කාලය අප තවමත් දන්නේ නැහැ.
WG මහේෂ් ශ්‍රී ලංකා නාවික හමුදාවේ ක්‍රීඩකයා. පළමු මීටර 25 දී තමන්ගේ පෙරමුණ සාර්ථක කරගැනීමේ අවසානයේදී තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීම සමත් වුණා. අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන සිටුමු නිල කාලයන් ලැබුණු පසු ඔහුගේ කාලය කෙසේදයි හරියටම දැනගන්නට. හොඳ රිද්මයක්, හොඳ ජවයක් ඇති ක්‍රීඩකෙක් තමයි මහේෂ්. ඊළඟ තරගය මූලික වටේ තරගයක්. මන්තිරු අංක 1 KI චතුරංග, මන්තිරු අංක 2 IM රාජපක්ෂ, මන්තිරු අංක 3 S ප්‍රමෝද්‍ය, මන්තිරු අංක 4 NN වීරවංශ, මන්තිරු අංක 5 D කුමාර්, මන්තිරු අංක 6 NS ගුණරත්න, මන්තිරු අංක 7 AM ගොඩකන්ද සහ මන්තිරු අංක 8 PM ඉෂාර මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. ශ්‍රී ලංකා නාවික හමුදාවේ ක්‍රීඩකීන් 3 දෙනෙක්, ශ්‍රී ලංකා පොලිසිය ක්‍රීඩකීන් 3 දෙනෙක්, ශ්‍රී ලංකා යුද හමුදාවේ සහ කොතලාවල ආරක්ෂක පීඨයේ ක්‍රීඩකෙක් මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. මේ වයස අවුරුදු 20 සහ ඊට වැඩි පිරිමි මීටර 50 ලයාර මූලික වටේ දෙවන තරගය.
සියලුම ක්‍රීඩකයන් ආරක්ෂක සේවාවලට සම්බන්ධ අය. තරගය ආරම්භුණා. අන්ඩර්වෝටර් ක්‍රමයට ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙමින් දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 8 සහ 6 ඉදිරිය ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා. ඔවුන්ට සාපේක්ෂව මන්තිරු අංක 2ත් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙමින් තිබෙන්නේ. මන්තිරු අංක 2 රාජපක්ෂ, මන්තිරු අංක 8 ඉෂාර, මන්තිරු අංක 7 ගොඩකන්ද.
මන්තිරු අංක 2 ක්‍රීඩකයා කියන්නේ රාජපක්ෂ කෙමෙන් තමන්ගේ වේගය වැඩි කර ගන්න ආකාරයක් පේන්නට තිබෙනවා. පළමු මීටර් 25න් අනතුරු අවසන් මීටර් කිහිපය තමයි මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සිටින්නේ. අපිට පේනවා නම් ඉදිරියම සිටින මේ මිනිහට මන්තිරු අංක 2 රාජපක්ෂ. ඔව් අවසන් මීටර කිහිපය මෙන්න දැන් තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරනවා. වාර්තා වන කාලය තත්පර 40ට අඩුයි. එම නිසා උට ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කරලා කියන්න පුළුවන්. මන්තිරු අංක 2න් IM රාජපක්ෂ ශ්‍රී ලංකා නාවික හමුදාවේ ක්‍රීඩකයා. ඔහුයි එම තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නේ. ආරම්භයේදී මන්තිරු අංක 6 8 සහ 8 ඉදිරියෙන් සිටියත් කෙමෙන් තමන්ගේ වේගය වැඩි කර ගනිමින් මන්තිරු අංක 2න් රාජපක්ෂ එම තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සමත් වෙනවා.
මන්තිරු අංක 2 මෙන්න මේ මොහොතේ තමයි ඉදිරිය ලබා ගැනීම ආරම්භ කළේ. මීටර 25 අවසන් වෙද්දී එතනින් පසුව ඔහු තීරණය කළා වේගය වැඩි කළ යුතු බව.
සූදානම මීළඟ මූලික වටේ තරගය සඳහා වයස අවුරුදු 20 සහ ඊට වැඩි පිරිමි මීටර 50 ලයාර ඉසව්වේ. මන්තිරු අංක 1 LP රණතුංග, මන්තිරු අංක 2 ප්‍රියදර්ශන, මන්තිරු අංක 3 SK කුමාර, මන්තිරු අංක 4 T ලක්ෂාන්, මන්තිරු අංක 5 DS වෛද්‍යරත්න, මන්තිරු අංක 6 MS බණ්ඩාර, මන්තිරු අංක 7 LI බණ්ඩාර, මන්තිරු අංක 8 NV රාජපක්ෂ. ශ්‍රී ලංකා නාවික හමුදාවේ සහ යුද හමුදාවේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් තමයි මේ සියලුම දෙනා.
මන්තිරු අංක 5න් වේගයෙන් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙනවා ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 7න් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙනවා වේගයෙන් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් වෛද්‍යරත්න. මන්තිරු අංක 5 මන්තිරු අංක 7 නියෝජනය කරනවා LI බණ්ඩාර. හොඳ පිහිනුම් ධාවනයක්. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 2 ක්‍රීඩකයාත් ඉදිරියෙන් ඔහු තමයි ප්‍රියදර්ශන. මන්තිරු අංක 4යි ජයග්‍රහණය. මන්තිරු අංක 7 LI බණ්ඩාර ජයග්‍රහණය කළා ශ්‍රී ලංකා යුද හමුදාව නියෝජනය කරමින්. ඔහුගේ කාලයත් හොඳ කාලයක් තත්පර 42කට අඩුයි.
හොඳ තරගයක් ක්‍රීඩකින් කිහිප දෙනෙකුම හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දුන්නා පළමු ස්ථානය සඳහා. නමුත් තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය හිමිවන්නේ LI බණ්ඩාරට ශ්‍රී ලංකා යුද හමුදාවේ ක්‍රීඩකයා. ඔබට පේනවා ඇති පළමු මීටර 25 දී ක්‍රීඩකයන් 30 දෙනෙක් උත්සාහ කළා පළමු ස්ථානය ලබා ගන්නට. නමුත් අවසානයේදී ප්‍රථම ස්ථානයේ මන්තිරු අංක 7 LI බණ්ඩාරට හිමි වෙනවා. දෙවන ස්ථානය දුටු ආකාරයට ප්‍රියදර්ශනට හිමිවන්නේ. එලෙස නිමව දකින්න වයස අවුරුදු 20 සහ ඊට වැඩි පිරිමි මීටර 50 ලයාර මූලික වටේ තරඟ. තවත් එක් තරගයක් ආරම්භ වීමට සූදානම්ින් සිටින්නේ.
ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දෙදෙනෙකු පමණයි පැමිණ තිබෙන්නේ. 17න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර 50 සමනලාර ඉසව් වෙනුවෙන් තමයි මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තරග වදින්නේ. මන්තිරු අංක 4 සහ 5 තමයි ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ. මන්තිරු අංක 4 ගෙහන්සා, මන්තිරු අංක 5 KS උර්මිලා. දෙදෙනාම වයස අවුරුදු 15 ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්.
වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 මීටර 50 සමනලාර මූලික වටේ පළමු තරඟය සඳහා මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දෙදෙනෙක් සූදානම් සිටිනවා.
ඔවුන්ගෙන් බලාපොරොත්තු වන කාලය තත්පර 44ක කඩයිමක්. තත්පර 44කට අඩුවෙන් ඔවුන් මේ තරග ඉසව්ව අවසන් කළ යුතුයි. ආධුනික මට්ටමේ සුදුසුකම් ලැබූ පිහිනුම්කාරිනියන් වන්නට. මෙන්න අනෙක් ක්‍රීඩිකාව දැන් තමයි පැමිණෙන්නේ. ඇය තමයි අභිෂේකා.
අද ආධුනික පිහිනුම් ශුරතාවේ දෙවැනි දිනය. දිනය පුරාවටම සෑහෙන තරඟ ප්‍රමාණයක් සූදානම් කර තිබෙනවා පැවැත්වීමට. නිසා නිලධාරීන් කටයුතු කරනවා හැකි ඉක්මනින් මේ තරඟ මේ මූලික වටේ තරඟ නිමා කරමින් ඊළඟ අධීරවල් සඳහා යොමු වන්නට ඔබට පේනවා ඇති. අනිකුත් තරඟ සඳහා සූදානම්ින් සිටින ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තිරේ දකුණු පස පහත කෙළවරේ.
මම හිතන්නේ ක්‍රීඩක ස්ථානගතයේ යම් කිසි වෙනසක් සිදු වුණා ශනුක. ඒ නිසා අප දන්නේ නැහැ නම්ගම් කෙලෙස වෙනස් වෙලා තිබුණාද කියලා. කෙසේ වෙතත් ලැබී තිබෙන දත්තවලට අනුව අභිෂේකා 3 වැනි මන්තිරුවේ, ග්‍යහන්සා 9 වැනි මන්තිරුවේ, උර්මිලා 5 වැනි මන්තිරුවේ.
තරඟ ආරම්භ වුණා. සමනලාර ඉසව්ව. බොහොම අලංකාර ඉසව්ව. අපිට පේන්න තිබෙන්නේ මේ මන්තිරුව අංක 4 AG ග්‍යහන්සා. ඇය තමත්ම හොඳින් තමන්ගේ දත් ඉහළට විහිදුවමින් පිහිනාගෙන යන ආකාරය හොඳ පිම්මක් ලබා ගන්න ආකාරය තමයි පේන්න තිබෙන්නේ ඇය. ඒ අවසරයෙන් තමන්ගේ පරතරය කෙමෙන් වැඩි කර ගන්නවා දෙවන ස්ථානයේ සිටින මන්තිරු අංක 5 ගුරුමිලා සමග.
ඒ වගේම හුස්ම 4ක් පමණ අල්ලාගෙන සිටිනවා ඇය. එයත් ඇගේ ධාරිතාවය පිළිබඳ හොඳ පණිවුඩයක් දැන් අවසානයේ කරා ළඟාවන්නේ තරමක් වෙහෙසක් දකින්නට පුළුවන්. කෙසේ වෙතත් ජයග්‍රහණය මන්තිරු අංක 4 ග්‍යහන්සාට, මන්තිරු අංක 5 ක්‍රීඩිකාව උර්මිලා දෙවෙනි ස්ථානයට.
දුටු ආකාරයට ඇය වාර්තා කරන කාලය තත් 37ක් පමණ. ඉතින් සෑහෙන හොඳ කාලයක්. මොකද සුසුකම් ලබා ගැනීමට නම් මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තත්පර 44ට අඩුවෙන් තරඟේ නිමා කළ යුතුයි. නමුත් ග්‍යහන්සා තමත් මොහොතින් තත්පර 37ක පමණ කාලයක් වාර්තා කරමින් එම තරඟය ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සමත් වෙනවා.
ඇගේ ප්‍රබලත්වය තිබුණේ ඇගේ හුස්ම පාලනය තුළ. ස්ට්‍රෝක්ස් නැත්නම් අතින් ලබා ගන්නා පහරවල් 4කට වරක් තමයි ඇය හුස්මක් ලබා ගත්තේ.
මිලක මුලික වටේ තරඟය සඳහා මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් පෙළ ගැසීම. මන්තිරු අංක 1 සුනදි කුරුප්පු, සහිලි ජයසේකර, සලනි සමෝදරා, ඔවිනි පංචදි, ගයාරා කරුණාරත්න, උසර්යා ප්‍රියශාන්ත, ඔකිත්මා කුරුප්පු සහ ඕවෙන් කන්දනගම මේ තරඟය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. මේ වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර 50 සමනලාර මූලික වටේ දෙවන තරඟය.
ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානම්. ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 30 දෙනෙකුගේ තරඟයකට පස්සේ පිහිනුම්කාරිනියන් වැඩි ප්‍රමාණයක් සිටින තරඟයකට අපි මේ යන්නේ. ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 2 දෙනෙක් දකින්නට නැහැ. මන්තිරු අංක 2 සහ 7. නැවතත් සංඥාවේ වෙනසක්. අද දිනේ පුරාම අප දුටුවා මේ ප්‍රමාදය ඇතැම් අවස්ථාවලදී.
මදින් මද විවිධාකාරයේ ප්‍රමාදයන්ට අද දිනේදී මුහුණ දෙන්නට සිදු වුණා. විවිධාකාර ප්‍රමාද නිසා ඔබට වෙන ඇති යම්කිසි පැටලැවිල්ලක් ගැටලුවක්.
මම හිතන්නේ තවත් එක් ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් දැන් තමයි පැමිණියේ. මන්තිරු අංක 2 ක්‍රීඩිකාව. ප්‍රමාදය පසුතැවිල්ලට හේතු වේද කියලා අපි බලමු මේ තරගය තුල.
මෙන්න ආරම්භක සංඥා සමගින් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සියලු දෙනා දී යටින් කිමි දෙමින් ඊමතු පිළිවෙලන ආකාරය. මන්තිරු අංක 8 සහ 3 අතර හොඳ අභියෝගයක් එල්ල වී තිබෙනවා පළමු ස්ථානයේ සඳහා. ඒත් එක්කම මන්තිරු අංක 6 එම ක්‍රීඩිකාවත් මෙන්න කෙමෙන් ඉදිරියට යන ආකාරය. නමුත් අපිට පේන නැති තිරේ පහලින් මන්තිරු අංක 1න් තමත්ම හොඳ පිහිනීමක් රිද්මයක් සමගින් ඉදිරියට එන ක්‍රීඩිකාව ඒ සුනදී කුරුප්පු. ඇය කෙමෙන් තමන්ගේ පරතරය වැඩි කර ගන්නවා. පෙරමුණ තහවුරු කර ගන්න ආකාරය පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන්නේ. ඒ අතරම මන්තිරු අංක 8නුත් හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දුන්නත් මෙන්න අවසන් මීටර කිහිපය සුනදී කුරුප්පු ඇය එම තරඟය ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නේ. අප නිල කාලය බලමු ඇය ලබාගත් කාලය කෙසේද කියලා. නමුත් හිතමත්ම හොඳ පිහිනීමක් හොඳ රිද්මයක් ඇයගෙන්.
මම හිතන්නේ දශම ගණනක් තමයි ඇයට තිබුණේ. තත්පර 44කට අඩු කාලයක් තමයි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙන්නේ. නමුත් තත්පර 44ත් 45ත් අතර තමයි ඇය සිටියේ. මයික්‍රෝ සෙකන්ඩ්ස් නැත්නම් තත්පර දශම ගණනකින් එහා මෙහා වන්නට පුළුවන්.
ඔබට පේන පළමු මීටර 25 අවසන් වෙද්දී ඇය පෙරමුණ ලබා ගන්න ආකාරය. පිහිනුම් වාර දෙකකට සැරයක් වගේ තමයි ඇය හුස්ම ලබා ගත්තේ. ඉතින් ඒ සමගින් එම තරඟයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සුනදී කුරුප්පු සමත් වෙනවා. මිලක තරඟය මූලික වටේ 3 වන තරඟයේ වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර 50 සමනලාර ඉසව්වේ. ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් පෙළ ගැස්වීම මන්තිරු අංක 1 LT රෙහන්සා, මන්තිරු අංක 2 තමානි පෙරේරා, මන්තිරු අංක 3 K මදුෂානි, මන්තිරු අංක 4 මෘණාලි ඩිසිල්වා, මන්තිරු අංක 5 M ඔනායා, මන්තිරු අංක 6 EU රිතුනලි, මන්තිරු අංක 7 G එලියනාරා සහ මන්තිරු අංක 8 NY විජේසිරි මේ තරඟය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා.
මේ තමයි මේ වාස් කාණ්ඩයේ මේ ඉසව්වේ අවසන් තරගය. තරග 3ක් පැවැත්වුණා. ඉන් 3 වෙනි තමයි මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සූදානම්. දැන් ලැබුණ ආරම්භක සංඥාව. ප්‍රථම මන්තිරුවේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව හොඳ ආරම්භයක් ලබා ගත්තේ. හොඳ අන්ඩර්වෝට් එකක්. නමුත් යම් ප්‍රමාදයක් සිදු වුණ අවසන් මොහොතේදී ඒ ලබා ගන්නට ඇයට හැකි වේවිද? හුස්ම තමයි වැදගත්ම සාධකය. මන්තිරු අංක 3 දැන් ඉදිරියෙන්. මන්තිරු අංක 3 මදුෂානි. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 1 අපි සඳහන් කළ ක්‍රීඩිකාව රෙහන්සා. රෙහන්සා ඉදිරියට. ඇගේ ආරම්භය තුල මේ හැකියාව පෙන්눔 කළා.
හොඳ රිද්මයක් තිබෙනවා අයට. අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සැසඳීමේදී වට පේනවා ඇති. ඇයගේ දෑත් සහ පාද එහුමාරුන ආකාරය. කෙසේ හෝ අවසානයේදී තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සමත් වෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 1 LT රෙහන්සා. වාතාවරණ කාලය අපිට පේන තිබෙන්නේ තත්පර 38ක් පමණ. ඒ නිසා ඉතින් තමත් හොඳ කාලයක් යන්න පුළුවන් ඇයට ඊළඟ වට සඳහා.
මේ වයස් කාණ්ඩයේ පැවැත්වුණු ඉසව් 3 තුලදී වාර්තා වුණු හොඳම කාලය තමයි මේ. තත්පර 44කට තත්පර 6ක් පමණ අඩුවෙන් ඉතාම හොඳ කාලයක් රෙහන්සා වාර්තා කළේ. ආරම්භයේ සිටම ඇය අන්ඩර්වෝට් ආකාරයට ඉදිරිය ලබා ගත්තා. නමුත් අවසන් මීටරයේදී අන්ඩර්වෝට් එකේ ඇයට යම්කිසි ප්‍රමාදයක් සිදු වුණා. නමුත් එය වළකා ගත්ත අවසන් භාගය තුලදී වේගවත් ඉදිරියක් ලබා ගනිමින්.
අගේ දක්ෂතාවය සහ ඒ අත්දැකීම් තමයි අපිට පෙන්වා දෙන්නේ. ආරම්භය යම් අතපසුමක් සිදු වුණත් කෙසේ හෝ අවසන් මීටර 25 තුලදී Tamanගේ පෙරමුණ සහ ජයග්‍රහණය ලබා ගැනීමට රෙහන්සා සමත් වෙනවා. ඉනන්තුරු අප සූදානම් වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලක මීටර 50 සමනලාර මූලික වටේ තරඟ සඳහා යොමු වන්නට පළමු තරඟයේ ක්‍රීඩක පෙළ ගැස්ම මන්තිරු අංක 1 IM අෆ්ලාල්, මන්තිරු අංක 2 MT විජේ බණ්ඩාර, මන්තිරු අංක 3 RR සේරසිංහ, මන්තිරු අංක 4 ආහිල් අනිස්ඩීන්, මන්තිරු අංක 5 ඒඩ්‍රියන් ඉබ්‍රහීම්, මන්තිරු අංක 6 චනුක ඩයස්, මන්තිරු අංක 7 WA බණ්ඩාර.
17න් 15 තරගයක් තමයි පැවැත්වෙන්නේ.
පෙන් ආකාරයට පෙර තරඟ අතපසුණු ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දෙදෙනෙක් තමයි මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ තාමත් බාලිකා තරඟ නිමව දැකල නැහැ. අවදුටුවා යම් අතපසුවීම් යම් පැටලවිලි සහගත සිද්ධියක්. ඒ නිසා මම හිතන්නේ පෙර තරඟ වලට සහභාගී වීමට නොහැකි වුණු ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දෙදෙනෙක් විය යුතුයි මේ.
කෙසේ වෙතත් මන්තිරු අංක 6න් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙනවා මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාව. මන්තිරු අංක 5න් විය යුතුයි. හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කළේ. තත්පර 44කට බොහෝ අඩුවෙන්.
හොඳ කාලයක් වගේම හොඳ රිද්මයක් ඇගේ. හොඳ ලාලිත්‍යයක් තිබුණා ඒ පිහිනා යෑමේ. මෙදගන්නේ පුනරුපන ආරම්භයේ සිටම හොඳ දියටින් කිමිදීමක් ඉන්නතුරුව සමනලා රිසව් ඒ අලංකාරය මනමින් පෙන්වමින් හුස්ම ගැනීම වාර 3කට පමණ සීමා කරමින් ඇය අපහසුකින් තොරව තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සමත් වෙනවා. හොඳ පෙරමුණක් තබා ගත්තා ආරම්භයේ සිටම. ඒ වගේම හොඳ කාලයක් තත්පර 38ක් කියන්නේ. අව පෙර තරගයේ දුටු ආකාරයටම සෑහෙන හොඳ කාලයක් මිළඟ වට සඳහා.
අපි සූදානම් වෙන්නේ 17න් 15 බාලක මීටර 50 සමනලාර ඉසව්ව සඳහා.
මේ 2026 ආධුනික පිහිනුම් ශූරතාවය අද දෙවන දිනේ HNB සාදර අනුග්‍රහයෙන් ඔබට Dialog TV, Dialog Play සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ සජීවීව නැරඹීමේ හැකියාව තිබෙනවා. ඊයේ දිනේ අද දිනේ සහ හෙට දිනේ මේ සජීව විකාශය ඔබට ගෙන එන්නේ කොළඹ සුගතදාස පිහිනුම් තටාංගනාගෙන සිට.
ක්‍රීඩකයින් ආරම්භක ස්ථානයට පැමිණෙන තෙක් අප බලා සිටින්නේ අද දිනය තුලදී බාලක සහ බාලිකා තරඟ ද්විත්වයම පැවැත්වෙනවා. ප්‍රථම දිනය සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම වෙන්නුනේ බාලිකාවන්ට. තවත් දිනයක් තිබෙනවා මේ තරඟාවලිය පැවැත්වෙන්නට. ඒ තමයි හෙට දිනය. ඉතින් මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සහ ක්‍රීඩකයන් හෙට දින වෙනුවෙන් පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩාව බාරගෙන ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. අපි කතා කළා පසුගිය වසර කිහිපය තුළදී මේ අවසන් දෙවසර තුළදී පිහිනුම් ක්‍රීඩාව තුළ ඇති වූ පිබිදීම පිළිබඳව ඒ පිළිබඳව විශේෂ ස්තුතියක් කළ යුතුයි ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජල ක්‍රීඩා සංගමයටත් අනුග්‍රාහක HNB ඒ වගේම අනිකුත් අනුග්‍රාහකයන්ටත් සජීව විකාශයන් ඒ වගේම හොඳ උද්‍යෝගයක් ක්‍රීඩක ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තුළ ඇති වී තිබෙනවා. දෙමාපියන්ට තමාගේ දරුවන් පිළිබඳ ආදරයක් ඇතිවන්නට පුළුවන්. මෙන්න අරබුණා 17න් පාල බාලක මීටර් 50 සමනලාර පළමු තරගය.
හොඳ ආරම්භයක් සමගින් මෙන්න මන්තුරු අංක 2 පේන තිබෙන්නේ MT විජේ බණ්ඩාර. එම ක්‍රීඩකයා පළමු මීටර් 25 දී පෙරමුණට පැමිණීමට සමත්ව තිබෙනවා. ඒත් එක්කම හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලැබෙනවා මන්තුරු අංක 4න් ආහිල් අනිස් ඩීන්ගෙන්. නමුත් විජේ බණ්ඩාර තමන්ගේ වේගය සහ රිද්මය මැනවින් පවත්වා ගනිමින් අවසන් මීටර කිහිපයකට ළඟා වෙනවා. එතරම් අපහසුකින්තරව තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය හිමි වෙනවා. මන්තුරු අංක 2 MT විජේ බණ්ඩාරහට
තත්පරයක් පෙර තමයි ඔහු අවසන් කළේ තරගය. බලාපොරොත්තු වන කාලය තත්පර 38යි. අපේ කාල ගණන යන්ත්‍රය තුල තත්පර 37ක් තමයි වාර්තා වුණේ. ඔහුගේ කාලය හැටියට මම හිතන්නේ අනෙකුත් කිසිදු ක්‍රීඩකයෙකුට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ නැහැ තත්පර 38ට වඩා අඩුවෙන් මේ තරගය සව අවසන් කරන්නට අපේ කාල ගණන යන්ත්‍රයට අනුව.
හොඳ පිහිනායාමක් හොඳ වේගයක් ටිකක් විතර උස ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් බවයි පෙනෙන්නට තිබෙන්නේ. ඉතින් ඔහු තමන්ගේ ස්ථිරුර මැනවින් භාවිත කරමින් එම තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සමත් වෙනවා. ඊළඟ තරගය සඳහා මෙන්න මූලික වටේ දෙවන තරගය මන්තුරු අංක 1 සනිජ මුණසිංහ BS ජයසේකර ලකිර අබේසිංහ එසඳ සස්මිත AY සස්මිත SA කිත්සර MB මල්ලිකාරාච්චි මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. සහෝදරයින් යුගලක් විය යුතුයි මේ එසඳ සස්මිත සහ AY සස්මිත.
ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ සහ පාසල් දෙකක් කෙසේ වෙතත් ක්‍රීඩකයන් සූදානම් මෙවර සියලුම ක්‍රීඩකයන් සහභාගී වන බවයි පෙනෙන්නේ තරගයට. 17න් පහළ ක්‍රීඩකයන් නැවතත් යම් ප්‍රමාදයක් තිබෙනවා.
පෙනෙන ආකාරයට යම් කිසි දෝෂයක් ක්‍රීඩකින් පෙළ ගැස්වීමේ දෝෂයක් තමයි තිබෙන්නට තියෙන්නේ. සමහර විට අසංක මල්ල ක්‍රීඩාව වගේ පහසු නෑ. මොකද මල්ල ක්‍රීඩාවේ නම් අපිට අංකයක් ලැබෙනවා. ඉතින් මේකෙදී එහෙම ලැබෙන්නේ නැති නිසා සමහර විට ගැටලු ඇති වෙන්නට පුළුවන්.
දැන් සියලු ප්‍රශ්න නිමයි. මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩකයන් දියට බැස පිහිනීම ආරම්භ කොට තිබෙන්නේ මන්තිරු අංක 5 සෙමෙන් ඉදිරිය ලබා ගනිමින් තිබෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 5 AY සස්මිත. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 7න් හොඳ සටනක් ලැබෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 7 MB මල්ලිකාරච්චි.
මන්තිරු අංක 5 සහ 7 අතර හොඳ තරගයක්. කරට කර තරගයක් යන්න පුළුවන් අර පෙර තරග වලට වඩා. අපි බලමු අවසානයේ තෙක්ම කවුද ඉදිරියෙන් සිටින්නේ කියලා. පෙනෙන ආකාරයට මන්තිරු අංක 5 AY සස්මිත ඔහුයි තරගය මුලින්ම නිමා කරන්නේ. හොඳ කාලයක් තත්පර 33ක් කියන්නේ සෑහෙන හොඳ කාලයක්. අවශ්‍ය කාලය තත්පර 38යි. ඉතින් තත්පර 5ක් පමණ තත්පර 4ක පමණ අඩුවේ ඔහු තරගය නිමා කිරීමට සමත් වෙනවා.
ආරම්භයේ සිටම ඉදිරිය ලබා ගනිමින් තිබුණා සස්මිත. නමුත් හොඳ සටනක් ලැබුණා මන්තිරු අංක 7න්. ඒ සටන නිසා වන්නට පුළුවන් හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා වුණේ මේ තරග ඉසව්ව තුලදී. තත්පර 38ට වඩා තත්පර 5ක පමණ අවමයක් ඔවුන් ලබා ගත්තා.
කරතරංගයෙන් අනතුරු ඊළඟ මූලික වටේ තරගය සඳහා මෙන්න මන්තිරු අංක 1 මිනුද රයාන් DL රණවීර AW දම්සස් SH බණ්ඩාර දවින් සමරනායක VB පෙරේරා NJ සංදීප මිරාන් වරාගොඩ මේ තරඟය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. මේ වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලක මීටර 50 සමනලාර මූලික වටේ තුන්වන තරඟයේ ක්‍රීඩක පෙළගැස්ම.
නැවතත් ක්‍රීඩකයන් බලා සිටිනවා මීළඟ සංඥාව ලැබෙන තෙක් ඔවුන්ට ආරම්භක ස්ථානයට පිය නගන්නට.
ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජල ක්‍රීඩා සංගමය සහ HNB සාදර අනුග්‍රහයෙන් පැවැත්වෙන ආධුනික වයස්කාණ්ඩ පිහිනුම් ශූරතාවය 2026 දෙවන දිනේ දවල් වරුවේ අප මේ සිටින්නේ. සූදානම් වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලක මීටර 50 සමනලාර මූලික වටේ තුන්වන තරඟය සඳහා.
තරගය ආරම්භුණා. මන්තිරුවන්ක 1 සහ 2 දකින්නට නැහැ. අනිකුත් සියලුම මන්තිරුවල ක්‍රීඩකයන් තරගකාරීව හොඳ තරගයක් ක්‍රියාත්මක කරමින් තිබෙන්නේ. අපහටත් කාලයකට පස්සේ ටිකක් උද්වේගකර අත්දැකීමක් බවයි පෙනෙන්නේ. මන්තිරුවන්ක 6 ඉදිරියෙන් මේ වන විට මන්තිරුවන්ක 6 AVB පෙරේරා ඒ වගේම මන්තිරුව අංක 3න් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙනවා AW දම්සස්. කෙසේ වෙතත් මන්තිරුව අංක 6 ක්‍රීඩකයා තමයි ඉදිරියට ඇදෙන්නේ වේගයෙන්. ඔහු තමයි පෙරේරා. හොඳ කාලයක්, ඉතාම හොඳ කාලයක්.
සෑහෙන හොඳ කාලයක් තත්පර 25ක් 26ක් පමණ කියන්නේ අවශ්‍ය කාලයටත් තත්පර 10ක් පමණ කලින් තරඟ නිමා කිරීමට AVB පෙරේරා සමත් වෙනවා. හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලැබුණා ඔහුට දම්සස්ගෙන්. නමුත් අවසානයේදී කෙසේ හෝ තරඟයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට AVB පෙරේරා සමත් වෙනවා. ඊටමත් හොඳ කාලයක් තත්පර 26ක පමණ කාලයක් ලෙසයි අපගේ කාලගන්නේ දුටුවේ. උඩ අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම හොඳ අනාගතයක් හොඳ ඉදිරියක් ලබා ගැනීමට හැකි වේ ඉදිරියේදී.
ආරම්භයේදීම දකින්නට ලැබුණා ඒ තරඟකාරීත්වය. මෙන්න මීළඟ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වන ක්‍රීඩකයන් මනීෂ පෙරේරා, එස් හෙට්ටිගොඩ, අනුහස් බණ්ඩාර, ටී රන්දිර, ඩී.බී වාසල, සෙවිඳු සෙන්හස්, අබ්දුල් හකීම්, ඒ.ආර් අබ්දුල්ලා.
මීළඟ මූලික වටේ තරගය සඳහා මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩකින් සූදානමින්.
ආරම්භක පීඨිකාවට නගින සංඥාව තවමත් ලැබුණේ නැහැ. දැන් ලැබුණා සංඥාව.
මෙන්න ආරම්භක සංඥාව සමගින් දී යටින් කිමි දෙමින් ඉදිරියට යන ආකාරය. මන්තිරුවන්ක 7 ඉතාමත්ම වේගවත් පිහිනා යෑමක් ඔහුට අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙනවා. මන්තිරුවන්ක 4න්
අබ්දුල් හකීම් මන්තිරුවන්ක 7. ඔහු තමයි ඉදිරියෙන් පිහිනුමේ යෙදෙන්නේ මේ වන විට. තත්පර 22 අප දැන් සිටින්නේ. තවත් මීටර 10ක් පමණ තිබෙනවා තරග අවසානය වෙනුවෙන්. තත්පර 38ට අවම කාලයක් තමයි බලාපොරොත්තු වන්නේ. සාර්ථකයි ජයග්‍රාහී ක්‍රීඩකයා හකීම්.
අබ්දුල් හකීම් මන්තිරුවන්ක 7න් ඔහුය එම තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නේ. ආරම්භයේ සිටම පෙරමුණේ සිටිය ඔහු ඔබට පේනවා ඇති දී යටින් කිමි දෙමින් වැඩිම දුරක් ලබා ගන්නේ හකීම්. ඉන් අනතුරුව තමන්ගේ වේගය මැනුවෙන් පාලනය කර ගනිමින් රිද්මය සමගින් අවසානයේ ජයග්‍රහණය ලබාගත් ආකාරය ඔබ දකින්න. එනිමව දුටුවේ වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලක මීටර 50 සමනලාර මූලික වටේ 4 වන තරඟය. අබ්දුල් හකීම්ටයි එමෙත තරඟයේ ජයග්‍රහණය හිමිවන්නේ. ඊළඟ තරඟය මූලික වටේ 5 වන තරඟය. මන්තිරුවන්ක 1 පීටී දිමුත්, සීබී මඩුගල්ල, කේටී සිල්වා, දෙව්නිත් විතානගේ, එස්.ඩී සල්ගාදු, දෙව්නිත පතිරණ, සනිදු පෙරේරා, ගෙනුල දෙනුවන් මේ තරඟය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා.
තවත් ප්‍රබල ක්‍රීඩක නාමාවලියක්. ක්‍රීඩකයන් සූදානම්. නිලධාරීන්ගේ සංඥාව ලැබෙන තෙක්.
ආරම්භ සංඥා සමගින් මෙන්න දියට පයින් ක්‍රීඩකීන් 7 දෙනෙක් තමයි මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වන්නේ. මන්තුරු අංක 7න් නැවතත් ඉතාමත් හොඳ පිනා යෑමක් සනිතු පෙරේරා. ඔහුගේ රිද්මය ඉතාමත් හොඳයි. ඔබට පේනවා ඇති තිරේ ඉහළ දැන් ඉතාමත් හොඳ රිද්මයක් සමගින් හොඳ ඉපිලීමක් සමගින් තමයි ඔහු පිනා එන්නේ. කෙමෙන් පරතරය වැඩි කරගන්න පෙරමුණ තවත් වැඩි කරගන්න ආකාරයක් තිබෙන්නේ. ඔහුගේ වේගයත් සෑහෙන හොඳයි. බලමු. අද අතපසුමක් සිදු වුණාද?
මා හිතන්නේ ඔහුගේ ගොගල් එක ගැලවි ගියා. ඔහුට ඒ තරම් වෙලාව තිබුණා නැවත ගොගල් එක පැලඳගෙන පිනුමේ යෙදිලා අවසන් කරන්න තරගය. ඉතාම හොඳ අවසානයක්. ජයග්‍රාහී ක්‍රීඩකයා මන්තිරු අංක 7 සනිතු පෙරේරා.
පිහිනීම මදකට නවත්වා නැවතත් තමන්ගේ ඇස් ආවරණ පැලඳගෙන තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමටත් සනිතු පෙරේරා සමත් වෙනවා. ඒ තරම් පෙරමුණක් ඔහු ලබාගෙන සිටියා. එම නිසායි ඔහුට කිසිම අභියෝගයක් එල්ලුන්නේ නැත්තේ අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩකින්ගෙන්.
අපි කියු මොහොත පුනරූපණය තිබෙනවද කියලා බලමු. අන්න ඒ අවස්ථාව තමයි අවස්ථාව.
මදකට පිහිනීම නවත්වා කෙසේ වුණත් තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සනිදු පෙරේරා සමත් වෙනවා. සෑහෙන දස්කම් ඇති ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. මිලක තරගය මූලික වටේ 6 වෙන තරගය ඩී.එස්. රණසිංහ, ටී.ආර්.ටී. ඩි සිල්වා, ඔමිදු රතුගමගේ, එම්.එම්. මිස්බා, එම්.ඩී. රාජසිංහ, බී.ආර්. ෆර්නෑන්ඩෝ, දිසිනු චන්දුල් සහ ඒ.ආර්. ආරිෆ් මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. මේ වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලක මීටර 50 සමනලාර මූලික වටේ 6 වෙන තරගය. ක්‍රීඩක නාමාවලියේ නම් 8ක් තිබුණත් ඔබට පෙනෙන්නේ නැහැ සියලු මන්තිරු වල ක්‍රීඩකීන් සිටිනවාද කියලා. මම හිතන්නේ අසංක ඔය පටලැවිල්ලක් සිද්ධ වෙනවා ඔය නම් මාරු වීමත් සමගින් සමහර ක්‍රීඩකීන් හරි අවස්ථාවට නොපැමිණීමත් සමගින්.
ඔව් ඇතම් ක්‍රීඩකයන් නියමිත මේලාවට පැමිණුනේ නැහැ තරගාවලියට. ඒ තමයි ගැටලුව. ඇතම් විස්තර විචාරකයනුත් එහෙමයි.
තරගය ආරම්භ වුණා. හොඳ පිම්මක් ජලය තුලට. හොඳ තරගයක් අපට පේන්නට තිබෙනවා. මන්තිරු කිහිපයකින්ම ඉදිරියට ඇදින්නට උත්සාහයක්. නමුත් මන්තිරු අංක 7 දිසිනු චන්දුල් මෙවැනි විට පළමු මීටර 25 අවසානයේදී පෙරමුණ තමන් සතු කර ගැනීමට සමත් වෙලා තිබෙනවා. නමුත් බලමු. තවත් මීටර කිහිපයක් යා යුතුයි. දිසිනු චන්දුල් තමයි තවමත් ඉදිරියෙන් සිටින්නේ. අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙමින් සිටිනවා මන්තිරු අංක 5න්. නමුත් අවසන් මීටර කිහිපයක් බලමු. මෙන්න මන්තිරු අංක 5 සහ මන්තිරු අංක 7 අතර රාජසිංහ සහ දිසිනු චන්දුල් අතරයි තරගය තිබෙන්නේ. නමුත් තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සමත් වෙනවා. දිසිනු චන්දුල් මන්තිරු අංක 7න් හොඳ රිද්මයක් සහිත ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්.
මන්තිරු අංක 7 සහ 5 අතර තමයි ප්‍රබලම තරගය තිබුණේ මේ කාල ගණන තරගය තුල. නමුත් අවසානයේදී මන්තිරු අංක 7 චන්දුල් ජයග්‍රහණය කළා. මෙන්න ආරම්භය තරගයේ ආරම්භයේදීම හොඳ ඉදිරියක් ලබා ගත්තා චන්දුල්. ඒ වාසිය තමයි ඔහුට තිබුණේ. මේ අවසන් තරග කිහිපය තුලදීම අපි දුටුවා ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගේ උපකරණ ගැලවී යාම දිය මත. ඉතින් ඒ පිළිබඳවත් අවධානය යොමු කළ යුතුයි.
ඔව් ක්‍රීඩකීනුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවනුත් එකසේ මේ ආබාධ වලට මේ ප්‍රශ්න වලට මුහුණ දුන්නා. මිලක තරග වලට යෑමට පෙර අප විස්තර විචාරකේ කුටියේ වෙනසක්.
Be starting off with the girls under 20 50-meter butterfly, and in this first heat, according to our records, we have in lane number 3 N Anjali, lane number 4 T.I. Pereira, lane number 5 L.S. Rana Raja. We have one additional swimmer as well making the cut here.
Yes, Bilal, and it's actually going to be lane number 3 with that early lead here in the butterfly, but up there in lane number 6 she will also be close by Remember, the qualifying time here that we are looking for is a 42, which I believe all these girls can get under. Pretty nice rhythms there from majority of those girls, which leads me to what I was saying yesterday, where as they progress, they will find what rhythm works for each of them, and they will progress into the swimmers. The flyers. They will be. There we see off the start. Butterfly, you'll often see them pushing the underwaters. There we go. Yeah, and the breakout around the 10-meter average. Nice, perfect shot there, capturing that chin on the surface, which is a coach's dream for a flyer. There is actually the winner there in lane number 3, and she had a very big chest press, a butterfly movement there, which is lovely to see as well.
That was the first and the only heat in the girls under 20 50-meter butterfly, and we'll be moving on to the boys under 20 50-meter butterfly. And for the first heat, we'll be having in lane 3 DH Kulathilaka, lane 4 Lisat Henanayaka, and lane 5 DT Thomas. First of 3 heats here, and the qualifying time is of course 37 seconds, and off we go here. Good underwaters.
Yeah, straight into the lead is the swimmer from lane 5, that's Thomas, but he's close to being chased now on the swim by Kulathilaka here, and he will be first to the 25, Kulathilaka there. So let's see who can maintain this form better towards the latter part of this 50 meters butterfly. Definitely Thomas looking to be the stronger swimmer of the two, creating a lot of splash as he enters that water there. Now down here in lane number 3, that's going to be Kulathilaka, who just manages to remain consistent with that form and gets the touch there in a pretty decent time as well.
Little unfortunate for Henanayaka there. He had a good underwater, however his rhythm just a little disrupting himself, I would say. But what a leg by Kulathilaka and Thomas.
Yes, Bilal. Henanayaka was all right throughout the first stages, but then towards the latter part, his breathing pattern sort of getting the better of him. Maybe if he would try something longer, a bit longer, it might help him till he gets the hang of his own rhythm a bit better. And I think that with that we move on to heat number 2.
And for heat number 2 in this boys under 20 50-meter butterfly, we have in lane number 2 Shakir, lane number 3 Johan Meshak, lane number 4 DS Katsurya Arachi, lane number 5 DSV Dias, lane number 6 PG Gunawardana, and lane number 7 MNN Ahmed.
Once again, Kasturi Arachi took out that race previously, the 200 freestyle, out very hard. So let's hope he still got that sprint gene in him, and he's got a bit of a rejuvenated body back under him right now, because that 200 free, it takes a toll on you. So let's see what he's able to pull out the bag here. 33 in the first heat, not a bad time to start. This 50 butterfly is what I qualified novices in as well. Obviously the rules are a bit different then. We need to come in the top 3. There were no qualifying times back then. But yeah, under 13, I got myself a 3rd place, which was just enough to scrape by. And also in the 200 IM, which we will see later on in the day.
Definitely one of the exciting events that we have lined up for today, the 200 IM, which will employ all forms of the stroke. However, this is the second heat today of the boys under 20 50-meter butterfly.
Here we go, and wonderful underwaters there by lane number 6, and straight into the lead. That is Gunawardana. We were keeping our eyes on Kasturi Arachi, who is now making his move. So again, he didn't get the best of the starts. Had a bit of a cheeky look there, up there. And now let's see if he can attack. He's had another look heading into the 15. He's slightly behind, almost half a body length behind Kasturi Arachi, that is of Gunawardana. And let's see, I think Gunawardana is going to get this home in a mighty fast time. That is actually a sub 30 50 meters butterfly. So that is an incredible swim by him right there, Gunawardana in lane number 6.
Kasturi Arachi also not very far behind, just a second or two.
Not even, Bilal. I don't think. Yeah. I think towards the end he closed that gap even further. So I don't think there was even a second in that gap. Yeah. See, towards the latter part. I think Kasturi Arachi came down home fast as well. So I think there's about a stroke in there. Yeah, just about a stroke in there. And I think the rest of the two boys is pretty cut and go, but I think they have made it as well, considering the time is 37 to qualify. So hopefully those two boys got there as well. So let's go. This is the final heat of these boys under 20 50 meters butterfly.
For this heat, we'll be having in lane number 1 MSM Ride, lane number 2 Placido Fernando, lane number 3 AJ Abdullah, lane number 4 Amartha Wickramasinghe, lane number 5 Dinidu Abesurya, lane 6 MDAI Mudunkotua, lane 7 MM Jayathilaka, and lane 8 N Pravinth.
Yes, familiar names from that 50 meters freestyle. We saw Dinidu, Amata and Praveen having that close battle in the 50 meters freestyle down here in lane numbers 1 to 3 and up in 8 in the final heats as well. So let's see, hopefully they give us an entertaining 50 meters butterfly as well. They seem ready and pumped up to go.
Yeah, the swimmers on the blocks here, taking their marks, and off they go.
Dinidu and lane numbers 5 and 3 are no show, leaving Amata there in the middle alone. But up there in lane number 8, straight into the lead, that is Praveen, already a familiar name to us in that freestyle as well. So let's see how fast he will go to the 35. That is blindingly fast. This should be sub 28 if he maintains this pace. So yes, that was a brilliant swim there by Praveen. But was it Praveen who we had going across the lane before as well? Or was it someone else? No, it was someone else. But we see Praveen here swerving a little bit to the right. So, and I think that was still sub 28, somewhere around that 28 mark there. Beautiful. You see him already making his way slightly. There we go. He's towards the right. Yeah. And in a stroke such as butterfly, where you're extending those arms, if you even clip that lane rope, my God, that hurts. And it's annoying as well. There we go. Yeah, so he's touching to the right of the the touchpad. So he has definitely almost half a second to drop there. Maybe even a little bit less, but still. Also, that time is a wonderful time. He could definitely qualify for the national competitions with that time as well. So definitely want to watch out who will go straight into the national scene straight away.
And with the completion of that boys under 20 50 meter butterfly, we are moving on to the women's 20 and over 50 meter butterfly. It's have two individuals taking part in this heat. And the qualifying time being 42 seconds. So in lane number 4 we'll be having KKP Nithmosha, and lane 5 TA Vanoff. And it's Kitmosha, Vanoff, who's off to a little bit of lead here.
Yeah, breathing every stroke. Both of these girls made famous by Michael Phelps in the 200, but it's very interesting that they're doing this in the 50 as well. A rhythm, the two different rhythms employed here by the two different swimmers. Vanoff there in front. Got a nice rhythm going for her. You get that one big kick as she enters her hands, which you see gives her that nice movement and a sort of a wave-like movement there throughout her whole body there. She's maintaining that pace. Actually, now Nithmosha is catching her up here in this final few meters. But let's see the target of 42 to qualify. I think they might have gone just slightly over that time, but definitely a great swim regardless here in the 20 and over girls. There you see she's coming very high there actually. So what you want, as I said, is the chin on the surface, and definitely always something to work on for everybody there. But definitely some girls with some potential here. And they've got time. Even if they're 20 and over, in my opinion, we've all got time. So that concludes Bilal, event number 223, the women's 20 and over, and we are up to the final butterfly event of the day. That is going to be the men's 20 and over 50 meters butterfly. Qualifying time of 37 once again. Yeah, Yes, and I think we've got one heat, Bilal.
Definitely. And for this one single hit, we'll be having in lane 1, BGA Dilhar, lane 2, JN Nimalraj, lane 3, ADS Pereira, lane 4, KG Veeravansa, lane 5, KM Senaratna, lane 6, PM Samudika, and lane 7, SD Kumara.
And it's going to be Kumara and Samudika into the lead straight away, and they will be first to the 25, closely followed by a very fast stroke rate in lane number 5. That is going to be Veeravansa. Veeravansa, let's see if he can make a move, because he's actually stroking the fastest in the water right now. Towards the closing stages, a very powerful hand entry there from lane number 7. That's going to be Kumara, and I think that's what helped him get the heat win there. A 33.96, not a bad time at all, and I think majority of those swimmers will qualify because it is under that 37 that we required. There we go. We see the shot there. No goggles, staying flat in the water, and very fast stroke rate. But Kumara up there, you see he's making quite a big splash, but he's entering very aggressively. And what that's doing is bringing his hips up very high in the water, which is why he was so fast there. Irrespective of if he had the slower stroke rate or that high breath. So different results. Always, even though they have different techniques, and always something interesting to see.
And before moving on to the girls under 17 50 meter backstroke, the backstroke events, we'll be going for a short commercial break, and we'll be back with live action from the Papare.
And they adore, but the truth is I love you more. I love you more. I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඕන.
එන්නේ තියන්නේ කංකරච්චුවේ කියෝ.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
My heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is I love you more. I love you more. I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action. Feel the excitement.
වයිසවුරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක එකේ ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
නෑ අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඕන.
එන්නේ තියානේ අර කංකරච්චලේ කියෝ.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Beautiful strikers play and
90 minutes of breathtaking action. A battlefield where rivalries are renewed and new heroes are made. Catch the action of the 6 live games of the Sri Lanka Football Champions League 2025-26 every weekend from the racecourse ground on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare on Dialog Television, Dialog ViU Plus and ThePapare.com.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Conquerors built for war. Superstars born under blinding lights. Some chase the ghosts of past glory. Some fight to stay on top. And some stand one step away from the final victory. But destiny only chooses one. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
They'll be talking about him all around the world.
The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
20 teams. 55 matches.
Superb!
One world champion. The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
Get ready, Sri Lanka. The ultimate battle on the rugby pitch. Interclub Rugby League is back. Catch every thrilling moment, exclusive highlights, and live action only on Sri Lanka's #1 sports network, The Papare on Dialog Television. Or watch it live anytime, anywhere on the ViU Plus app and ThePapare.com. Join the roar, feel the passion. Don't miss the Interclub Rugby League, only on The Papare.
We've won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. Now it feels like we've won the world.
All right, and we are back here with the girls under 17 50 meters backstroke into the lead right now. That is lane 4. That's Kiara Ganiarachi leading the charge. Up there in lane 5, that's Methali and Liana in lane number 3. Good techniques all around. I saw Kiara have a bit of a look there, but she is up front, and the target time they are looking for here is a 47 to qualify. So let's see if they can get under it, and it should be, because it looked to be a quite fast swim. Both all 3 girls get in there in quick succession. And to take the rest of these girls under 17 50 meters backstroke, will have a change in here the combox. So let me invite Randiv and Nathan to continue.
Thank you, Gavin. And now we are moving on to the second heat of the girls under 17 50 meter backstroke. And lanes 1 through 8, it's Tiani, Michelle, Mihisari, Galgamua Silva, Metuke Silva and RM Bandara in the 7 lanes. And joining me in the com box is Nathan. And Nathan, we are once again in the under 17 category, which has been the events we've been comparing commentating for the morning and the afternoon also now.
Yes, we are through 2 of the strokes now. Went from the freestyle to the breaststroke, and now these are the first couple of heats of the backstroke events, part of today's proceedings. We are in heat number 2, but just the 5 heats run there from this girls under 17. We saw at least 10-15 heats from the other strokes, so probably a bit concerning that we're not seeing more participation for the backstroke, but nonetheless it's great that these set of girls even have come out as well in lane number 6 with a sub 40. That's excellent from Metuki Silva, well within the 47 second blanket that she needs to fall under, completing it pretty soon alongside her partners in lanes 2, 3 and 4 as well. So at least 4 qualifiers from this. So excellent work from Metuki.
I think Nathan, Metuki Silva in the breaststroke also did pretty well, and her name has come up a couple of times, and definitely doing very well, getting a sub 40 in this qualifier. So she'll be very happy, and Muses will be very happy as well with her performance. And now we're moving on to the third heat of this event, and lanes 1 through 8. We have NH Gamindage, NH Vikramasinghe, VV Ajitanga, Ovini Panchadi, Tamani Pereira, Tenaya Pereira, DM Disanayaka and T Satyamurthy rounding up the heat. So just waiting for the swimmers to get in to the pool and set themselves up for the backstroke. This is the third heat of 5 in the girls under 17 50 meter backstroke. And at the start of lane 1, it is decent underwater. I remember Gavin mentioning yesterday on day 1 that getting that underwater and coming up with your head just above the water looking up is definitely a great technique, and we can see here in lane 1 as well, that is Gamindage, who seems to be doing very well at the moment, crossing the 25 meter mark first. But right across the field we do have a couple of swimmers in contention to breach the to actually qualify under the 47 second timing, Nathan.
Yes, lane number 7 as well with a really good swim, but lane number 1 just pulling away. Gamindage will pretty comfortably finish in the end around that 41 second mark, and very closely followed by lanes 2, 5, 7 and 8, and all of them I'm pretty sure well under that 47 second threshold. So excellent stuff once again. Where yet another event where we're seeing multiple qualifiers from each heat.
Yes, in lanes 2, 5, 7 and 8, like you mentioned, Nathan, that's Vikramasinghe, Tamani Pereira, DM Disanayaka and T Satyamurthy will be very happy with their performance. As you can see in the highlights here as well, it was a very close tussle in this heat, and we can say on our unofficial timings that these swimmers did qualify under the 47 second qualifying time, but definitely we'll be hoping once the official times do coming that it stays like that. But now we're moving on to the penultimate heat of this event.
Yes, and for this in lane order from lane number 1 we'll have Pallegedara Vinushi De Silva, Madhushani, Watugedara Buddhini, Undugoda Elipitiya and Situli Dulatma occupying the 8 lanes for this penultimate heat in the girls under 17 50 meter backstroke. I guess on the technique of the backstroke can be very challenging at times, isn't it, Randy? Because it's very hard to gauge where you are in the pool as well. You have your back, you're swimming backwards, you have your back against, your head is just pointed towards the sky, so it's very hard to catch a glimpse of how the race is going, very hard to get your sense of direction right as well. So hence backstroke as well can be a pretty challenging stroke at times.
Yes, Nathan, and one thing why it's very important to look up directly into the sky is you can make sure that you see the flags right across the pool, and that's where you know how many meters you have gone right throughout the heat. And at the moment lane number 3 and lane number 8, that is Madhushani and Dulatma, who seem to have taken the initiative here in ensuring that they get A great timing in this heat and great pace by both heading into the last 15 meters of this heat, and at the moment it's neck and neck between Dulatma and Madhushani, and they'll be very satisfied with their performance. I think roughly about 41 seconds on our clock here, and the swimmers in the remaining lanes will be qualifying as well, if I'm not mistaken, Nathan.
Yes, looks like they've just dragged the competition along with them, isn't it? Randev finish in just about with about 6 seconds to spare if you're looking at it from that 47-second point of view. So yes, like you said, looks like even though it was both of them lead in the pack, maybe a couple of for those who were in behind as well might have made that time in, but well done to the swimmers in lanes number 3 and 7, Madhushani and Elipitia and Dulatma as well. Now we're moving on to the final heat of the girls under 17 50-meter backstroke, and for that, in lane order from lane number 1, we'll have Karyawasam, Dasanayaka, Netumi Hansili, Navodaya Tatsarini, Vidamsa, Keli Ranasinghe, Inara Tantirige, and SMS Suryarachi rounding out the 8.
And as we've seen time and time again, we have a couple of swimmers who have clocked in great timings well below the qualifying time, and it is definitely exciting to see as we are drawing an end to this girls under 17 50-meter backstroke event. Be hoping for a couple of sub 40 swims by the girls here. Fortunately, we do have absentees in lanes number 2 and 7, so 6 swimmers vying for that qualifying time. And a great mix of 16 and 15-year-olds in this particular heat. So we've not seen a heat with 16-year-olds right across the 8 lanes. So it goes to show that the 15-year-olds, the younger ones, definitely posing competition and threat to the seniors in their particular age group. At the moment, we're just waiting for the marshals to give the signal for the swimmers to get into the pool. And a beautiful shot off the pool by our cameraman at ThePapare.
Yes, this is the HNB Novices Age Group Championships for 2026, and like you said, live and exclusive on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare, and on Dialog TV channel number 62 as well. As we are off in this final heat, and straight away lane number 5 with a promising start, that's ABS Vidamsa. But motoring through her stroke as well is Suryarachi in lane number 8. Looks like this could be another close tussle for the both of them, crossing that halfway mark with around 17 seconds on the clock, and well within their pace to meet that 47-second requirement.
Yes, quite a powerful stroke by the lanes 1, 5 and 8, Nathan, definitely powering their way through like you mentioned, and definitely finishing well below the 40-second mark. We have about 38 seconds on our unofficial clock here, and lane number 5, that is AB Vidamsa. She'll definitely, as you can see on the screen, she's smiling as well. She'll definitely be proud of what she has achieved here. Finishing 9 or 10 seconds below the qualifying time is no easy feat. And as you can see in the highlights here, great underwater by lanes number 1 and 5, that is Vidamsa and Karyawasam, but what a swim there by Vidamsa to make sure that she finishes 9 seconds below the qualifying time. And now we're quickly moving on to the next event, which is the boys under 17 50-meter backstroke, and we do have a qualifying time of 40 seconds given to us. And in the first heat, we have 8 heats in this event, and in the first heat lining up lanes 1 through 8, we have Mohammad Ahmed, EA Idrisinghe, Adib Imran, PM Vijay Sundara, MS Rashid, AA Denuwan, Renushka Senanayaka and AL Pereira to line up for the first heat. And the boys under 17, we did see a couple of amazing timings and swims in the past events, that is the freestyle and the breaststroke, and it will be very exciting to see how these boys go about the backstroke, which is the third of the 4 strokes available in this in this event today. Just a reminder to all our viewers out there These are the unofficial timings, and the swimmers will definitely get the official timings from the officials down there, and it might be fast or might be slow. We'll have to wait and see. But just commencing this first heat in the midfield, we do have a neck and neck tussle. But heading to the 25-meter mark first, Nathan, it will be in lane number 4, Vijay Sundara.
Yes, Vijay Sundara just pushing through, but looks like he's lost a bit of pace as well, isn't it, Randev, as he's into the final 25 meters. Now neck and neck with his counterparts in lanes number 5 and 6, but still well on pace to finish a sub 40. Will be a bit of a race against the clock, and just in time, I believe, for lanes number 4 and 5. Lane number 6 might have just fallen behind, but nonetheless, excellent swim from Vijay Sundar and Rashid, finishing just in the nick of time. 40 seconds is all that these young men get. And 39 and a few micros is what Vijay Sundar finished with on our clock. And as you can see, Vijay Sundar had a good start, didn't he, Randev? But I think he just slowed down in that last 25 meters. Made it a bit more difficult for himself than it should have been. But nonetheless, all is well that ends well. And we have our first couple of qualifiers from this event number 226, the boys under 17 50-meter backstroke. And taking a look at the lineup for the second heat, we have 8 heats set to come away. So again, love the participation, isn't it? Over 80 swimmers registered for this. And in lane order, from lane number 1, we'll have Vaniga Surya, Senhas, Gunawardana, Pereira, Randira, Induranga, and Idrantha and Kuladeepan Leon to take to the waters in just a couple of moments.
So something very important to note is that in this backstroke, once you do lose the momentum, it's very difficult to pick up the pace again. So that's why I think, if I'm not mistaken, Vijay Sundara did lose out a bit of time heading into the last couple of meters. But this is the second heat of the boys under 17 50-meter backstroke, and we have 6 more heats to come, just waiting for the swimmers to line up. Once again, it's always nice to see a full pool across the lanes, so we're just waiting for them to get ready. And a great underwater there, Nathan, by lanes number 5 and 7. That is Randira and Indraratna. They definitely have taken the initiative to reach the 25 meters first. But what a powerful swim by Indraratna in lane number 7. He seems to be taking, heading into the last 15 meters just under 20 seconds, Nathan. And he'll definitely be getting that sub 40 pretty easily.
Has taken full control of the race, isn't it? Randhirendra Ratna didn't have the best of starts, but in the end, like you said, comfortably around that 33 to 34 second mark. And then lanes 3 and 5 not far behind either. I believe that's Gunawardana and Randhira. But what an excellent swim that was from Indaratna, just 15 years of age. And really, and the way he recovered, especially after not getting a good start. We were just talking about how important it is to maintain that same level of momentum all the way through a backstroke lap, and to come from behind really and do something like that is pretty incredible stuff from the young man.
Yes, Randhira and Indaratna will be very, very, very satisfied with that performance, as they have clocked in times of around 32 and 34 seconds, which is the fastest we've seen so far in this event. But it's only 2 heats that we've had so far, and we're lining up for the third heat, lanes 1 through 8. We have Jayamaha, Sandeepa, Godage, Ratnayaka, Disilva, Samarasekara, Rizan and MS Pereira to kick us off for the third heat of the boys under 17 50-meter backstroke. It's always exciting to see when the swimmers here then come out and beat the qualifying time pretty easily, because this is also 40 seconds for 50 meters in the backstroke, which is not very, very easy to achieve in the under 17 age category. But these swimmers seem to be doing it with pretty ease, clocking in times 5 or 6 seconds below the qualifying time. So definitely very, very interesting to see how these heats go up. We move on to the final heats. Just waiting once again for the marshals to signal for the swimmers to get into the pool and kick off things for the third heat. Bit of a gloomy weather compared to yesterday. Day 1 we did have a lot of sun By this time it's around 12:50 to 1 o'clock on our times here, so it'll definitely would have been a hot day, but it's also good for the swimmers to have a bit of cool air and fresh air for them to not burn up there in the sun while standing to get into the pool. But now we're moving on to the third heat, and in lane number 1 has taken the initiative. That's Mahin Jayamaha from St. Joseph's College, Colombo, who will reach the 25-meter mark first, Nathan.
It's just on the stroke of that 15-second mark. And speaking about the time as well, right on midday, probably the most difficult time to swim a backstroke, isn't it? Because you're looking directly into the sun. But yes, credit to all these young swimmers. They're doing it and making it look easy at the moment. As the clock ticks past the 35-second mark, do we have a qualifier? It looks like we do in lanes 6 and 8. That's Samarasekara and MSS Pereira. And in lane number 1 as well, Mahin Jayamaha, continuing on that early momentum that he got. It looks like we do have a couple of qualifiers from this heat as well.
And in the highlights here as well, you can see that lanes 1, 5 and 6 did get great underwaters, but heading into the 25-meter mark, it was Jayamaha who had the initial lead, but 3 qualifiers doing extremely well to keep under that 40-second timing, which, like I mentioned earlier, is not easy at all. And now we are lining up at the halfway mark of this event, the 4th heat of the boys under 17 50-meter backstroke. It's lanes 1 through 8. We have Metmal Gunaratna, HV Pereira, WA Sasmitha Nisala Piris, MM Misbah, NN Kanmage, M Divya Pansilu, and the final lane, TM Disanayaka.
Just waiting to be marshaled here, these young lads. And yes, this should be our last event before the break as well, Randeep, because I don't see any more competitors from the future events being marshaled at the moment. It's just the remaining heats of the boys under 17 50-meter backstroke. Unfortunately, it looks like we do have a couple of no-shows as we get going in heat number 4, and straight away excellent underwater from Sasmitha in lane number 3. And can he maintain this momentum will be the question, but good push from lane number 8 as well. Disanayak didn't get the underwater he would have hoped for, but still has himself in the mix. But looks like Sasmitha's work should be enough to see him through if he can maintain this pace through the last 10 to 15 meters or so. What a swim this is from WAY Sasmitha, and comfortably finishing around that 34-second mark, and not far behind him are his partners in lanes 6 and 8, Kankanamge and Disanayaka. All 3 of them finishing well within the allowed 40-second timing. But an excellent swim from Sasmitha, and great technique from him as well. Randeep, certainly someone with a very bright future.
Yes, Sasmitha did power his way through. I think if he does have a bit of a smoother motion without that water splashing in his face, I think Gavin mentioned yesterday as well, the lesser the splash in the backstroke, the easier it is for you to swim. I think if he gets that corrected, Nathan, he will have an even faster swim, and 34 seconds on our clock is definitely very, very fast. So getting it down to those 30s, the lower 30s, will be very exciting to see when he moves up in the age category. And now we are lining up for the 5th heat of this event, and lanes 1 through 8 we have BT Ravindu, MP Karunatilaka, Mohammad Yusri, Mohammad Mazndivzi, Ronhal Mohoti, MI Aflal, AS Ratnayaka, and in the final lane Sanita Munasinghe.
Yes, definitely Randev, the 5th heat of 8 in the boys under 17 50-meter backstroke. Got plenty of action left in the day though, and plenty of action tomorrow as well, so do stay tuned with us for this HNB Novices age group swimming championships. You get to get a peek at the future of Sri Lankan swimming and get to see some very promising young talents taking their first steps, getting their novices qualifications in. And it's lovely to see the participation as well. We've said this numerous times on here already, but over 1,800 young swimmers from 160 different clubs across the country, clubs and schools alike. And some of them even swimming for their universities. We're seeing some good participation from the forces as well in the open categories. So all round, plenty of talent, and hopefully can be nurtured into something greater for the sake of Sri Lanka swimming.
At the moment, it is in lanes number 1, 2, and 7. That is Ravindu, Karunatilaka, and Ratnayaka, who seem to have taken into the last 10 meters of this heat. It is Ratnayaka who seems to be touching the end first, but it is also in lanes 1 and 2. That is Ravindu and Karunatilaka, who have finished with the timing just below the 40 seconds. So it will be a very close call on our official clock. We have clocked about a 38-second swim by Ratnayaka. So Ravindu and Karunatilaka in lanes number 1 and 2 will be hoping that they have done enough to clock under the 40-second qualifying time. Into the 25 meters, as we can see in the replay here, all were neck and neck. But in the last couple of meters, Ratnayaka did manage to find a bit of more pace and reach the qualifying time. Confidently, we can say he did reach the qualifying time. But Ravindu and Karunatilaka will be hoping on the official time that the 40 seconds has not been breached.
Yes, and now into heat number 6, the lineup in lane order from lane number 1. We have AI Bandara, MB Mallikarachi, Rodrigo, Abdullah, Ahmed, Banuja, Kalhara, and Rosandu De Silva.
We do have an absentee in lane number 1, unfortunately, but still overall great participation for these events and for the entire HNB Novices Aquatic Championships 2026. And all of this action is brought to you by live by ThePapare, and definitely please do take the opportunity to watch these young budding talents participate and showcase their talents for their school and clubs, because they are the future of Sri Lanka and definitely take us to the world and the international stage as well. Just about to commence the 6th heat, and off the blocks it is in lanes number 2, 6 and 7, who had a couple of great underwaters. The moment it is neck and neck in the left hand at the top corner of your screens. That is Banuja, Kalhara and Ahmed's in lanes 5, 6 and 7, but it is lane number 2, that is Malakarachi, who has taken a great lead compared to his competitors. But in lane number 6, Nathan, that is Banuja seems to have caught up, and he'll be hoping that he has done enough to qualify under the 40-second time, and yes, he has. He should be qualifying as well. But lane number 2, that is M.A. Malakarachi, who has done extremely well to qualify for this event.
Yes, Mallikarachi really got it right from the start, didn't he? Had the longest underwater and then just powered through. You can see the amount of effort he's putting into his strokes there, but good stuff from Banuja in lane number 6 as well, and both of them eventually comfortably will under that 40-second mark. Mallikarachi, especially just 15 years of age, and has his sub 40 under his belt in the 50-meter backstroke. So we take a look at the lineup for an ultimate heat in the boys under 17 50-meter backstroke, and in lane order from lane number 1, Ragit Heratke, Gimansa Karunaratna, B.Y. Mihirigalla, Ahil Anisdeen, Lakirabe Singh, PGT Yetuka, S.H. Neha and Bhumita Gamage.
And it's amazing to see, like you mentioned, Nathan, the 15-year-old in the previous heat did record the fastest timing in that heat, and he does have one more year in this under 17 category, so he'll definitely come stronger and faster in the next year's novices as well. So all around great performance by the swimmers in the boys under 17 50-meter backstroke, and we're just waiting for the marshals to signal the start of the race.
As always, requires just that little bit more of turnover time, isn't it? Around the backstroke, we've seen that throughout the meets. Have to get the start in pads, and have to get the marshals have to get it right as well. And unfortunately, looks like we have an absence in lane number 3, but almost a full pool here. As the swimmers set off and straight away strong underwater from lane number 6. Really good. And now he's just putting his foot on the gas, isn't he? Yetuka in lane number 6. Keep your eye out on that middle lane and just breaking away from the rest of the pack as well, as he goes past the halfway mark with just 15 seconds on the clock. And now just trying to add to that gap. Now has a couple of body lengths between him and the rest of the competition. 15 seconds still left for him to make that 40-second mark, and looks like he'll do it comfortably. What a swim this has been from start to finish by PGT Yetuka, finishing with just around 35 seconds on the clock. Unfortunately though, looks like he will be our only qualifier from this penultimate heat, but he's done really well as young Yetuka.
He's definitely outperforming all the competitors in the 7th heat of the boys under 17 50-meter backstroke, and showing how it's done, crossing the 25-meter mark first in the highlights. As you can see here, young Yetuka has done really well to ensure that he has a time of roughly 35 to 36 seconds, which is well below the qualifying time of 40 given for this event. And now we are moving to the 8th and final heat of the boys under 17 50-meter backstroke, and lanes 1 through 8 we have MAD Fernando, KGS Seniviratnam, RR Ahinsa, MS Basnayaka, RM Venuranga, MV Mahatantila, LT Piris, and in the final lane from Royal College, Kevan Pereira.
It's all set for the penultimate heat of this boys under 17 50-meter backstroke. Hopefully can see a couple of qualifiers as well, and can confidently say we've seen out of those 60 swimmers registered for this event, we can confidently say at least 25 or 30 of them have met the mark so far. Hopefully we can see a couple more of them do well in this last heat, as they are off the blocks and straight away pretty strong start from lane number 5. Massive underwater from Venuranga in lane number 5, closely followed though and losing his direction just a bit, Venuranga, but still will cross the halfway mark with just under 15 seconds on the clock, and now motoring through. Found the gas, hasn't he, Randev, in this last 25 meters, and just comfortably stroking his way through. You can see he's not putting too much effort into those strokes. He knows he's well under the time, and comfortably finishing around that 34-second mark in the end. Excellent swim from Venuranga, and I think lane number 1 as well, that's MAD Fernando, will fall under 40 seconds.
As we've seen so far in the past 8 heats, if you do cross the 25-meter mark at around the 15-second timing, you'll definitely be sure to finish under the 40 seconds if you do manage to maintain the same pace. And what a swim there by young Venuranga in lane number 5. He did manage to finish with a time of 34 seconds. You've seen a couple of sub 35-second timings here, Nathan, across the 8 heats, and it's very, very exciting to see how these boys line up in the under 20 age category in the future.
Yes, and now we move on into our next event. That's the girls under 20 50-meter backstroke. Unfortunately, just the one heat and just the 3 competitors in this one, Randev, but hopefully can see all of them meet that qualifying time. They need to come in at around 45 seconds. Do Tenul Javira in lane number 3, T.I. Pereira and Sasha Correa. But unfortunately, looks like we do have an absence as well, so it'll just be lanes 4 and 5 that have been occupied by Pereira and Correa.
Yes, both 18-year-olds, and they definitely have one more year in the bag for this under 20 age category, so they'll want to see how they shape up in their 18th year, so that when moving on to the next year, their final year, they'll have to better that timing. We're just awaiting for the start of the only heat of the girls under 20 50-meter backstroke. These are the seniors, so they'll definitely have faster and quicker timings than the under 17s, and great underwaters by both going roughly at the same time. But it is lane number 5 that had a longer underwater, but did manage to get the didn't manage to come up correctly and get that pace. But at the moment, Nathan, it's Pereira who seems to be crossing the 25-meter mark at 22, roughly 21 or 22 seconds. The qualifying time for this event is 45 seconds, so she'll definitely be well underway to qualify. She'll definitely have to maintain this pace, though. If she does not, it'll be an unfortunate situation for her.
Yes, has just slowed down there in these last 5 or 10 meters or so, but looks like she'll have just enough in the tank, will she? Yes, just around 44 seconds and a few micros. There will be very, very close, but it looks like Pereira in lane number 4 did have enough in the tank eventually to get herself qualified. Unfortunate for lane number 5, like you said, Randev had a good underwater, but just couldn't get the kicks through, just couldn't get the strokes through as she came up, and that eventually has cost her in the end. But nonetheless, Pereira has fallen within that 45-second mark and will secure her qualification.
You can see in the highlights here as well, Pereira doing really, really well. Just managing to get under the 45-second mark on our unofficial timing, so it'll be very interesting to see if the official timings have recorded the same. But we're moving on to the boys under 20 50-meter backstroke, and we do have 2 heats in this event. And in the first heat we have 3 swimmers lined up, and that is in lanes number 3, 4 and 5, Ahmed Thomas and Vidhu Galage. So it'll be very interesting to see how the boys line up and qualify. We do have a 17-year-old in lane number 3 who has 2 more years in this age category, but a great underwater there by lane number 4. That is a DT Thomas from St. Joseph's College, Nugegoda, and he seems to be catching up after being initially behind. Heading into the first 25 meters, both roughly cross at the same time, Vidhu Galge and Thomas.
Yes, but looks like he's been overtaken by Thomas. There was a really close tussle, like you said, between Vidhu Galage and Thomas looks like he's going to overtake him, but 38 seconds is the time he's trying to achieve, and might have just eclipsed that on our clock, isn't it, Randev? Just pretty unfortunate for him, and Vidhu Galage as well started so promisingly, but neither of them had enough in the tank. But nonetheless, they do have an official time under their belt now that they've gone and participated in the novices. But yes, so close, but yet so far for Thomas, finishing just over the 38-second threshold for this boys under 20 50-meter backstroke.
Yes, extremely unfortunate. I think he had a timing of roughly 38 and a few micros, so he'll be very, very he'll beat himself up for that, but nonetheless he should be very proud of what he has achieved here. Like Nathan mentioned, these times are recorded as these are official timings for this novices event. And now we're moving on to the final heat of this event, the boys under 20 50-meter backstroke. And lanes 1 through 8, we have AJ Abdullah, Evin Kumarasiri, DH Kulatilaka, KK Adhikaram, Jonathan Abinath, Nathan De Bruyne, Shakir and D.A. Diseman in lane number 8. And we do have all 8 lanes filled up, and it will be an enthralling race, as this is the under 20 category, Nathan, so we'll definitely see a fast-paced race. Unfortunately, mistake there. I think lane number 1 we do have an absentee, but yes, definitely very, very interesting to watch.
Yes, hopefully we'll see at least a couple of qualifiers from this one as well, isn't it, Randev? Unfortunately, didn't see anyone meet that 38-second mark in the previous heat, but straight away take into the waters and really pushing through those strokes, especially lanes number 3 and 5. I believe that's Kulatilaka and Abhinath, and Kulatilaka just putting his foot on the gas there in the final 25 meters, just 25 seconds on the clock. He's on pace, just needs to continue in this same momentum, just the last hurdle that he needs to conquer, and yes, he will do so rather comfortably in the end, around that 33-second mark, and very closely followed by lane number 5, which is Jonathan Abhinath, and both of them well within that 38-second threshold, and both of them have achieved the target time. So we do have a couple of qualifiers from this boys under 20 50-meter backstroke.
You can see in the highlight there as well, Kulatilaka did have a great underwater, and that is what propelled him to get a timing of roughly 33 or 34 seconds. It's not very easy to have a sub 38-second qualifying time in this backstroke event, but goes to show how much of hard work and effort he has put in. And also in lane number 5, that is Jonathan Abhinath, like we mentioned earlier, he also has managed to qualify under the given time.
Yes, and now we move into the open category, starting with the women's, just the one heat in this particular event, and the lane order from lane number 2 will have Bandara, Jayawardena, Vimashi and Nirmadi all representing the Sri Lankan Army, and in lane number 6 we'll have HM Vaidyasekara for KDU. And the time that these ladies are trying to go for is 45 seconds, so same as the girls under 20. Hopefully we'll see a couple of them meet their mark. Sadly, looks like we do have another no-show in lane number 3. And straight away strong underwater from lane number 6, that's Vaidyasekara. Lane number 2 rather just fell behind initially, but now it looks like she's picked up her game. Has Bandara swimming for the Sri Lankan Army, and they're going neck to neck as they approach the first 25 meters, but they really will need to pick up the pace, isn't it, Randi? Vaidyasekara though has some good pace on a bit of acceleration here, will go a long way for her, trying to meet the 45-second time in, remember.
Yes, Nathan, I think the timing that they had at the first 25 meters is not enough, but in lane number 6, that is Vaidyasekara, she'll be hoping that she has enough, but just a few more seconds remaining, and yes, fortunately we have eclipsed the 45-second timing. It goes to show that you have to have consistent pace right throughout the 50 meters, which is very, very difficult to maintain if you do not get a great start. And we can see in the replay here as well, all swimmers not getting a great underwater, but in lane 6, that was Vaidyasekara, she did pretty well compared to her competitors. Unfortunately not enough in the tank to pull through in the last 10 to 15 meters. But overall a great swim here. We are very, very happy to see the Sri Lankan Army, the KDU, the Sri Lankan Police and the rest of the forces come out here today and swim in these novice championships. It's always great to see the participation. And now we're moving on to the men's 20 and over 50 meter backstroke event, and we have 2 heats in this event, and in the first heat only 3 swimmers lining up lanes 3 through 5. We have Amarasena, Disanayaka, Gunaratna from KDU and the Sri Lankan Police.
Yes, but looks like the 2 heats have been merged, isn't it, Rande? I don't see anyone marshaled, and looks like we have nearly a full pool here. It's just the 2 heats, so I think the marshals have done the right thing and just merged both the heats for these men competing in the open category. And straight away strong underwater from lane number 7. Unfortunately we can't give you a name, but first to the 25 meters is that man in lane number 7 with just under 20 seconds on the clock, and a close tussle from lanes 3 and 4. Their target time is just the 38 seconds, and looks like they are well on pace, but just slowing up there in the last 10 meters. But I think they did enough in that first 25 meters, isn't it, Randeep? And all of them eventually around that 35-second mark, 36-second mark is where the 3 swimmers in lanes 3, 4 and 6 do finish. So have 3 qualifiers from this particular event.
Yes, lanes 3, 4 and 7 doing amazingly to qualify under the 38-second timing, which is very, very difficult to achieve, as we saw in the boys under 20 category as well. So these forces and the universities that have come, who are older and definitely have less practice than the boys under 20 swimmers, have done amazingly well to get under the qualifying time. And if I'm not mistaken, Nathan, we will be heading for the lunch break, as that we draw end to the men's 20 and over 50 meter backstroke. And with that we shall head in for a commercial break, and on the other side it will be Shanuka and Asanka with the Sinhala commentary kicking off things for the girls under 17 200 meter medley relay.
මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ, ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
Talent in abundance.
The next generation of international cricketers are ready to announce themselves on the biggest stage.
They'll be talking about him all around the world.
As 16 teams head to Zimbabwe and Namibia in search of World Cup glory. The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
Happiness is a feeling for yourself. The joy, on the other hand, now that's something you share. Like the last slice of pizza you've been eyeing. The cheer and warmth of a job well done. Their passion to someday change the world for all of us. Could also be a much needed getaway from the routines of every day. Maybe a bond built throughout years of almost and never gonna happens. Or even a simple beginning to a grand story of empowerment. You see, joy is something you share with those you love and trust. And that is why we make banking enjoyable. HNB, a joy to bank with.
It's time to feel the thrill.
Heart-stopping stuff, I tell you.
The world's best are heading to India and Sri Lanka for T20 cricket's biggest prize.
And I believe what I've just seen.
20 teams. 55 matches.
Simply outrageous.
One world champion.
Remember the name.
The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
උද්‍යෝගය උණුසුම රැගෙන දේශීය පිටියට නැවතත් සුපිරි පාපන්දු අත්දැකීමක් ශූරයන්ගේ කුසලානය සෑම සතියන්තයකම කොළඹ තුරංග තරග පිටියේ සිට සජීවීව ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය ඩයලොග් ViU Plus සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන්.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Trust isn't something you claim. It's something you earn. And we won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. From winning the banker's best bank in Sri Lanka to becoming Sri Lanka's strongest bank. Now it feels like we've won the world. Thank you for placing your trust in us.
ඉතිහාසය අලුතින් නිමවන වයසවරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026. ලෝකයේ සියුදිගින් පැමිණෙන කණ්ඩායම් 16ක් කීර්තිය සඳහා තරඟ වදිමින් යොවුන් ක්‍රිකට් ලොව ආධිපත්‍ය සඳහා වන සටනේදී ජයගන්නේ කවුද? ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය ඩයලොග් ViU Plus සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Oh, you are my first love. My heart sings all the time. That's why my heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. In every single beat, come rain, autumn or heat, sunshine, rainbow and glow, let it flow. Let it flow, let it flow. The rhythm to my soul, let it flow. Innocence in every sense, loving you is real intense. Happiness and joy, it just grows. Oh, let it grow, oh, let it grow. It It's just the beginning and we've got more. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is I love you more. I love you more. I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඕන.
එන්නේ තියන්නේ අර කංකරච්චුවේ කියෝ.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
My heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is I love you more. I love you more. I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action. Feel the excitement.
වයිසවුරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඕන.
එන්නේ තියන්නේ අර කංකරච්චුවේ කියෝ.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Beautiful strikers play and
90 minutes of breathtaking action. A battlefield where rivalries are renewed and new heroes are made. Catch the action of the 6 live games of the Sri Lanka Football Champions League 2025-26 every weekend from the racecourse ground on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare on Dialog Television, Dialog ViU Plus and ThePapare.com.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Conquerors built for war. Superstars born under blinding lights. Some chase the ghosts of past glory. Some fight to stay on top. And some stand one step away from the final victory. But destiny only chooses one. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
They'll be talking about him all around the world.
The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
20 teams. 55 matches.
Superb!
One world champion. The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
Get ready, Sri Lanka. The ultimate battle on the rugby pitch. Interclub Rugby League is back. Catch every thrilling moment, exclusive highlights, and live action only on Sri Lanka's #1 sports network, the Papare on Dialog Television. Or watch it live anytime, anywhere on the ViU Plus app and ThePapare.com. Join the roar, feel the passion. Don't miss the Interclub Rugby League, only on the Papare.
We've won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. Now it feels like we've won the world.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
Talent in abundance.
The next generation of international cricketers are ready to announce themselves on the biggest stage.
They'll be talking about him all around the world.
As 16 teams head to Zimbabwe and Namibia in search of World Cup glory. The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
Happiness is a feeling for yourself. But joy, on the other hand, now that's something you share. Like the last slice of pizza you've been eyeing. The cheer and warmth of a job well done. Their passion to someday change the world for all of us. Could also be a much needed getaway from the routines of every day. Maybe a bond built throughout years of almost and never gonna happens. Or even a simple beginning to a grand story of empowerment. You see, joy is something you share with those you love and trust. And that is why we make banking enjoyable. HNB, a joy to bank with.
It's time to feel the thrill.
Heart-stopping stuff, I tell you.
The world's best are heading to India and Sri Lanka for T20 cricket's biggest prize.
And I believe what I've just seen.
20 teams. 55 matches.
Simply outrageous.
One world champion.
Remember the name.
The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
උද්‍යෝගය උණුසුම රැගෙන දේශීය පිටියට නැවතත් සුපිරි පාපන්දු අත්දැකීමක්. ශූරයන්ගේ කුසලානය සෑම සතියන්තයකම කොළඹ තුරංගතරග පිටියේ සිට සජීවීව ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය ඩයලොග් ViU Plus සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන්.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Trust isn't something you claim, it's something you earn. and we won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. From winning the banker's best bank in Sri Lanka to becoming Sri Lanka's strongest bank. Now it feels like we've won the world. Thank you for placing your trust in us.
ඉතිහාසය අලුතින් නිමවන වයසවරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026. ලෝකයේ සියුදිගින් පැමිණෙන කණ්ඩායම් 16ක් කීර්තිය සඳහා තරඟ වදිමින් යොවුන් ක්‍රිකට් ලොව ආධිපත්‍ය සඳහා වන සටනේදී ජයගන්නේ කවුද? ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය, ඩයලොග් ViU+ සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Oh, you are my first love. My heart sings all the time. That's why my heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. In every single beat, come rain, autumn or heat, sunshine, rainbow and glow, let it flow. Let it flow, let it flow. The rhythm to my soul, let it flow. Innocence in every sense, loving you is real intense. Happiness and joy, it just grows. Oh, let it grow, oh, let it grow. It's just the beginning and we've got more. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is I love you more. I love you more. I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඕන.
එන්නේ තියානේ අර කංකරච්චලේ කියෝ.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
My heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is I love you more. I love you more. I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
වයස අවුරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඕන.
එන්නේ තියන්නේ කංකරච්චි
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන්න දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Beautiful strikers play and
90 minutes of breathtaking action. A battlefield where rivalries are renewed and new heroes are made. Catch the action of the 6 live games of the Sri Lanka Football Champions League 2025-26 every weekend from the racecourse ground on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare on Dialog Television, Dialog ViU Plus and ThePapare.com.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Conquerors built for war. Superstars born under blinding lights. Some chase the ghosts of past glory. Some fight to stay on top. And some stand one step away from the final victory. But destiny only chooses one. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන්න දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
They'll be talking about him all around the world.
The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
20 teams. 55 matches.
Superb!
One world champion. The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
Get ready, Sri Lanka. The ultimate battle on the rugby pitch. Interclub Rugby League is back. Catch every thrilling moment, exclusive highlights, and live action only on Sri Lanka's #1 sports network, ThePapare on Dialog Television, or watch it live anytime, anywhere on the ViU Plus app and ThePapare.com. Join the roar, feel the passion. Don't miss the Interclub Rugby League, only on ThePapare.
We've won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. Now it feels like we've won the world.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන්න දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
Talent in abundance.
The next generation of international cricketers are ready to announce themselves on the biggest stage.
They'll be talking about him all around the world.
As 16 teams head to Zimbabwe and Namibia in search of World Cup glory. The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
Happiness is a feeling for yourself. The joy, on the other hand, now that's something you share. Like the last slice of pizza you've been eyeing. the cheer and warmth of a job well done. Their passion to someday change the world for all of us could also be a much needed getaway from the routines of every day. Maybe a bond built throughout years of almost and never gonna happens. Or even a simple beginning to a grand story of empowerment. You see, joy is something you share with those you love and trust. And that is why we make banking enjoyable. HNB, a joy to bank with.
It's time to feel the thrill. The world's best are heading to India and Sri Lanka for T20 cricket's biggest prize.
And I believe what I've just seen.
20 teams. 55 matches.
Simply outrageous.
One world champion.
Remember the name.
The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
උද්‍යෝගය උණුසුම රැගෙන දේශීය පිටියට නැවතත් සුපිරි පාපන්දු අත්දැකීමක් ශූරයන්ගේ කුසලානය සෑම සතියන්තයකම කොළඹ තුරංග තරග පිටියේ සිට සජීවීව ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය ඩයලොග් ViU Plus සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන්.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Trust isn't something you claim. It's something you earn. And we won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. From winning the banker's best bank in Sri Lanka to becoming Sri Lanka's strongest bank. Now it feels like we've won the world. Thank you for placing your trust in us.
ඉතිහාසය අලුතින් නිමවන වයසවුරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026. ලෝකයේ සිව්දිගින් පැමිණෙන කණ්ඩායම් 16ක් කීර්තිය සඳහා තරඟ වදිමින් යොවුන් ක්‍රිකට් ලොව ආධිපත්‍ය සඳහා වන සටනේදී ජයගන්නේ කවුද? ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය ඩයලොග් ViU Plus සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Oh, you are my first love. My heart sings all the time. That's why my heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. In every single beat, come rain, autumn or heat, sunshine, rainbow and glow, let it flow. Let it flow, let it flow. The rhythm to my soul, let it flow. Innocence in every sense, loving you is real intense. Happiness and joy, it just grows. Oh, let it grow, oh, let it grow. It's just the beginning and we've got more. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is I love you more. I love you more. I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඕන.
එන්නේ තියන්නේ අර කංකරච්චුවේ කියනවා.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
My heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is, I love you more. I love you more. I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Live the action. Feel the excitement.
වයිසවරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026 ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක් ඕන.
එන්නේ තියන්නේ අර කංකරච්චි කියෝ.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Beautiful strikers play and
90 minutes of breathtaking action. A battlefield where rivalries are renewed and new heroes are made. Catch the action of the 6 live games of the Sri Lanka Football Champions League 2025-26 every weekend from the Racecourse Ground on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare on Dialog Television, Dialog ViU Plus and ThePapare.com.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Conquerors built for war. Superstars born under blinding lights. Some chase the ghosts of past glory. Some fight to stay on top. And some stand one step away from the final victory. But destiny only chooses one. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
They'll be talking about him all around the world.
The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
20 teams, 55 matches. Superb! One world champion. The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
Get ready, Sri Lanka. The ultimate battle on the rugby pitch. Interclub Rugby League is back. Catch every thrilling moment, exclusive highlights, and live action only on Sri Lanka's #1 sports network, ThePapare on Dialog Television, or watch it live anytime, anywhere on the ViU Plus app and thepapare.com. Join the roar, feel the passion. Don't miss the Interclub Rugby League, only on ThePapare.
We've won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. Now, it feels like we've won the world.
Kamu මෙතන වෙන plan එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
Talent in abundance.
The next generation of international cricketers are ready to announce themselves on the biggest stage.
They'll be talking about him all round the world.
As 16 teams head to Zimbabwe and Namibia in search of World Cup glory. The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
Happiness is a feeling for yourself. But joy, on the other hand, now that's something you share. Like the last slice of pizza you've been eyeing. The cheer and warmth of a job well done. Their passion to someday change the world for all of us. Could also be a much needed getaway from the routines of every day. Maybe a bond built throughout years of almost and never gonna happens. Or even a simple beginning to a grand story of empowerment. You see, joy is something you share with those you love and trust. And that is why we make banking enjoyable. HNB, a joy to bank with.
It's time to feel the thrill.
Heart-stopping stuff, I tell you.
The world's best are heading to India and Sri Lanka for T20 cricket's biggest prize.
And I believe what I've just seen.
20 teams. 55 matches.
Simply outrageous.
One world champion.
Remember the name.
The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
උද්‍යෝගය උණුසුම රැගෙන දේශීය පිටියට නැවතත් සුපිරි පාපන්දු අත්දැකීමක් ශූරයන්ගේ කුසලානය සෑම සතියන්තයකම කොළඹ තුරංග තරග පිටියේ සිට සජීවීව ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය ඩයලොග් ViU Plus සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන්.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Trust isn't something you claim. It's something you earn. And we won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. From winning the banker's best bank in Sri Lanka to becoming Sri Lanka's strongest bank. Now it feels like we've won the world. Thank you for placing your trust in us.
ඉතිහාසය අලුතින් නිමවන වයසවුරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026. ලෝකයේ සියුදිගින් පැමිණෙන කණ්ඩායම් 16ක් කීර්තිය සඳහා තරඟ වදිමින් යොවුන් ක්‍රිකට් ලොව ආධිපත්‍ය සඳහා වන සටනේදී ජයගන්නේ කවුද? ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය ඩයලොග් ViU Plus සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Oh, you are my first love. My heart sings all the time. That's why my heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. In every single beat, come rain, autumn or heat, sunshine, rainbow and glow, let it flow. Let it flow, let it flow. The rhythm to my soul, let it flow. Innocence in every sense, loving you is real intense. Happiness and joy, it just grows. Oh, let it grow, oh, let it grow. It's just the beginning and we've got more. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is I love you more. I love you more, I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක්.
එන්නේ තියන්නේ කංකරච්චලේ කියෝ.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන්න දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
My heartbeat goes fast like zoom, zoom, zoom. Let it flow, let it flow. Happy tears from this love, let it flow. The fans who check the score, they rejoice and they adore. But the truth is I love you more. I love you more, I love you more. I love you, love you, love you, love you more.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Elevate your game with the Papare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Experience every heartbeat and every goal like never before. From cricket to football, rugby to athletics, we capture the spirit of every sport that ignites our passion. Relive legendary moments, exclusive interviews and expert commentary, all in one place. Join us for live coverage of thrilling matches and events, bringing you closer to the action. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to the Papare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
වයිසවුරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026 ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන් තරඟ උණුසුම එසැනින් අත්විඳින්න.
නෑ අපිට හරි ප්ලෑන් එකක්.
එන්නේ තියන්නේ කංකරච්චලේ කියෝ.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන්න දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Beautiful strikers play and
90 minutes of breathtaking action. A battlefield where rivalries are renewed and new heroes are made. Catch the action of the 6 live games of the Sri Lanka Football Champions League 2025-26 every weekend from the racecourse ground on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare on Dialog Television, Dialog ViU Plus and ThePapare.com.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Conquerors built for war. Superstars born under blinding lights. Some chase the ghosts of past glory. Some fight to stay on top. And some stand one step away from the final victory. But destiny only chooses one. All roads collide. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
They'll be talking about him all around the world.
The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
20 teams. 55 matches.
Superb!
One world champion. The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
Get ready, Sri Lanka. The ultimate battle on the rugby pitch. Interclub Rugby League is back. Catch every thrilling moment, exclusive highlights, and live action only on Sri Lanka's #1 sports network, The Papare on Dialog Television. Or watch it live anytime, anywhere on the ViU Plus app and ThePapare.com. Join the roar, feel the passion. Don't miss the Interclub Rugby League, only on The Papare.
We've won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. Now it feels like we've won the world.
තම මෙතන වෙන ප්ලෑන් එකක්ද?
නෑ ඉතින් ඒකට එච්චර වද වෙන දෙයක් නෑ. ThePapare.com එකෙන් ලේසියෙන් මැච් එක බලන්න පුළුවන්.
Before they were global icons, they were future stars.
Talent in abundance.
The next generation of international cricketers are ready to announce themselves on the biggest stage.
They'll be talking about him all around the world.
As 16 teams head to Zimbabwe and Namibia in search of World Cup glory. The ICC Under-19 Men's Cricket World Cup 2026 begins January 15.
Happiness is a feeling for yourself. The joy, on the other hand, now that's something you share. Like the last slice of pizza you've been eyeing. The cheer and warmth of a job well done. Their passion to someday change the world for all of us. Could also be a much needed getaway from the routines of every day. Maybe a bond built throughout years of almost and never gonna happens. Or even a simple beginning to a grand story of empowerment. You see, joy is something you share with those you love and trust. And that is why we make banking enjoyable. HNB, a joy to bank with.
It's time to feel the thrill.
Heart-stopping stuff, I tell you!
The world's best are heading to India and Sri Lanka for T20 cricket's biggest prize.
And I believe what I've just seen!
20 teams. 55 matches.
Simply outrageous.
One world champion.
Remember the name!
The ICC Men's T20 World Cup 2026 starts the 7th of February.
උද්‍යෝගය උණුසුම රැගෙන දේශීය පිටියට නැවතත් සුපිරි පාපන්දු අත්දැකීමක් ශූරයන්ගේ කුසලානය සෑම සතියන්තයකම කොළඹ තුරංගතරග පිටියේ සිට සජීවීව ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය ඩයලොග් ViU+ සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාවෙන්.
This is the story of how everyone wants to be the king. Champions forged by victory. Every sacrifice is tested. Legends will rise and kings will fall. Because in the end, they all want the same thing.
Trust isn't something you claim. It's something you earn. And we won the trust of millions long before winning all the top awards. From winning the banker's best bank in Sri Lanka to becoming Sri Lanka's strongest bank. Now it feels like we've won the world. Thank you for placing your trust in us.
ඉතිහාසය අලුතින් නිමවන වයසවුරුදු 19න් පහළ ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලානය 2026. ලෝකයේ සියුදිගින් පැමිණෙන කණ්ඩායම් 16ක් කීර්තිය සඳහා තරඟ වදිමින් යොවුන් ක්‍රිකට් ලොව ආධිපත්‍ය සඳහා වන සටනේදී ජයගන්නේ කවුද? ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂනය ඩයලොග් ViU+ සහ ThePapare.com
අයිබෝන් ඔබ නැවතත් පිළිගන්නවා සුගතදාස පිහිනුම් තටාකාංගණයට HNB ආධුනික පිහිනුම් ශුරතා තරඟාවලිය 2026 නැවතත් ක්‍රියාත්මකයි දිවා විවේකයෙන් අනතුරුව දැන් 17න් පහළ බාලිකා මීටර් 200 මිශ්‍රාර කේවල ඉසව්වයි ක්‍රියාත්මක වන්නේ. ඒ සඳහා අපි යොමු වෙමු ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දියට පිවිස තිබෙන්නේ නම්මාවලිය කිව්වොත් HS කරුණාරත්න, විනුෂි ඩි සිල්වා, සැන්ඩ්‍රියා නිරෝෂන්, KG ගල්ගමුව, IT රෙහන්සා තමයි ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ. දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 4 සැන්ඩ්‍රියා නිරෝෂන් ඉදිරියෙන්.
ඔව් දිවා විවේකයෙන් අනතුරුව පළමුව තරඟ ඉසව්වයි මේ වයස අවුරුදු 17න් පහළ බාලිකා මීටර් 200 කේවල මිශ්‍ර ආර ඉසව්ව ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දැන් පිහිනා යන්නේ තමන්ගේ තුන්වන මීටර් 50 තුල ලයාර ඉසව්වෙන්. තමත් ඉදිරියෙන් මන්තිරු අංක 4 සැන්ඩ්‍රියා නිරෝෂන් ඇයට අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙමින් මන්තිරු අංක 3 සහ 6 අපිට පෙන්ට තිබෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 3 විනුෂි ඩි සිල්වා ඒත් එක්කම මන්තිරු අංක 6 LT රෙහන්සා
බලාපොරොත්තු වන කාලය කඩයිම් කාලය හැටියට සටහන් වන්නේ මිනිත්තු 3යි තත්පර 34ක්. ඊට අඩුවෙන් තරගය අවසන් කිරීමයි බලාපොරොත්තු වන්නේ මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ගෙන් මේ සුදුසුකම් ලැබීමේ කාල ගණන තරගයක් වන නිසා මේ තරගාවලිය පුරාම අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වන්නේ කඩයිම් කාලයට අඩුවෙන් තරග අවසන් කරන ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සහ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සොයා ගැනීම.
සැන්ඩ්‍රියා නිරෝෂන් ඊටමත්ම හොඳ රිද්මයක් සමගින් පිහනාගෙන යනවා ඇයගේ අවසන් මීටර් කිහිපය. කේවල මිශ්‍රාර ඉසව්ව අපිට අවසන් මීටර් 50 නිදහස් ආර ලෙස පිහනා යන්නට පුළුවන්. යනවා තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කරනවා සැන්ඩ්‍රියා නිරෝෂන් වයස අවුරුදු 17න් පහළ මීටර් 200 බාලිකා මිශ්‍ර ආර කේවල ඉසව්වේ මේ පැවැත්වුණු තරගයෙන් තවමත් වයස අවුරුදු 15 ක්‍රීඩිකාව හොඳ දක්ෂතාවයක් වෙන
වැදගත්ම කාරණේ තමයි ඔබ සඳහන් කළේ ලාබාල ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් 17න් පහළ ක්‍රීඩා කළත් ඇය වයස අවුරුදු 15ක ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් ශාන්ත බ්‍රිජට් කන්‍යාරාමේ නියෝජනය කරමින් මීටර් 200 එතරම් පහසු ඉසව්වක් නොවේ. ඒ වගේම මිශ්‍රාර ඉසව්ව තවත් අපහසුයි.
නමුත් ඇගේ දක්ෂතාවය ඇය මැනවින් පෙන්වුවා. ආරම්භයේ සිටම පෙරමුණ ලබා ගත්තා. හොඳ ඉදිරියක් සමගින් අවසානයේදී තමත් දක්ෂ ලෙස එම තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සැන්ඩ්‍රියා නිරෝෂන් ක්‍රීඩිකාව සමත් වුණා. මිලකට අපි සූදානම බාලක වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 මීටර් 200 කේවල මිශ්‍රාර තරගය සඳහා යොමු වනට පළමු මූලික තරගය සඳහා මන්තුරංග 3 පී සකල සූර්ය, මන්තුරංග 4 සුවහස් බණ්ඩාර, මන්තුරංග 5 එස්.එස්. පෙරේරා ක්‍රීඩකයන් තිදෙනෙක් ගැන අපට තොරතුරු ලැබී තිබෙනවා. නමුත් සහභාගී වන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනෙක් පමණයි.
ඒ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනාට හොඳ අවස්ථාවක් ඔවුන් දෙපළට. මොකද යුගල තරගයක් හැටියට ඔවුන්ට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න පුළුවන්. එක් ක්‍රීඩකෙක් දිහා විතරයි බලන්න තිබෙන්නේ. නමුත් හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කිරීමේදී යම් කිසි අපහසුතාවයක් තිබෙන්නටත් පුළුවන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ප්‍රමාණය අවම නිසා.
ඔව් අභියෝගයක් එතරම් එල්ලවන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙදෙනෙක් පමණක් සිටින නිසා. ඒ නිසා කාලය වාර්තා කිරීම පිළිබඳව යම් ගැටලුවක් මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ඇතිවන්නට පුළුවන්. ඉදිරියේ සිටින්නේ මන්තුරංග 3 සකල සූර්ය. ඔහු ඉසිපතන විද්‍යාලයේ විය යුතුයි.
සකල සූර්ය ඉසිපතන විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා වයස අවුරුදු 16ක ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. ඔහුගෙන් බලාපොරොත්තු වන කාලය මේ තරගය තුලදී මිනිත්තු 3යි තත්පර 14කට අඩුවෙන් මේ තරගය සව අවසන් කිරීමයි.
දෙවන මීටර 50 පසුපස ආර ලෙස මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් පිහිනා යනවා මේ අවස්ථාවේදී. තමත් සකල සූර්ය ඉදිරියේ හොඳ පරතරයක් පවත්වාගෙන තිබෙන තමන්ගේ සගයාට එරෙහිව. මීටර 200 කේවල මිශ්‍රාර ඉසව්වයි මේ ඔබ දකින්නේ. මූලික වටේ පළමු තරගය සකල සූර්ය සහ එස්.එස්. පෙරේරා අතරයි මේ තරගය පැවැත්වන්නේ. සකල සූර්ය තමන්ගේ පසුපස ආර මීටර 50 එලෙස නිමා කරමින් ඉන්න අනතුරුව ලයාර මීටර 50ට යොමු වෙන ආකාරය ඔබට පෙනෙන්නට තිබෙනවා.
ලයාර තමයි මේ ආරයන් හතරෙන් අපහසු මාරය හැටියට සැලකෙන්නේ. හොඳ තාක්ෂණයක් වගේම හොඳ ජවයක් තිබිය යුතුයි. හොඳ පෙනහළු ධාරිතාවයක් තිබිය යුතුයි. දැන් සකල සූර්ය සෙමෙන් ඔහුගේ ලයාර මීටර් 50 අවසන් කරමින් තිබෙනවා.
ලයාර ඉසව්ව ලයාර මීටර් 50 නිමා කරමින් සකල සූර්ය ළඟවන ආකාරය මේ ආධුනික පිහිනුම් ශූරතාවය 2026 අද දෙවන දිනේ සවස් භාගයේ තරඟ දැන් ආරම්භ වුණා පමණයි. ආරාධනා කරනවා ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන්, ඩයලොග් ප්ලේ ඒත් එක්කම ThePapare.com සමගින් සම්බන්ධ වන්න කියා අද දිනේ පුරාවට මේ වගේම හෙට දිනෙත් තරඟ රසක් දක්ෂතා රසක් ඔබ වෙත ගෙනීමට අපි බලාපොරොත්තු සිටින්.
දැන් නිදහස් සාරයට ක්‍රීඩකයන් සකල සූර්ය ඉදිරියෙන්ම අවසන් මීටර 25ට ළඟා වන්නේ. ඔහුගේම තරගයක් තමයි ඔහුට තිබෙන්නේ. බලාපොරොත්තු වන කාලය මිනිත්තු 3යි තත්පර 14යි. දැන් අවසන් මීටර කිහිපයට ළඟා වෙමින් තිබෙනවා.
ඒ සමගින් සකල සූර්ය ඉස්පතන විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩකයා එම තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරනවා. එතරම් කිසිදු අපහසුයක් සකල සූර්යට නම් තිබුණේ නැහැ. නමුත් අපි අර කතා කරපු දේ සමහර විට සාධකයක් වන්නට පුළුවන්. මේ කාලය මොද කාලයක් ලබා ගැනීමට කොතරම් අභියෝගයක් එල්ල වෙන්න ඕනද කියන දේ. නමුත් සකල සූර්ය අප දුටු ආකාරයට තමන්ගේ උපරිම වැර යොදා එම පිහිනම එම ඉසව්ව තරණය කරා කියන්නට පුළුවන්.
මේ තමයි තරගාරම්භයේ සිදු වූ ආකාරය. සමනලාරෙන් ආරම්භ වුණා. ඉන් පසුව පසුපස ආරයට මීටර් 50යි. නැවත ලයාර අවසානයේදී නිදහස් ආරයට පරිවර්තනය වී ජයග්‍රහණය කළ සකල සූර්ය දැන් මීළඟ තරගය සඳහා ක්‍රීඩකයන් පැමිණෙමින් තිබෙනවා. මේ පුනරූපණ ඔබ දකින මොහොතේදී
මීළඟ තරගය ලැබුණා. මූලික වටේ දෙවන තරගය මන්තුරංග 1 පීටි දිමුත්, මන්තුරංග 2 රුසිරු සත්මින, මන්තුරංග 3 ඉනෝෂ් නානායක්කාර, මන්තුරංග 4 ටීටි නන්විඳු, මන්තුරංග 5 AS ඉන්ද්‍රරත්න, මන්තුරංග 6 SS සෙනවිරත්න, මන්තුරංග 7 DS කරුණාතිලක සහ මන්තුරංග 8 AY සස්මිත මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. අපි සස්මිතගේ දක්ෂතා දුටුවා. පළමුව තරඟ කිහිපයකද විශේෂයෙන්ම ඔහු මීටර් 50යි සෑහෙන දක්ෂතා දක්වපු ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් සස්මිත.
ප්‍රබල නාමාවලියක් ශනුක විශේෂයෙන් SS සේනාරත්න ඔහුත් ප්‍රබල ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් කරුණාතිලක ඒ වගේම නන්විදු තාම හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන් මේ සියලු ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඒ නිසා හොඳ තරගයක් නරඹන්නට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙවි ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන් හැටියට ඔබට.
ඔව් නන්විදු අපිට මතකයි පසුගිය වසරේ පැවැත්වුණු තරගාවලි කිහිපයකම පාසල් මට්ටමේ තාමත් හොඳ දස්කම් දක්වපු ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් අවසන් තරග රැසකවන සහභාගී වුණා. හොඳ ස්ථාන දිනාගත්තා. ඉතින් උණුසුම් තරගයක්
තාමත් අපිට නිර්ණය කරන්නට බෑ කවුද ජයග්‍රාහකයා වන්නේ කියලා. මොකද ඔවුනොවුන්ට විශේෂ වූ ආරයන් තිබෙනවා. දැන් පසුපස ආරයෙන් ඉදිරියෙන් සිටින්නේ සස්මිත මන්තිරු අංක 8. දෙවනුව ඉන්නවා මන්තිරු අංක 4 නන්විදු.
තුන්වන
ලයාර.
ඔව් ඔබ පෙර කතා කළ ආකාරයට ටිකක් අපහසු කොටසක් අපහසු ඉසව්වක් මේ ලයාර ඉසව්ව. තාක්ෂණය වගේම තමන්ගේ රිද්මය දෑත් සහ දෙපා ඒ චලනය හරි හැටි කළ යුතුයි මේ ලයාර කොටසේදී මීටර 50ේදී. තාමත් පෙළෙනට තියෙන්නේ සස්මිත ඉදිරියෙන් සිටිනවා. නමුත් නන්විදු තාමත් හොඳ අභියෝගයක් ලබා දෙමින් සස්මිත ආසන්නයට පැමිණෙන ආකාරයක් තියෙන්නේ. ඉතින් අවසන් මීටර 50 නම් සෑහෙන උණුසුම් වන්නට පුළුවන්. කෙමෙන් නන්විදු ඉදිරියට එන ආකාරයක් පෙනෙන්නට තිබෙනවා මේ ලයාරේ අවසන් කොටස ළඟා වෙද්දී.
ඒ තමයි අපි සඳහන් කළ කාරණය. තම තමන්ගේ විශේෂ ආරයන් සුවිශේෂී දස්කම් පාන ආරයන් තුල ඔවුන්ට හැකියාව ලැබෙනවා ඉදිරිය ලබා ගන්නට. දැන් ඔබට පෙනෙනවා ඇති මන්තිරු අංක 4 නන්විදු ප්‍රථම ස්ථානය ලබාගෙන තිබෙන්නේ දැනට. දැන් ඔහු නිදහස් ආරයට යනවා. දැන් තමයි හොඳම තරගය තිබෙන්නේ මන්තිරු අංක 4 දෙස හොඳින් බලන්න. නන්විදු මන්තිරු අංක 4 ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 8 සස්මිත හොඳ තරගයකට අවතීර්ණ වී තිබෙනවා.
කරට කර තරගයක් අපටත් හිතාගන්නට බෑ කවුරුන් පෙරමුණ ලබා ගැනීමද කියලා. මොකද මේ අවසන් මීටර 25 ඉතාමත් වැදගත් වෙයි. ඔබට පේනවා මැද මන්තිරයේ මන්තිරු අංක 4 නන්විදු කෙමෙන් ඉදිරියට යන ආකාරය තමන්ගේ දක්ෂතාවය තමන්ගේ රිද්මය මනවින් පාලනය කර ගනිමින් ඔහු මෙන්න ඉදිරියට එනවා. කෙමෙන් පරතරයක් නිර්මාණය කරගන්න උත්සාහ කරනවා සස්මිත සමගින්. ඒ අවසරයෙන් මෙන්න අවසන් මීටර කිහිපය මන්තිරු අංක 4 ඒ තමයි TT නන්විදු. ඉතාමත් හොඳ තරගයක් අවසානයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සමත් වන නන්විදු. එනම් අප නැවතත් බැලිය යුතුයි කොතනටද ඒ තරගය වෙනස් වුනේ කියා.
හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කළා. අපේ කාල ගණනයට අනුව මිනිත්තු 2යි තත්පර 53කට 54කට ආසන්න කාලයක්. මෙන්න තරගය ආරම්භ වූ ආකාරය සමනලාරෙන් ඉදිරියට ඇදුනේ මන්තිරු අංක 8 මේ වන විට ඉදිරියෙන්. නමුත් පසුපසාරයේදී සස්මිත හා යම් පරතරය අවම කිරීමක් කර ගැනීමට හැකියාව ලැබුණා නන්විදුට. ඉන්පසුව ලයාරයේදී පරතරය පියවා ගත්ත සම්පූර්ණයෙන්ම. නිදහස් ආරයේදී ඔහුව අභිබවා ගියා නන්විදු.
එයා කරෙන් අවසානයේදී ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සමත් වෙනවා TT නන්විදු. වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලක කේවල මිශ්‍ර ආර මූලික වටේ දෙවන තරඟයේ. ඊනතුරු අපගේ සූදානම වයස අවුරුදු 20න් 15 බාලිකා කේවල මිශ්‍ර ආර තරගයක් සඳහා යොමු වන්නට ක්‍රීඩකවන් දෙදෙනෙක් ගැන අපට තොරතුරු ලැබී තිබෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 4 ශවිනී ඒකනායක, මන්තිරු අංක 5 TI පෙරේරා.
ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තිදෙනෙකු සහභාගී වෙනවා. දෙදෙනෙකු ගැන පමණයි අපට වාර්තා ලැබී තිබෙන්නේ. කෙසේ වෙතත් අපි බලමු අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාව කවුද කියලා.
අවසන් මොහොතේදී එකතු වුණු ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් විය හැකි මන්තිරු අංක 3 ක්‍රීඩිකාව. ඇය තමයි මේ වෙනට හොඳ දස්කම් දක්වන්නේ මේ සමනලාර කොටසේදී. පළමු මීටර 25 නිමවන විට මෙන්න ඇය පෙරමුණ තමන් සතු කරගන්නට සමත් වෙලා තිබුණා. ඇයගේ රිද්මය ඉතාමත් හොඳයි. හොඳ ඉපිලීමක් සමගින් තමයි පිහිනා යන්නේ. ඒ වගේම ඇය හුස්ම ගන්නෙත් පිහිනුම් වාර 2කට 3කට වගේ සැරයක්. සමනලාර තමත් අලංකාර ඉසව්වක් යනට පුළුවන්.
හුස්ම පවත්වා ගැනීමේදී ඔබ දකිනවා ඇති ඉදිරියෙන් පීනුමේ යෙදෙන ක්‍රීඩිකාව වාර ගණනාවකට පසුව තමයි හුස්මක් ලබා ගත්තේ. දැන් පසුපසාරටයි අපි යන්නේ. දැන් ඔබට පෙනෙනවා වේගය වැඩි වෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 4 ශාවිනී ඒකනායකගේ අනිවාර්යෙන්ම රසවත් ලයාර ඉසව්වක් අපිට දකින්නට ලැබෙවි. මේ පරතරය දැන් පියවි තිබෙන්නේ. හොඳ ස්ථාතකයක්, හොඳ සටනක්.
ඔව් මන්තිරු අංක 3 ක්‍රීඩිකාවගේ යම් ප්‍රමාදයක් අපිට පෙනෙන්න තිබෙනවා. සමහර විට අපි කතා කළ ආකාරයට පසුපසාර ඇයගේ ඉසව්ව නොවන්නට පුළුවන්. නමුත් මන්තිරු අංක 4 ශවිනී ඒකනායක තමත් මොහොතින් මේ වන විට තමන්ගේ පෙරමුණ සාර්ථක කරගෙන තිබෙනවා. පරතරය වැඩි කරගන්න ආකාරයක් තමයි පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන්නේ. ඒත් එක්කම මන්තිරු අංක 5 ගියයි පෙරේ උත්සාහයක් දරනවා. තමන්ගේ සගය ඒ සහාය ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් අල්ලා ගැනීමට. නමුත් වෙන්න කුමාරුව පැති කුමාරුව ඉන් සාර්ථක කරගෙන ලයාරස උඩ ශවිනී ඒකනායක හොඳ පෙරමුණක් සමගින් තමන්ගේ 3 වන මීටර 50ට ඇතුළු වන ආකාරයෙන්
විශාල පෙනහළු ධාරිතාවයක් අවශ්‍යයි මෙවැනි තරග ඉසව් සඳහා. මීටර් 200ක් ඔවුන් පිහිනුමේ යෙදිය යුතුයි. ආරය වෙනස් කළ යුතුයි. ඒ වගේම අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් ගැන අවධානයෙන් පසුවිය යුතුයි. දැන් ඉදිරිය පැහැදිලිවම තිබෙන්නේ ශවිනී ඒකනායකට. හොඳින් දෑත් උපරිමයට ළඟා කරනවා. ඒ තමයි හොඳ තාක්ෂණය. ලබාගත හැකි උපරිම දුර ලබා ගැනීමෙන් තමයි පිහිනුමේ දෙන්නේ.
දෑත් සහ දෙපාචාලනයේ රිද්මය අපට පේන්න තිබෙනවා. සතුම කතා කළ ආකාරයටම තමන් උපරිම දුරක් දෑත් භාවිතා කරමින් ඇය පිහිනා ගොස් ඉන්පසු තමයි ලයාර ඒ ආකාරයට පැමිණෙන්නේ. මෙන්න අවසන් මීටර 50 නිදහස් ආරේ සවුව ඇය සෑහෙන වේගයක් ලබා ගන්න ආකාරයක් පෙනෙන්න තිබෙනවා. මේ තරඟ ඉසව්වේ අප කතා කළා මේ සුසුම් ලබා ගැනීම කාලය ගැන. මිනිත්තු 3යි තත්පර 24ක් ලෙසයි පවතින්නේ. අය බලමු ශවිනී කොහොම කොයි වගේ කාලයක් වාර්තා කරගෙන ඉදිරිය මේ පැමිණෙනවා තමන්ගේ අවසන් මීටර 25ට.
ඉක්මන අවසානයක් අවශ්‍යයි. තත්පර 15ක් පමණ තිබෙන්නේ ඇයට. අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙමු අය මේ තරගය නිසි කාලයේදී අවසන් කරાવીය කියා. බලාපොරොත්තු වන්නේ මිනිත්තු 3යි තත්පර 24කට අඩුවෙන් තරගය අවසන් කිරීමයි. මේ මොහොතේ සාර්ථක වෙනවා ශවිනී ඒකනායක 20න් 15 මීටර 200 කේවල මිශ්‍ර ආර ඉසව්වේ නිවැරදි කාලයට තරගය අවසන් කරමින්.
අපගේ කාල ගණනේ වාර්තා වන ආකාරයට මිනිත්තු 3යි තත්පර 19.36ක්. හොඳ කාලයක්. සුසුකම් ලබා ගැනීම කාලයට වඩා තත්පර 4කටත් වැඩියෙන් ඇය තරගය නිමා කරනවා. ඉතාමත් හොඳ පිහිනීමක් ඇයගේ. ආරම්භක මීටර 50 දී තමන්ගේ රිද්මය මනාව ලෙස පවත්වා ගත්ත අය පින් අනතුරුව අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දෙදෙනාටම ශවිනීට අභියෝගයක් එල්ල කිරීමට හැකියාවක් ලැබුණේ නැහැ. කෙමෙන් තමන්ගේ වේගය වැඩි කරගනිමින් ඉතාමත්ම සාර්ථක ලෙස තරගය නිමා කළා ශවිනී ඒකනායක.
මේ තමයි ඇය ලයාර ඉසව්වට සහභාගී වූ ආකාරය. ලයාර මීටර් 50 අවසන් කළ ආකාරය. අවසානයේදී නිදහස් සාරයෙන් වේගවත් ඉදිරියක් ලබා ගත්තා. මිනිත්තු 3යි තත්පර 24කට පෙර තරගය අවසන් කළා.
ඊළඟ තරගය වයස අවුරුදු 20න් 15 බාලක මීටර් 200 කේවල මිශ්‍ර ආර තරගය. ක්‍රීඩකින් තිදෙනෙක් සූදානම්. මන්තිරු අංක 3 ඒ අය මුදුන් කොටුව. මන්තිරු අංක 4 DS කස්තුරි ආරච්චි. මන්තිරු අංක 5 DJ වික්‍රමසිංහ. මේ ක්‍රීඩකින් තිදෙනා තමයි ඔබ දකින්නේ. පළමු මීටර් 25 දී කාටකට තරගයක්. මන්තිරු අංක 3 සහ 4 උත්සාහයක් දරනවා පෙරමුණ ලබා ගැනීමට. මන්තිරු අංක 3න් මුදුන් කොටුවත් මන්තිරු අංක 4 DS කස්තුරි ආරච්චි.
හොඳ ස්ථානගතයක් ඔවුන් තිදෙනාගේ. ඒ නිසාම ඔවුන් තිදෙනාටම තිදෙනාවම හොඳට පෙනෙනවා. හොඳට දර්ශනය වෙනවා. ඒ නිසා තරගකාරී පිහිනුම් තරගයක් නරඹන්නට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙවි. බලාපොරොත්තු වන කාලයේ මිනිත්තු 3යි තත්පර 9කට අඩුවෙන් තරග ඉසව්ව අවසන් කිරීමයි.
තාමත් මන්තිරු අංක 4 DS කස්තුරි ආරච්චි ඔහු ඉදිරියේ සිටින්නේ. මේ දෙවන මීටර 50 පසුපස ආර කොටස. හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කිරීම තමයි අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගේ උත්සාහය වන්නේ මේ තරඟාවලිය පුරාවටම. මේන් ලබා ගන්න වාර්තා කරන කාලයන් අනුව තමයි ඊළඟ තරඟාවලිය වලට මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සුසුකම් ලබා ගැනීම තීරණය වන්නේ. ඉතින් බලමු කස්තුරාච්චි මෙන්න තමන්ගේ දෙවන මීටර 50 අවසන් කරමින් ලයාර් ඉසව්වට පිවිසන ආකාරය.
දැන් තමයි අභියෝගාත්මක ලයාර් ඉසව්වට සහභාගී වන්නේ. සමහර ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට මේ අභියෝගය පහසු අභියෝගයක් වන්නටත් පුළුවන්. ඔවුන් ඒ ආරය සම්බන්ධව සුවිශේෂී දස්කම් පා තිබෙනවා නම් දැනට පහසුවෙන් පිහිනු මේ දින ආකාරය තමයි දකින්නට පුළුවන් කස්තුරි ආරච්චි. හොඳින් ලිස්සා යනවා දිය මත. හොඳ දුරක් උපයා ගන්නවා ඔහුගේ දෑත් හොඳින් විහිදවමින්.
පුල් පරාසයක ඔහුගේ දෑත් විහිදියන ආකාරය පෙනෙන්නට තිබෙනවා අපි. එයින් ලබා ගන්න ජවයත් සමගින් තමයි ඔහු ඉදිරියට යන්නේ. කස්තුරි ආරච්චි මන්තුරු අංක 4 ඔහුගේ ලයාර් ඉසව් අවසන් කරමින් මෙන්න නිදහස් සාරට වේගය එකවරම වැඩි වුණා. ලයාර් ඉසව්වේ පැවතුණු වේගයට වඩා
මම හිතන්නේ ඉතාම හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කිරීමේ හැකියාව තිබෙනවා කස්තුරි ආරච්චිට. අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වුණාටත් වඩා හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කරන්නට පුළුවන් වේවි. බලාපොරොත්තු වන්නේ මිනිත්තු 3යි තත්පර 9කට අඩු කාලයක්. නමුත් දැනට ඔබට පෙනෙනවා ඇති අපේ කාල ගණන යන්ත්‍රය තුල මිනිත්තු 2යි තත්පර 30කට ආසන්න කාලයක් තමයි ගත වෙමින් තිබෙන්නේ. ඔහුට අනිවාර්යෙන්ම මිනිත්තු 3කටත් පෙර තරඟය අවසන් කිරීමේ හැකියාව තිබෙනවා.
අවසන් මීටර කිහිපයක් සමගින් මෙන්න තරඟයේ ජයග්‍රහණය මන්තුරු අංක 4 DS කස්තුරි ආරච්චි හට අපගේ කාල ගණන අනුව මිනිත්තු 2යි තත්පර 46.72 කාලයක් තමයි උට වැය වුණේ. සුසුකම් ලබා ගැනීම කාලය මිනිත්තු 3යි තත්පර 9ක්.
මෙන්න තරගයේ ආරම්භය සිදු වූ ආකාරය. ආරම්භයේදී ඔවුන් තිදෙනාටම හොඳින් දිස්සුනා තිදෙනාම රැඳී සිටින ස්ථානයන්. ඉන්පසුව තමයි මේ පරතරය නිර්මාණය වුණේ. පරතරය නිර්මාණය වීමෙන් අනතුරුව DS කස්තුරි ආරච්චි ඔහුගේම සටනක තමයි නියැලුනේ. මේ තමයි ඔහු අවසානයේදී නිදහස් සාරයට පිවිසුණු අවස්ථාව. හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කළා. මිනිත්තු 2යි තත්පර 45කට ආසන්න කාලයක්. අනිවාර්යෙන්ම ප්‍රමාණවත් දක්ෂතාවයක්.
හොඳ දක්ෂතාවයත් සමගින් තමයි ඔහු තරඟය නිමා කළේ. ඊළඟ තරඟය වයස අවුරුදු 20 සහ ඊට වැඩි පිරිමි මීටර් 200 කේවල මිශ්‍රාවර තරඟය. ක්‍රීඩකයන් 5 දෙනෙක් මන්තුරු අංක 2 NN වීරවංශ, මන්තුරු අංක 3 PM මිෂාර, මන්තුරු අංක 4 DI කුමාර, මන්තුරු අංක 5 T සමුදික, මන්තුරු අංක 6 RM සේනාරත්න. ශ්‍රී ලංකා යුද හමුදාවේ සහ ශ්‍රී ලංකා පොලිසිය ක්‍රීඩකයන් 5 දෙනෙක් ගැන තොරතුරු ලැබී තිබුණත් අපට පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් 4 දෙනෙක් පිනුම් තඩාකේ.
මන්තිරු අංක 5 ක්‍රීඩකයා දකින්නට නැහැ. කෙසේ වෙතත් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙමින් තිබෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 4 ක්‍රීඩකයා. මන්තිරු අංක 4න් තරඟ වදින්නේ කුමාර වයස අවුරුදු 25ක ක්‍රීඩකයා. මේ තරගය තුල සහභාගී වන ලාබාලම ක්‍රීඩකයා ඔහු.
ඔව් මේ විවෘතංශයේ තරගයක් ඉතින් අවුරුදු 20ට වැඩි ක්‍රීඩකීන්ට මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙන්නට පුළුවන්. ක්‍රීඩකයන් 4 දෙනෙක් අපිට පේන්න තිබෙනවා. නමුත් ඒ අතරිනුත් ලාබාලම ක්‍රීඩකයා අවුරුදු 25ක කුමාර ඔහුයි ඉදිරියේ සිටින්නේ. වලුන් පසුපස ආරෙන් අපිට පේන්න තිබෙන ආකාරයට මන්තිරු අංක 6න් සේනාරත්නගෙන් අභියෝගයක් එල්ල වෙනවා කුමාරට.
හොඳින් නැදී යනවා පසුපසාරය භාවිතා කරමින්. නමුත් සටන දැන් තීව්‍ර වෙමින් තිබෙන්නේ. ඔබට පේනවා ඇති සෙමෙන් අනෙකුත් ක්‍රීඩකයන් පරතරය අඩු කරගනිමින් පැමිණෙන ආකාරය. ලයාර ඊටාම රසවත් අත්දැකීමක් වේවි අපට. මොකද කුමාර ලය ආරෙන් අවශ්‍ය වේගය රඳා පවත්ව ගත්තේ නැතිනම් ඔහුගේ පරතරය තවත් අඩුවන්නට පුළුවන්.
කුමාර තාමත් ඉදිරියෙන් මන්තිරු අංක 6 සේනාරත්න ඔහු පසුපසින් අනුත් ක්‍රීඩින් දෙදෙනා NN වීරවංශ සහ PM මිෂාර මේ වුණ විට උන් දෙදෙනා අතරත් හොඳ තරගයක් නිර්මාණය වී තිබෙනවා. උන් දෙදෙනා තුන්වන ස්ථානය සඳහා තරගයක. නමුත් තවමත් කුමාර ඉදිරියෙන් ලයහාර ඉසව් ඔහුගේ සමහර ඉසව් වන්නට පුළුවන්. මොකද ඔහු සෑහෙන වේගයක් පවත්වා ගන්නවා මේ ලයහාර ඉසව්වෙන්. හොඳ පරතරයක්.
බලාපොරොත්තු වුවට වඩා හොඳ දක්ෂතාවයක් පෙන්눔 කළා. කුමාර දැන් ඔහුට හුරු පුරුදු නිදහස් සාරටයි ඔහු පැමිණෙන්නේ. මෙතෙන් පටන් ඔහුව අභිබවා යන්නට වෙනත් කිසිදු ක්‍රීඩකයෙකු සමත් වෙන එකක් නැහැ. දැන් ඔහුට සටන තියෙන්නේ ඔහුත් සමගමයි. බලාපොරොත්තු වන කාලය මිනිත්තු 3යි තත්පර 9කට අඩු කාලයක්. අපි දැන් ඉන්නේ මිනිත්තු 2යි තත්පර 30ක් ආසන්නයේ.
හොඳ වේගයක් සමගින් කුමාර තමන්ගේ අවසන් මීටර 25ට දැන් ළඟා වුණා. ඌට අභියෝගයක් නම් එල්ලවන්නේ නැහැ මේ අවස්ථාවේදී. හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කිරීම තමයි ඔහුගේ අභිප්‍රාය වන්නේ. අපි බලමු ඔහුගේ අවසන් කාලය කෙසේ වේවිද කියලා. මෙන්න අවසන් මීටර කිහිපය ශ්‍රී ලංකා යුද හමුදාවේ DI කුමාර දැන් ඉතාමත් සාර්ථක ලෙස තමන්ගේ තරඟය නිමා කරනවා. අප කාලගන්නේ වාර්තා වන ආකාරයට මිනිත්තු 2යි තත්පර 55.24ක් හොඳ කාලයක්. මොකද සුසුකම් ලබා ගැනීම කාලය ලෙස මිනිත්තු 3යි තත්පර 9ක් තිබෙන නිසා.
හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කළා. නමුත් විශේෂ කාරණයක් ශනුක අප දුටුවා 20න් 15 තරගිසව්ව තුලදී ඔහු වාර්තා කළපු කාලය විශේෂයෙන් කස්තුරි ආරච්චි වාර්තා කරන කාලය මීට වඩා තත්පර 10කුත් අඩුයි.
ඔව් ඊටමත් වැදගත් දෙයක් විශේෂ දෙයක්. නැවතත් මේ ආධුනික මට්ටමේ තරගයක් නිසා සමහර විට මේ සහභාගී වෙන ක්‍රීඩකයින් තරම් අත්දැකීම් බහුල ක්‍රීඩකයින් වන්නට පුළුවන්.
ඔය බව දකින්නට පුළුවන් ඔහුගේ පිහිනුම් ධාවනය දකිද්දී. නමුත් මෙතෙන් සිට ඔහුට පුළුවන් ඔහුගේ දක්ෂතාව වැඩි දියුණු කර ගනිමින් තාක්ෂණයට පිවිසෙන්න. මීළඟ තරගය සඳහා සූදානම් වන ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 17න් 15 මීටර් 100 නිදහස් සාර තරගය සඳහා KGT සහන්සා, ලොහාරා අමරතුංග, මෘණාලි ඩි සිල්වා, HS කරුණාරත්න සහ නෙතුමි හන්සිලා.
ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 5 දෙනෙක් ගැන අපිට තොරතුරු ලැබී තිබුණත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 6 දෙනෙක් පේනට තිබෙනවා. මන්තිරු අංක 2 සිට මන්තිරු අංක 7 දක්වා. හොඳ ආරම්භයක් සමගින් මෙන්න මේ නිදහස් තරඟ ඉසව්වක් ඉතින් තමන්ගේ උපරිම වේගය භාවිතා කරන්න පුළුවන් මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට. පේනට තිබෙන්නේ මන්තිරු අංක 3 ඒ ලොහාරා අමරතුංග. ඇයි මේ වෙනුවට ඉදිරියෙන්ම සිටින්නේ?
පැහැදිලි ඉදිරියක් නිර්මාණය කර ගනිමින් තිබෙනවා අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට වඩා. ඒ වගේම හොඳ සටනකුත් ලැබෙනවා පෙනෙනවා අපට මන්තිරු අංක 7න් මන්තිරු අංක 7 සිට මේ තරගයට අලුතින් එක් වූ ක්‍රීඩිකාව.
දෙකම මන්තිරු අංක 6ත් අප අමතක කරන්න හොඳ නැහැ. ඒ නෙතුමි හන්සි එයත් සෑහෙන උත්සාහයක් දරනවා පළමු ස්ථාන ලබා ගැනීමට. නමුත් මන්තිරු අංක 3 සහ මන්තිරු අංක 7 අතර තමයි තරගය තිබෙන්නේ. සහන්සා සහ මේ තරගයට පසු එක්කුණු ක්‍රීඩිකාව. ඔවුන් දෙදෙනා තමයි මේ වෙනුවට අවසන් මීටර 25ට පැමිණෙද්දී කරට කර තරගයක සිටින්නේ. පෙනට තිබෙන ආකාරයට නම් ලොහාරා අමරතුංග මද පමණක ඉදිරියක් ලබාගෙන තිබෙනවා අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාට වඩා.
බලාපොරොත්තු වන කාලය මිනිත්තු 1යි තත්පර 27ක් ඊට ආසන්න වෙමින් තිබෙන්නේ. නමුත් අවසන් මීටර කිහිපයට ළඟා වෙනවා ලොහාරා අමරතුංග. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 7 ක්‍රීඩිකාව අවසන් මීටර කිහිපයට හොඳ ජවයක් ලබා ගන්නවා. හොඳ කාලයක් දෙදෙනාම වාර්තා කළා. මම හිතන්නේ තුන්වැනි ක්‍රීඩිකාවටත් අවස්ථාව ලැබෙවි. කඩයිම් කාලය සමග ඊළඟ තරඟාවලියට පිවිසෙන්න.
ඔව් අප කාල ගන්න යනුව මිනිත්තු 1යි තත්පර 23යි. ලොහාරා අමරතුංග වාර්තා කළ කාලය. ඉතින් හොඳ කාලයක් තත්පර 4ක පමණ ඉදිරියක් ලබා ගත්තා සුසුකම් ලැබෙමින් කාලයට වඩා. ආරම්භ සිටම ඉදිරියෙන් සිටි ඇයට අභියෝගයක් ලබා දුන්න මන්තිරු අංක 7 ක්‍රීඩිකාව. නමුත් අවසානයේදී ලොහාරා තමන්ගේ රිද්මය වේගය එලෙසම පවත්වා ගනිමින් තරඟය ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට සමත් වුණා. වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 මීටර් 100 බාලිකා නිදහස් සාර මූලික වටේ පළමු තරඟයෙන් එලෙස ලොහාරා අමරතුංග ජයග්‍රහණය කරනු ලබනවා. ඊළඟ තරඟය සඳහා සූදානම් දෙවන මූලික වටේ තරඟය බාලිකා වන්ගේ මන්තිරු අංක 1 M උන්දුගොඩ, මන්තිරු අංක 2 ID දිසානායක, මන්තිරු අංක 3 NS එලිපිටිය, මන්තිරු අංක 4 දුල්‍යා සන්තුලි, මන්තිරු අංක 5 NH වික්‍රමසිංහ, මන්තිරු අංක 6 LO සයන්සා, මන්තිරු අංක 7 CMD සමරතුංග, මන්තිරු අංක 8 සහෙලි ජයසේකර.
ප්‍රබල ක්‍රීඩිකා ලයිස්තුවක් මීටර 100යි තිබෙන්නේ තරගයේ සියල්ල තීරණය වන්නට. මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දියට පිවිස දැන් අන්ඩර්වෝටර් ක්‍රමයට පැමිණෙනවා ඉදිරියට. හොඳ සටනක් තිබෙනවා මන්තිරු අංක 6 7 8 5 6 7. ඒ වගේම මන්තිරු අංක 1 2ත් ප්‍රබල සටනක නියැලෙනවා. උන්ට තමයි හොඳින්ම පෙනෙන්නේ ඔවුන්ගේ දර්ශනය. හොඳ ආරම්භයක් තරගයට.
ඔව් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 5 දෙනෙක් කරට කර තරගයක දෙන ආකාරයක් වෙන්නට තිබෙන්නේ. අපි දිවාකින් පසු දුටු තරංකාරීම තරගය කියන්න පුළුවන්. මොකද ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 5 දෙනෙක් තවමත් මේ පළමු මීටර 50 තුල නිසි පෙරමුණක් ලබා ගැනීමට සමත් වී නැහැ. නමුත් අපි බලමු මන්තුරු අංක 7 සහ 6 අතර හොඳ තරගයක් තිබෙනවා. 7 සියන්දි සමරතුංග, ඒ වගේම මන්තුරු අංක 6 එල්ලෝ සෙහන්ස. ඔව් දෙදෙනා තමයි ඉදිරියම සිටින්නේ මේ වන විට. මන්තිරු අංක 6
හොඳ සටනක් මන්තිරු අංක 7ත් 5ත් අතර දැන් සෙමෙන් මන්තිරු අංක 5 NH වික්‍රමසිංහ ඉදිරියට ඇදමින් තිබෙනවා. යතරතුර මන්තිරු අංක 2 ක්‍රීඩිකාව වේගය වැඩි කරමින් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙන ආකාරය දකින්නට පුළුවන්. ID දිසානායක කවුද ජයග්‍රාහිකාව? ඉතාම හොඳ තරගයක්. කාලයටත් වඩා ඇත්තටම තරගකාරීත්වයේ පැත්තෙන් උද්වේගය දනවන තරගයක්. මන්තිරු අංක 2ත් 5ත් දැන් ඉදිරියෙන්. මන්තිරු අංක 5ද 2ද බොහෝ දුරට සමාන මට්ටමකින් වගේ තමයි තරගය අවසන් වුණේ. කෙසේ වෙතත් දෙදෙනාම හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කළා. තත්පරයකට අඩුවෙන් සුදුසුකම් ලැබීමට සමත් වෙනවා.
අපි දැකපු ආකාරයට නම් මන්තුරු අංක 2 ID දිසානායක ඇයි එම තරග ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්නේ. ඉතාමත් මාසන්න අවස්ථාවක්. මන්තුරු අංක 2 සහ මන්තුරු අංක 7 අතර මේ දකින්න ආරම්භයේ සිට පළමු මීටර 54 දී නම් කිසිදු ක්‍රීඩිකාවකට පැහැදිලි පෙරමුණක් ලබා ගැනීමට හැකි වුණේ නැහැ. නමුත් නැම්මෙන් පසුව ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 30 දෙනෙක් ඉදිරියට පැමිණියා. ඔවුන් අතරිනුත් මන්තුරු අංක 2 ID දිසානායක අවසන් මීටර 25 තමයි ඉදිරියට පැමිණි. ඔබට පේනවා ඒ වේගය වැඩි කර ගැනීමෙන් අවසානයේදී තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය හිමි කර ගැනීමට DMID දිසානායක ක්‍රීඩිකාව සමත් වෙනවා.
හොඳ තරගයක්. අපේ දිවාහරෙන් පසුව තිබෙන මත්ගතිය නැති කළා. ඇත්තටම 10න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 100 නිදහස්ාර මීළඟ තරගය ගායරා කරුණාරත්න තියානා ගීවත්තු මීනි. ඒ වගේම ගල්ගමුව ඉනාරා තන්ත්‍රිගේ සැන්ඩ්‍රියා නිරෝෂන් සැනොලි රොඩ්රිගෝ කේ මදුෂානි තමානි පෙරේරා.
සැන්ඩ්‍රියා නිරෝෂන් අප පෙර මීටර් 200 කේවල මිශ්‍රාර තරගයට සහභාගී වුණු ක්‍රීඩිකාව ජයග්‍රහණය කරපු ක්‍රීඩිකාව. අසංක දැන් වැඩි වෙලා ගත වුණේ නැහැ. ඒගේ පළමු තරගයෙන් පස්සේ දැන් මේ තරගයට සහභාගී වෙනවා. ඉතින් කොයි වගේ වෙහසක් ඇති වේද ඒට?
ඒ තමයි වැදගත්ම කාරණාව. නමුත් සමහර ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සිටිනවා උන්ට රිකවරි ටයිම් එක එතරම් අවශ්‍ය නැහැ. නැවත Tamanට සුපුරුදු දක්ෂතා අතරට එන්නට අවශ්‍ය ජවය උන්ට තිබෙනවා. නමුත් මෙවැනි ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ගේ පෝෂණය සහ නියුට්‍රිෂස් මට්ටම ඉතාම හොඳින් බලාගත යුතුයි. ඔවුන් හොඳින් අධීක්ෂණය කළ යුතුයි. නැත්නම් ඔවුන්ගේ දක්ෂතා පසුකාලීනව අපිට දකින්නට හැකියාව නොලැබෙන්නට පුළුවන්.
මේ වෙනවිට මන්තිරු අංක 7 8 සහ 3 අතර හොඳ තරගයක්. මන්තිරු අංක 3 G ගල්ගමුව, මන්තිරු අංක 7 කේ මදුෂානි, මන්තිරු අංක 8 තමානි පෙරේරා. අවසන් මීටර 50 මන්තිරු අංක 8 තමානි පෙරේරා ඉදිරියට එන ආකාරය පෙනෙන්න තිබෙන. නමුත් කේ මදුෂානි කිසි ලෙසකවත් තරගය අත්හැර නැහැ. මොකද තවත් මීටර 25ක් මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් පිහිනා යා යුතුයි තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට.
කරට කර සටනක් අවසන් මීටර 25ට ළඟා වෙන්නේ. දැන් මන්තිරු අංක 7 ක්‍රීඩිකාව මදුෂානි ඉදිරියට ඇදමින් තිබෙනවා. ඉතාම සුළු ඉදිරියක් තිබෙන්නේ. මන්තිරු අංක 8 ක්‍රීඩිකාවගේ ජවය පසුබසින ආකාරය දකින්නට පුළුවන්. කෙමෙන්නේ තමයි තමානි පෙරේරා. නමුත් මදුෂානි අවසානයේ කරා වේගෙන් ළඟා වෙනවා. යතරතුර මන්තිරු අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩිකාවගේ වේගය වැඩි වන ආකාරය ඔබට පෙනෙනවා ඇති. ගායරා කරුණාරත්නත් වේගය වැඩි කරනවා. කෙසේ වෙතත් හොඳ තරග අවසානයක්. ඉතාම ලස්සන තරග දෙකක් තමයි අපි දැක්කේ.
කරට කර තරග ගියපු තරග දෙකක් අප දුටුවා. මේකෙත් මදුෂානි සහ තමානි අතරේ සම්පූර්ණ මීටර් 100 පුරාවටම ඔවුන් දෙදෙනා අතර තමයි තරගය තිබුණේ. මේ ඔබ දකින්නේ පළමු මීටර 50 තුලදී. එන අනතුරු අවසානයේදී තමානි පෙරේරා පරදවමින් කේ මදුෂානි තරගය ජයග්‍රහණය කරන්න සමත් වුණා. හොඳ වේගයක් කරට කර තරගයක් ඔබට පේනවා ඇති. ඔවුන් දෙදෙනාම අවසන් මීටර 25 තුලත් සිටියේ එකම අවස්ථාවේ එකම තැන නමුත් අවසානයේදී ජයග්‍රහණය කිරීමට මදුෂානි සමත් වෙනවා එම තරඟය.
මේ තමයි මීළඟ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වන ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 17න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 100 නිදහස් සාර සිව්වැනි කාලගණන තරගය APD සිල්වා, සෙනාලි අමාෂා, VVS ජිතන්ගා, MS සූර්යාරච්චි, ටෙනාරා කුරේ, LANY විජේසිරි, RK නෙත්සරණි, AG ගෙහන්සා.
වයස අවුරුදු 17න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 100 නිදහස් සාර මූලික වටේ 4 වන තරගය සඳහා මෙන්න ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සුදන්.
පෙර තරගයේ අවසාන ක්‍රීඩිකාව දැන් තමයි අවසානයට ළඟා වුණේ. දැන් අපි යනවා සිව්වැනි කාලගණන තරගයට 17න් 15 බාලිකා මීටර් 100 නිදහස් ආරේ.
ආරම්භක සංඥාව සමගින් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දියට පැන හැකිතාක් දුර දී යටින් කිමිදෙමින් තමයි මතුවන්නේ. හොඳ වේගයක් අපට පේනවා මන්තුරංක 7න් සහ 8න් නැවතත් මේ තරගයේදී. මන්තුරංක 7 RK නෙත්සරණි, මන්තුරංක 8 AG ගෙහන්සා.
ඒ වගේම අමතක කරන්නට එපා මන්තුරංක 2 ක්‍රීඩිකාව ඇය තමයි සෙනාලි අමාෂා. මේ ඔබ දකින්නේ සෙනාලි. ඇයත් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙනවා වේගයෙන්. හොඳ තරගයක්. මේ තරග ඉසව් කිහිපයම හරිම තරගකාරී, නරඹන්නට ප්‍රියයි.
ඔව් අප දුටු මූලික වටේ තරඟ කිහිපයම දැන් මේ වයස් කාණ්ඩයේ මේ බාලිකා වයස් කාණ්ඩේ ඉතාමත් මුණුසුම් තරඟ අපිට පේනවා ඇති මන්තුරංක 2 සහ මන්තුරංක 7 මන්තුරංක 2 සෙනාලි අමාෂාත් මන්තුරංක 7 RK නෙත්සරණිත් එකම අගේ අවස්ථාවේ තමයි දැන් මේ වාසිය ලබා ගන්න එන්න අනතුරුව මෙන්න පිහිනාගෙන යනවා. තවමත් පැහැදිලි පෙරමුණක් මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දෙදෙනා අතරින් නම් වට පෙනෙන්නේ නැහැ. ආයි බලමු අවසාන මීටර 25 දී කෙසේ මේ තරඟය වෙනස් වෙවිද කියලා. තවත් අවස්ථාව තිබෙනවා අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ටත්. මොකද අනිකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවනුත් සෑහෙන ආසන්නෙන් සිටින මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් දෙදෙනාටම.
මම හිතන්නේ මේ තරගයේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තමාගේ උපරිම ජවය භාවිතා කළා. ප්‍රථම මීටර් 50 75 අවසන් වෙද්දී දැන් මෙන්න මන්තිරුවංක 2 ෂෙනාලි අමාෂා ඉදිරියට ඇදෙන ආකාරය ඉතාම අනර්ඝයි. තවත් කෙටි කාලයක් ඇයට තිබෙන්නේ සුදුසුකම් ලැබීමේ කාලය සම්පූර්ණ කරන්නට. තවත් තත්පර 5ක් තිබෙනවා. ඉතාම ආසන්නයි. තවත් තත්පර 2යි තිබෙන්නේ අපේ කාල ගණනයට අනුව. කෙසේ වෙතත් දශම ගණනක ඉදිරියක් තිබෙන්නට පුළුවන්. අපේ ප්‍රාර්ථනාවත් ඇයට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙන්නටයි කියා.
මන්තුරංක 2 සෙනාලි අමාෂා එම තරගයේ ජයග්‍රහණය කරද්දී දෙවන ස්ථානයේ මන්තුරංක 6 NY විජේසිරි. ඉතාමත්ම හොඳ පිහිනීමක් අවසන් මීටර 25 තුලදත් මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ගෙන් කිසිවෙක් තරගය අත්හැරියේ නැහැ. හැමෝම තමන්ගේ උපරිමය ලබා දුන්නා එම තරගය සඳහා. නොසිතු ආකාරයට දෙවන ස්ථානයත් වෙනස් වී ගිය අවසන් මීටර 10 දී.
ඔවුන්ගේ උපරිම ජවය යොදා අවසන් ප්‍රථම මීටර 75 අවසන් වෙද්දිම ශනුක එතෙන් පටන් කන්දක් නගිනවා වගේ හිමීට මේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් තරග වැදුනේ. නමුත් තත්පරයක දශම ගණනක අඩුවක් තිබෙනවාද නැත්නම් දශම ගණනක ඉදිරියක් තිබෙනවාද කියන එක අපිට බලන්නට පුළුවන් නිල කාලය අවසානයේ තමයි.
ඔව් නිල කාලය ලැබුණු පසු ගෙනෙන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනා ඉන්න අනතුරුව අවසුදානම් 5 වන මූලික වටේ තරගය සඳහා යොමු වන්නට මන්තුරක 1 NT මිහිසාරි, මන්තුරක 2 HI කාර්යවසම්, තිෂාක්‍යා පීරිස්, ඇබිගේල් ඩි සිල්වා, TY වතුගෙදර, සුනදී කුරුප්පු, කුෂානි සුබසිංහ, උසාර්යා දියස්චාන්ත මේ තරගය සඳහා සහභාගී වෙනවා. ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් 8 දෙනෙක් ගැන තොරතුරු ලැබී තිබෙනවා. නමුත් මන්තුරක 4 ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් අපට පේන්නේ නැහැ.
දැන් ආරම්භය සිදු වෙනවා මේ තරගය තුල. මෙතෙක් අප දුටු ඉතාම හොඳ තරග කිහිපයක් අප මේ නරඹමින් තිබෙන්නේ දිවා විවේකයෙන් අනතුරුව. දැන් මන්තිරුවංක 2 ක්‍රීඩිකාව වේගයෙන් ඉදිරියට ඇදෙනවා. මන්තිරුවංක 2 HI කාර්යවසම් කෑගලු බාලිකා විද්‍යාලයේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවක් ඉතාම අනර්ඝයි. ඒ වගේ මන්තිරුවංක 1 ඇයට ලැබෙනවා දැන් සටනක්. ඒ තමයි මිහිසාරි. එයත් ඇදෙනවා ඉදිරියට.
මන්තුරංක 1 මිහිසාරි මේ වෙන විට පෙරමුණ ලබාගත් ආකාරය තමයි අපිට පේන්න තිබෙන්නේ. පළමු මීටර 50 තුලදී ඈ තමයි මුලින්ම පළමු මීටර 50 තරණය කරන්නේ. ඉන් අනතුරුව මන්තුරංක 2 HI කාර්යවසම් ක්‍රීඩිකාව ඔවුන් දෙදෙනා අතර හොඳ තරගයක් නිර්මාණය වී තිබෙනවා. තවත් මීටර කිහිපයක් පිහිනා යුතුයි අවසානයේ ලබා ගන්න. නමුත් මේ වෙන විට නම් මිහිසාරි ඉදිරියෙන් සිටිනවා. හොඳ පරතරයක් රඳවාගෙන තිබෙනවා දෙවන ස්ථානයේ සිටින ක්‍රීඩකවත් සමග.
මේ තරගය තුල ශනුක කාලය ඉතාම හොඳයි. මා හිතන්නේ දැන් අවසානයේට ළඟා වෙමින් තිබෙන්නේ මන්තිරුවන්ක 1 මිහිසාරි ඒ වගේම මන්තිරුවන්ක 2 කාර්යවසම්. මොන්ට හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා කිරීමට අනිවාර්යෙන් අවස්ථාවක් තිබෙනවා. තවත් මීටර 10ක් පමණ තිබෙන්නේ. අපි ප්‍රාර්ථනය ඉක්මනින් මේ තරගය අවසන් වෙන්නටයි කියා උන්ට ඉදිරි තරග වලට සහභාගී වීමේ අවස්ථාව ලබා දෙමින් හොඳ කාලයක් වාර්තා වන්නේ.
ඔව් දුටු ආකාරයට නම් මිනිත්තු එකයි තත්පර 19ක් පමණ තමයි මිහිසාරිට වාර්තා වුණු කාලය. ඊටමත් හොඳ කාලයක්. සෑහෙන පෙරමුණක් සමගින් ලබා ගත්තේ. මොකද සුසුකම් ලබා ගැනීම කාලේ මිනිත්තු එකයි තත්පර 27ක් නිසා මේ ඔබ දකින්නේ පුනරුපණය. ආරම්භයේදී අනුකුත් ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් ඉදිරියෙන් සිටියත් මිහිසාරි කිසිම අවස්ථාවක තමන්ගේ ජවය අඩපණ කරගත්තේ නැහැ. මේ වේගය වැඩි කර ගනිමින් ඇය අවසානය කර ආකාරය ඔබ මේ දකින්නේ. අවසානය ළඟා වෙද්දී නම් ඇය හොඳ පරතරයක් දෙවන ස්ථානයේ සිටි ක්‍රීඩිකාවන් සමගින් තබා ගැනීමට සමත් වුණා. ඊළඟ බාලක තරඟ සඳහා යොමු වන සූදානම නමුත් ඊට පෙර විස්තර විචාර වෙනසක් ගැවින් සහ බිලාල් වෙතට.
And in this boys under 17 100 meter freestyle, qualifying time is 1 minute 17 seconds.
Right, and yes, Bilal, it is not mentioned here in the program, but we do have to give a special shout out to the swimmer in lane 1. He swims in the S9 category in para events, which is the category that is without the limbs. So incredible performance by him down there in lane number 1, but right now leading this event is from lane number 6, 5 and 3. First to the turn was lane number 6. We do not have their names, but quite a decent showing here indeed.
And it's lane number 6 right now who is in the lead. Almost 2 body lengths lead. But a close match, close race here in lane numbers 4 and 3. Lane number 3 just getting there in the nick of time, doing just enough and finishing under that 1 minute 17 seconds as well.
There we see the replays, beautiful underwaters there from lane number 2 as well. But straight into the lead was lane number 6, and he just held on there first to the turn. Wonderful turn there, and then heading into the strokes once again. There you see him keeping his left hand long, reaching out in front, and he's got a wonderful kick behind him, powering him forward.
Here's the lineup for heat number 2 of 10 in this boys under 17 100 meter freestyle. In lane 1 we have NM Dinujaya, in lane 2 Kavin Rajapaksha, lane 3 GM Gannorwa, lane 4 Gagana Shavinda, lane 5 AS Dinsara, number 6 Ragi Dilnada, and 7 KK Shakit Mantula. Yeah, the swimmers taking their place on the blocks.
117, quite a tough task for these 100 freestylers, especially under 17. But since we have seen that 26 in the morning, so we could possibly expect even a sub 1 minute swim. We'll have to see how he takes that one out though. But definitely with a 26:50 freestyle, you should be up and running for that 100 freestyle to be under 1 minute as well. I hope he is taking part in this 100 freestyle. But right now in the lead, that's lane number 1, that's Dinu Jaya. He will be first to the 50 as well. Wonderful to see some 3 or 4 underwater kicks there on that side. Interesting there. Did you see that, Bilal? They were doing some touch turns as well, which I'm completely alright with at the novices level. You don't have to be confident with the tumble turn, and if you aren't confident with the tumble turn, by all means go for the fast touch turn. I always say a fast touch turn is better than a slow practicing tumble turn. So till you are confident with it, it's alright.
Right now in lane number 1, Gavin, Dinu J with a massive lead here. You can't even see the others on your screen right now. Yeah, the lead he has gained.
Yes, Bilal, and he's going to have a very solid time indeed, around 108, 109, somewhere there. A pretty solid time indeed. He has left pretty much the rest of the swimmers far behind. Hopefully they can qualify as well, considering that gap. We are hoping they would get a chance at least up in lane number 6. Ragit Dinada will have a little bit of a shot there to try and get it. So let's look at his replay here. Nice underwaters. You see some beautiful movements there. The modern underwater kicks, they ask you to move your hands a little bit. I'm completely okay with that. Some say keep it stiff, but I'm okay with the hands moving a little bit. So beautiful there. And I also mentioned he did some underwater kicks on this side as well. And then it was just about that beautiful stroke there. You see him breathing to his right on every single one, breathing every 2. And just stretching it out as far as you can with each and every stroke while maintaining a steady kick throughout the whole thing.
Here's the lineup for heat number 3. In lane 1, we have S.A. Amarasinghe, lane 2, Sasat Nandino, lane 3, Damsana Abhinav, lane 4, Kevan Pereira, lane 5, M.W. Madugalla, lane 6, R.A. Ranasinghe, lane number 7, M.A.H. Ratnayaka, and lane number 8, G. Mendis Vikramasinghe.
Alright, and away, and the best of the underwaters there goes to lane number 7. That's going to be Ratnayaka up there. He will be the first to the 15, but by the time they reach the 25, it's going to be Amarasinghe down here in lane number 1 who's going to reach there first. He's got a very long stroke, but he's not breathing every 2. He's breathing almost every 6 or 7, I believe. So quite an interesting one there. Let's see if he can maintain that breathing pattern, because obviously when you're holding your breath for so long in something such as the 100, that oxygen deprivation does start to hit in. Your CO2 builds up, and that's when that lactic acid hits you, and then you start, slowing down. You get that block in your arms, you start them, you feel heavy, and that's where you start slowing down.
And lane number 6 also doing brilliantly to close that gap in, but just slowing down, approaching that 25. Lane number 1 right now giving it his all, giving that final push.
Yes, and what's that's doing is that's dragging Sasat Nandino down here in lane number 2, and Damsana Abhinav in lane number 3 along with them. So the rest of the field here closing out very fast, but Amarasinghe down here in lane number 1 is definitely going to qualify with a 113. And Bilal, I think considering the qualifying time being 117, majority of those boys will get under it, but the last 2 or 3 might be on the edge of qualifying there. But I hope they have just dipped under it at least by a little bit. That would help uplift their spirits for the future as well. There once again the beautiful underwaters. I believe that's the swimmer all the way from lane 8 or 7 there we saw on the camera right there.
It's definitely nice to see such intense heats at this novices tournament itself. And with that, we'll be moving on to the 4th heat of this boys under 17 100 meter freestyle. And in lane 1, we'll be having Thiven Kannangara, lane 2, Adi Bimran, lane 3, Yashod Vijayaratna, lane 4, Daniru Kaluboila, lane 5, IAA Pereira, lane 6, LARG Pereira, lane 7, Saven Gunawardana, and lane 8, Sanithu Pereira.
Yes, and unfortunately, I don't think we have the swimmers from lane numbers 1 and 2, but that should make it a bit easier for us up here at the Combox to see everyone as well. But let's see. You see the final preparations going there from the swimmers, stretching. See, this is the other thing, Bilal. I don't know if many of you caught that up here, the viewers at home. You notice in day one of competition, the younger swimmers, they were all seated. And then now you see more of them, or more or all of them, standing up, starting to stretch, shaking it out, loosening up before that race. And obviously that comes with experience. Let's see the underwaters, who gets the best of it. It'll be up there in lane number 7 and 6, I believe, had the better start, but he seems to be falling behind now. A very aggressive start there from the swimmer from AIS, the Saven Gunawardana. Oh, that is a familiar name, I believe, in the 200 freestyle earlier as well. So let's see how he's what he's able to achieve here in the 100.
Very closely followed behind by lane number 3, which is Yashod Vijayaratne. But on that turn there, number 7 a tad bit faster.
Yes, but throughout the first few strokes, I think lane number 3, that is Yashod, gained some ground. Also, I think it is because Saven has reduced his kick a little bit. But I remember in the 200, he picked it back up in the last 15 meters. So let's see if he will do the same thing once again. The rest of the field closing in with every single stroke. Will they make this very exciting indeed in the last 5 meters? But Saven is going to get there. He did enough of damage to maintain, and I think the rest of the swimmers will make it in that qualifying time as well. So a brilliant job done by them as well.
Once again, some great talent being unearthed here at this HNB Novices Age Group Swimming Championships 2026. We've seen consistently how a very healthy number of swimmers are reaching that required time, and not just reaching it but finishing well below it as well. And we'll be moving on to heat number 5 of 10 in this boys under 17 100 meter freestyle, and in lane 1 we'll be having H.A. Damsas, in lane 2 A.A. Yasiru Denuan, lane 3 K.H. Fernando, lane 4 T. Pereira, lane 5 N.N. Kankanamge, lane 6 M.V. Mahatantila, lane 7 I.D.L. Fernando, lane 8 U.P.M.A. Kalhara.
Quite a breeze we've got here now today at the Sugathadasa. It was quite hot in the afternoon, but right now it's still around 3 p.m. But we've got quite a breeze here. You see the flag line almost being pushed to around the 4.5 meter mark there, even on the display right now. A bit of a pause here in the action.
Some dark clouds also rolling in. Don't believe that's enough to make it rain here, but weather is becoming a bit unpredictable here, Gavin. And just to pick your brain a little bit, but if it does rain, in the hypothetical situation that it does rain, how would that affect these swimmers out here?
On the technical side, if it is a light drizzle, we will continue. But obviously once it gets lightning and the rain starts getting heavier, we will stop the action, unfortunately. There is some brilliant underwater there by lane 5, but it was lane number 1 who got up and stroking very fast. He's first to the 25 with almost a body length ahead. That is Damsas here in lane number 1, closely followed by Denuan in lane number 2. So once again you see that fast swimmers make fast swimmers. He's basically dragging Denuan with him because Denuan is breathing towards him, and he can see him, and he's going to try and stay within his realm there. Let's see how this turn is. All right. And Denuan. Okay, Denuan gets the better of the turns there. So let's see if he's able to make some ground on this second 50. Up there amongst the rest, the best of the turn goes to lane number 8. That's Kalhara up there, who has brought him back into this game. Lane number 5 also in the picture. Those guys had the best of the turns. That's Kankanmage. And then once again in these hundreds, that shows you how important these starts and turns are, because it clearly changed the whole perspective of that race, because they was pretty much almost even heading into that first 50.
Definitely, and once again it looks like it will be lane number 2 who reaches that touchboard first. Lane number 1 very closely followed by lane numbers 2, 5 and 8 as well.
Yes, Damsas, actually we couldn't see him on screen because he was so far ahead of the rest. He actually finished at around the 105, 106, so that's a pretty big gap there. You see him straight off the bat heading into the lead, and then hopefully we'll get a shot of that finish as well. We won't see Damsas, because he was out and away. He kept increasing that lead little by little until it was big enough that we could barely see him on screen there. For 25 to go, he was already about a 5-6 meters ahead of the rest. And then, yeah, you see him pulling away with each and every single stroke. Yes, and it was covered for the 10th up here. And he did finish at around a 105, very easily under that qualifying mark. So too were 3 or 4 of the other boys. A wonderful swim there. Back to the question after we read out the names for this.
Goes in, here's the lineup for heat number 6. In lane 1, W. Vasala, lane 2, W. Bandara. Lane 3, K. Serasinga, lane 4, N. Koralage, lane 5, W. Vasala, lane 6, S. and the Sasmitha, lane 7, E.G. Bandara, lane 8, A. S. Ratnayaka.
The rain usually bothers the swimmers, which was your question earlier, Bilal. Some find it annoying when they do backstroke. They're not comfortable with the water on their face. But pretty much it's a welcome sight. It does have a sort of a soothing feeling when you're swimming and it is raining on your back. It's a weird sensation. But yes, from the swimmer's point of view, especially at this age, it will not affect too much. But yes, when you reach the senior stages, you will have 1,001 other things in your head, such as it ruining or affecting your warm-up. So if you are not covered up properly, you're not wearing your jacket, you're not suited up, it will disrupt your warm-up, and then that may have a result, an impact on the result of your swim as well if you are too cooled down by the time you hit the blocks. So there are certain things that these guys, I hope, will not be thinking about, but definitely at the national level we will be thinking about it.
And some good underwaters there from lane number 6 and 8. Lane number 6 right now in the lead. However, we've seen how that can change with the impact of the turn these swimmers will have. Right now, lane number 6 with an almost body length lead. That's Esanda Sasmitha.
Yeah, and he kept building towards that, Bilal, and wonderful underwater there. He maintained that streamline. That was a wonderful shot from the sky view up there in the Sugathadasa, and he's managed to increase that lead even longer. That is the impact of a beautiful and very successful and properly done, executed turn. There we see him, he's increased that length to about 3 body lengths now to the rest of the field, and he has no signs of slowing down.
It's a great kick as well that's propelling him forward.
However, Bilal, I do have to mention, according to our digital clock, which is the unofficial time, let me remind you, this is a slower heat. So the rest of the boys, it will be on edge. They only have about 6 seconds to finish, so this will be very tight indeed. Lane number 5, that was Vasala, WMTDDB Vasala. You will be very close indeed. Fingers crossed. We hope for the best for all these swimmers, and I hope he's gotten there in time, but that's going to be very tight indeed. There we see Bilal, as you mentioned, he only had about a body length of a lead, and then there you see that underwater, and then he just managed to double it or triple that lead just off of that turn. So it just goes to show you in swimming how these little things add up, and that's what gives you that end result. Yes, there was a bit of a gap. I'm not sure if they made it on time, but fingers crossed, hopefully they did. We would love to see that.
And here's the lineup for heat number 7 here. In lane 1, D. Disinu Chandul. Lane 2, W. Vijay Singha. Lane 3, Kishen Vijay Sundara. Lane 4, Sehansa Gunawardana. Lane 5, M.A.S. Nethmira. Lane 6, H.T. Udan Caldera. Lane 7, A.V.B. Pereira. And lane number 8, R.M. Benuranga.
Interestingly, Bilal, the wind has changed directions now. It's blowing the complete opposite way. Yeah, if I was a Formula One driver, I'd be very concerned indeed.
All set here for heat number 7 of 10.
Yes, and they are way beautiful underwaters by all of the boys, but the best of it goes up there in lane number 8. What a blistering fast start that was under the water. He's a very skinny guy, I can see from up here. Venuranga, he will be first to the 25. I think that helped him just cut through that water a little bit earlier, but down here it's powering through. He's got a motorboat back on his legs there. He's powering him through. There we see a beautiful angle, the sky view there of the Sugathadasa. That's going to be Disnu Chandul. Let's see the turn. Let's see who gets the better of it. And I think lane number 8 has gained the advantage once again. So too has lane 7. So Venuranga, as I said before, is pulling Pereira with him. And let's see if Pereira can close that gap and to maybe get a new PB, a big one, and hopefully get under that 117, which is the required qualifying time. I think they will do it both comfortably. They've only got about 15 meters to go and they've got about 23 seconds to do so.
Lane number 7 in this heat just lagging a little bit there. Lane number 1 charging forward.
You know what, a 1404 is a pretty solid time. Let me just remind you that these are the unofficial times. But if we do go through that, Venuranga, Chandol, Vijay Singha, all should have made it through. My doubt is here in lane number 5 with Netmira. I think he's the swimmer in danger of qualifying. So let's see if he just made it in and he was able to qualify. There we go, beautiful stroke. Repping that St. Sebastian's cap, I believe. Is he a swimmer from St. Sebastian's? Yes, St. Sebastian's College Mortua, yes.
And here's the lineup for heat number 8. In lane 1, LTR Piris. Lane 2, Isuru Veerasinghe. Lane 4, Minuda Ryan. Lane 5, DM Jayasuriya. Lane 6, UPI Anuhas. Lane 7, MSS Pereira. And lane number 8, KSD Gomez. Last minute prep here for these swimmers.
A bit of a delay, but they will be finally on top of the blocks. Let's see what they can pull out. This is the 8th heat of 10 into the water, and the best of the advantages goes to lane 7, who is still underwater. Let's see if he makes it out in time. Yes, he does. But in the meantime, it's lane number 2 who has gotten up and started stroking away. That's going to be Isuru Veerasinghe, who has overtaken our initial leader in Esperera, who had the long underwaters. But let's see what can happen in this swim. You're only allowed 15 underwater, so majority of that race is still over the water, and you still have to do some swimming as well.
Here's lane number 2, 7 and 8 approaching for the turn.
There we go. So what happened there was the leader right now, he slowed down towards the wall, and basically what we try and teach that ball very hard. The saying is you go in hard, you come out hard, is the phrase we like to use when we are referring to the tumble turns and the turns in general. So basically, if you slow down towards the wall, the momentum you have and the energy you have going through and coming out of a turn is going to be slower. And that is what exactly happened to our swimmer in lane number 2, and that's what helped our swimmer in lane number 7 catch up. They will both be comfortably under that 117. I'm not so sure about our third finisher there. He might be on the edge. It'll be a close one. Definitely some tension there waiting for the results.
Lane number 8 just slowing down there.
Let's see if we can get a shot of this turn. There we go. See, so lane number 7 actually turned last out of the core set of them, but he came out of that turn first because he actually did not slow down heading into that turn, which is something we try and teach our kids, which is very difficult. I mean, obviously, when you're swimming at a wall, I think the first instinct is to slow down.
Here's the lineup for the penultimate hit. In lane 1, we have MS Manisha Pereira. Lane 2, KH Fernando. Lane 3, AIS Pereira. Lane 4, GM Kurukula Surya. Lane 5, GM Jayasekara. JM Jayasekara. Lane 6, HDR De Silva. Lane 7, Genula Denuan. And lane 8, M. Atauda. Definitely lovely to see, Gavin, that this time in this HNB Novices Age Group Swimming Championship, we are having 161 schools and clubs taking part, which is a phenomenal number.
Yes, definitely, Bilal. Seeing the more swimmers attempt at novices is a remarkable feat. And this time I have to say the numbers across most of the age groups have increased. Because usually you would have mostly juniors and then not too many seniors. But this time I've seen that we've had 2-3 heats of even seniors, which is lovely to see. That means that swimmers are continuing their careers even later on into their life. Because the usual trend, I have to be honest, in Sri Lanka is to stop it by that O-level, A-level time. So right now, into that penultimate heat, straight into the lead is Manisha Pereira, followed closely by Manisha Pereira and S. Pereira in lane number 3. It's a pretty neck and neck battle, but I believe lane 4 gets the better of it. I'm sorry, that's not S. Pereira, that's Kurukula Surya, who we have mentioned earlier today. There we go. So, he's the swimmer from the 200 freestyle. Right, there we go. It took me a second. Yes, Bilal. As soon as I saw that technique, I realized it. So, wonderful. He's got a bit of a lope in there. He's throwing that right hand in, breathing as soon as he does, which is allowing him to almost throw himself through the water. That's why you see it almost as if he's throwing a ball with each and every stroke. He's throwing his own body there. And that is why you see him able to maintain that pace. But up there with a brilliant finish also in lane number 7. We didn't see him there anywhere, but in the end, the closing stages, that final 25, Genula Denuan, what a 25 that final 25 by him was. He actually managed to touch second, Bilal, and almost caught up to Kurukula Surya as well. So that was a blinder of a last 25.
Definitely a massive shift there by Genula Denuan.
So let's see if we can catch him here in the replay. So lane 7, he was actually up faster than the rest, so he was not with the front pack, and obviously we had the lead with Kurukula Surya and Pereira, and yes, he's still behind. So he turns at about the 4th or 5th spot there, and there we see him making his move with about 30 meters to go. He's gotten a straight arm freestyle going, sort of like it's a 50 meters freestyle, and he gained so much ground. I hope he qualified, because that swim deserved it. What a hearty swim that was. Brilliant by all three of them. That is Kurukula Surya, Manisha Pereira and Genula Denuan, who I believe all three must have qualified. On now to the final heat, Bilal, of this boys under 1700 meters freestyle.
And here's the lineup. In lane 1 we have DM Disanayak, lane 2 RM Banu Prasan, lane 3 Ragit Heradge, lane 4 MAD Fernando, lane 5 PGT Yetuka, lane 6 LL Rodrigo, lane 7 CN David, and lane 8 S Jayapirian.
So familiar names once again from that 200 freestyle. Those are similar events. Usually you see people doing the 100-200 double. So let's see. I believe it was Yetuka who had that great swim in the morning as well. So let's watch out for him there in lane number 5. And he does get off to a blinder of a start, but he's not being let go there by Fernando, who we also, I believe, saw earlier this morning down here in lane number 1. That's going to be Disanayak. Disanayak is dragging along Banu Prasan with him. Let's see who gets to the 50 meters first. I believe it's going to be Disanayak here in lane number 1. And he's actually miles ahead of the rest. heading into this first 50. Let's hope that he hasn't taken too much out of the tank and he's still got a bit left over. Heading into that turn, what a beautiful turn that was by lane number 4 and 5. That's going to be Fernando and Yetuka, obviously, since they have that 200 background as well. They must be well versed in that tumble turn. And you see them, this is the difference. They're building with each and every stroke. They're picking up the kick, they're picking up the rate of the stroke.
Lane number 6, Rodrigo, also doing extremely well there.
Yes, so Yetuka and Rodrigo holding a fourth. Down here, lane 1, that's Bhanu Prasad and Disanayaka, who we mentioned earlier. But it is going to be Netuka, the swimmer we saw in the morning as well. He's going to come back on that one and pretty much take that one. So it's going to be a pretty fast time also. So let's hope at least 4 or 5 of those boys will have qualified, because time is 1:17.
Definitely a majority of those swimmers finishing under that 1:17 time. And with that 10th heat, we are all done with the boys under 17 100 meter freestyle. And we'll be swiftly moving on to the girls under 20 100 meter freestyle. We'll just be having a single heat, 3 swimmers according to our sheet. The qualifying time will be 1 minute and 25 seconds.
Yes, Bilal, 125. These girls will have to turn at best a 41. If not, it's going to be a very tough swim indeed. Only 3 swimmers listed. We've got Deluki Piris in lane number 3, RMT Devmini in lane number 4, Situshi Anjali in lane number 5. But we've also got an extra addition up there in lane number 6. So let's see what sort of impact this will have on this race. Alright, off the underwaters, brilliant streamline there from our new entry and lane number 5. That's going to be Situsha Anjali. Of course, all these girls, I believe they swam the 200 as well. So let's see what difference it would be here in this 100. Pretty even amongst the 2 of them, but it's going to be Anjali pulling slightly ahead of Devmini. And then we have our new entry up there in lane number 6, who is also holding her own. So this might come down to the turn, because I believe lane number 4, that's going to be Devmini, is the slightly taller of the 2, and she's going to have the advantage of that turn. And there we go, a perfect depiction of that. Since she was the longer one, she gained that benefit of being able to hit that turn a bit longer. But once again, you see Anjali pushing her swims and getting a lead once again. But right now, Devmini is getting back into the game. She's maintaining her stroke rate and she's keeping it long. She's breathing to her, obviously, so she can see her competition, which is the advantage of breathing towards your opponent as well, Bilal.
Lane number 4 right now, she's been able to just slightly edge forward there, and it will be Devmini who reaches there first, very closely followed by Situsha Anjali.
Yes, so Devmini timed that to perfection down there from lane number 4. Off the start, she wasn't the best. She came out first, actually. We had some good underwaters there by our new entry, and in lane number 5 as well. But she perfectly timed that Devmini, and she got there just in the nick of time. That second 50 also, I believe her breathing side helped her in seeing the opponent as well. She saw Anjali the whole way back home, and I think that definitely gave her a bit of extra motivation to push herself.
It's quite around 3 swimmers. Qualifying under that 1 minute 25 second time, and we'll be moving on to the boys under 20 100 meter freestyle. We'll be having 3 heats and the qualifying time being 1 minute 15 seconds. And here's the lineup for the first of those heats. Lane number 3, Umar Taib. Lane 4, D.A. Deciman, and lane 5, Nathan De Bruyne.
Yeah, 1:15 is the qualifying time that they are asking for, and these boys will need to be there by at least 37 latest. 37 in my opinion is also a bit too slow. They'll need to be turning at around 35, 36 to be comfortably there. And let's see, lane number 4, Desmond seems to have no disregard that it is 100. He's taking this out very hard indeed, and he's dragging along Nathan there with him. Nathan with a straight arm. I saw him have a look underwater right now, and now he's breathing to that side as well. Let's see if he can close this gap heading into the 50. Desmond, definitely the taller of the swimmers, will gain an advantage over the turn if done right. So let's see on this turn. A touch turn there by Desmond. It takes an extra second. Will that tumble turn be what helps him? Yes, he has gained some ground. So let's see if he's able to change this game upside down on this second 50.
So
definitely Desmond's stroke rate has slowed down heading into the second 50.
Umar Taib just doing enough to close that gap. But Desmond once again increasing his pace, some aggressive kicks there, and he will pull forward here, and he looks like he will make it in time, but very close, very touch and go. Just slightly above the regulation time, the qualifying time according to our clock.
Of course, these are the unofficial times, so we will have to await the results. But until then, we can enjoy his beautiful swim here. That is by Desmond. Very aggressive, and I think he burnt himself out there. That turn, he spent an extra half a second there on that turn, turning around. So I don't know if that's where he lost it. If he did, if not, it's that first 50 definitely which got him there. So regardless, there'll be things to work on here. This novices meet is all about learning, all about assessing what you've done wrong or what you've done right, and that's why this Papare live stream is also very important. As Kyle was mentioning yesterday, we get to go back and look at these races in multiple angles that normally your mom or dad cannot do staying in one location. All right, and then the next heat,
because here's the lineup for heat number 2. In lane 1, W. Vijayakon, lane 2, N. Praveent, lane 3, Amartha Vikramasinghe, lane 4, Divasiri Disat, lane 5, Lisat Henanayaka, lane 6, Amesh Kurupu, lane 7, DB Bolon.
All right, and very long on the underwater. That was lane number 2. That was Praveent, once again a swimmer that we have mentioned earlier, I think in the 200 freestyle. So let's see if he can hold strong here in the 100. He should, because he's motoring away with every single stroke. He's got about 3 body lengths on the rest of the field, and he's still not even reached the halfway mark, that is the 50 meters. Let's see his turn. He's got a good one, I know, because I remember his 200. Very aggressive. Wow, we love to see that. He hit that wall hard. I think the hardest we've seen all day. That is brilliant. He flipped and he hit that wall hard, and that gave him an even bigger advantage now that the rest of the boys are not even on the screen. 45 seconds, and he's pretty much on pace to make this under 1 minute or close to it. So let's see if Praveent here can get under that 1 minute barrier, or if he can make it close. He's about 6 minutes out, and he's 6 meters out, and he's only got about 3 seconds. So he's just gonna go slightly over it, but that is definitely a very close one indeed. So that will be the fastest swim we've seen all day in the 100 freestyles. Nearing on that 1 minute marker, 101 here on that digital clock. So the rest of the boys, I believe that's Amartha there in lane number 3, and lane number 1, that's gonna be Vijayakon, who has just made it. I hope they have made it too, and I think they might have, considering they had about another 15 seconds to do so. There we go. Wow, what a turn there once again.
An intense second heat here in the boys under 2100 meter freestyle, courtesy of N. Praveent. And here's the lineup for heat number 3. Lane 1, Nitish Pranav. Lane 2, Evin Kumarasiri. Lane 3, MSM Raid. Lane 4, PG Gunawardhan. Lane 5, SH Fernando. Lane 6, L. Saurishan. And lane 7, KGAR Pereira. And of course, these are names that have been recurring throughout this day, Gavin. And as the day progresses, as they continue to do multiple events here, how exactly does that affect the later events?
Definitely these ones, they'll be feeling some effects from the previous events. Of course, some might think that since it was a 50 it would be easier, but actually the 50s are a very tough event because you are pretty much going a deadlock all out in that 50 meters. You're basically using all of those fast twitch fibers and you're firing on all cylinders there, so you will have some fatigue even though you might not feel like it. Plus the waiting all day for your event is exhausting mentally, so mentally tiring aspect of it is something that takes a bigger toll. So first to the 15 here is going to be from lane number 4. That's going to be Gunawardana, who I believe made an impact down in the morning in the 200 as well. So we'll expect a solid 200 from him as well. But there, once again, he's dragging along Asuma in lane number 3. That's right. Once again, a solid 200 earlier today.
It's a beautiful turn as well by lane number 4, P. Gunawardana.
Yeah, he had about a good 4 or 5 underwater kicks there, and he's managed to extend that lead even further. Another one who had that very good turn is up there in lane number 7, Pereira. He had a beautiful turn as well, and that's brought him into this game, and he's gaining ground. This is very reminiscent of that 200 earlier today. He's gaining ground with each and every stroke. He's got about 15 meters to do so. Will the damage done be too much? I think it is the case, but what a closing speed there by Pereira in lane number 7, but Gunawardana, who led this all the way from the start, will take it home in a mighty fast time as well.
And it definitely looks like lane numbers 3, 4 and 7 have finished well under that qualifying time of 1 minute 15 seconds. That's that turn by lane number 4. Fluid movement that helped him to get that extra propulsion. Some great stuff here on display at this HNB Novices Aquatic Championships 2026. And with that final heat completed in this boys under 20 100 meter freestyle, we'll be moving on to the women's 20 and over 100 meter freestyle. And we'll just be having the one heat with a qualifying time of 1 minute and 25 seconds needed. In lane 3, we'll be having KMV Vimashi, lane 5 HAK Nirmadi, and lane 6 WM Bandara.
Yes, Bilal, all these girls are representing the Sri Lanka Army, all who have only gotten into their careers later on in their stages of life and after joining the military, in fact. So we'll see how this 100 unfolds. This will be a battle amongst the 3 army soldiers there, swimmers. And the best of the starts goes to lane number 3. That's going to be Vimashi down there. She's up and she's stroking away very fast indeed. She's going to be first to the 25. Let's see what sort of impact the rest of the girls, that's going to be Nirmadi and Bandara, will have on that turn. And let's see if they can come back strong to get under this 125. Of course, once again, they'll need to be at the wall at least by 40 seconds, and that too is being very generous. Indeed, I think she's gonna make it there, but the thing is about coming back. If they do hit the wall at about 40, 41, 42, so she'll need to come home in under 43 seconds to make this qualifying time, which is gonna be quite a tough task, but let's hope that she can drag on through and make it. There we go. So the best of the turns there, that's gonna go to Bandara up in lane number 6. But all the damage done here by Vimashi in that first 50, Bilal.
Vimashi powering forward now, knowing that she's seconds away here from finishing below that qualifying time. Propelling herself forward. She has a few seconds to get there on time according to our clock. And in lane number 6 as well, Bandara giving it her all in order to finish off this heat in this women's over 20 100 meter freestyle.
So there we see the replays underwater by all 3 of the girls. They're coming out, and she was very fast up and stroking away was Vimashi. Nirmadi and Bandara up there in lane number 6 and 5 were staying underwater a bit longer as well. Of course, these guys are their training partners, so they will know each other very well. If not, they have not reached the qualifying time, but they will have a time on the board which they can use for future meets. So and they will have obviously this wonderful footage to review and hopefully give a better attempt in the next time. One heat and we are done. We've got 2 more in the next one. That's going to be the men's 20 and over 100 meters freestyle. Qualifying time of 1:15, Bilal.
Yes, and of course, for the first heat, first of 2, our lineup reads: in lane number 3, R.G. Rajpaksha; in lane 4, E.M. Bandara; lane 5, K.M. Senaratne. Of course, once again, it's a battle between the forces, 2 army and 1 navy personnel.
It's pretty neck and neck here to the first 25 between Bandara and Senaratne. Rajapaksha not too far behind there. We see the footage from the sky view up there from the balcony of the Sugathadasa. Right now, let's see who gets the better of the turn. Bandara seems to be the taller of the 3 swimmers, so hopefully he can gain the advantage through that turn. Let's see. Actually, it is going to be lane number 5. That's going to be Senaratne who gets the best turn and has given him almost half a body length of a lead there. Let's see if he can maintain this lead and bring it back home. 1:15 is what we are looking for. They've got about 25 seconds to finish this 25 meters. 15 to go, and they want to be under 1 minute. Yes, they are. So they are right on the cusp here of making this qualifying time. If they pick it up, they can make it there in about 1:13. So let's have our fingers crossed, gets our head down, and then onto the wall. Yes, they will. So brilliant. They actually changed gears and they sped up in that last 15, which ensured that all 3 got under that qualifying time. So a brilliantly timed swim there by all 3 of the boys. That is Rajapaksha, Bandara and Senaratne, all managing to qualify. A perfectly timed swim, in each in their own unique way, but got there nonetheless. And I think they were very fortunate that all 3 were very close to each other as well, which would have helped them go close to each other and motivated each of them as well.
And with the completion of that first heat, we'll be moving on to the final one in this men 20 and over 100 meter freestyle. And in lane 1, we'll be having K.M. Gimhara; lane 2, W.M. Pramodya; lane 3, M.A. Chaturanga; lane 4, D.M. Disanayaka; lane 5, M.P.N. Vijay Singha; lane 6, Priyadarshana; lane 7, H.W.L.N. Gunaratna; and lane 8, D.H.R. Laknendra. So we have mostly the defense personnel here taking part, and 1 university swimmer as well,
who will also in future be in the defense roster as well. Kotalavala Defense University, hopefully he will. I think he can be counted. So lane number 4, that's going to be Disanayaka, and up there in lane number 5, that's going to be Vijay Singha, who will take this out hard. The representatives from Sri Lanka Police and Sri Lanka Army, pretty neck to neck. Let's see who gets the better of the turn. Pretty dead even there. Pretty much stroke for stroke there of that turn. But also let's give a shout out there to lane numbers 8 and 2. That's gonna be Pramodya and Lakendra, who have increased their lead and is reducing that gap to the front pack now. Is also lane number 6, Priyadarshana. So let's see if these boys can make it under that 1:15. I'm not worried about the first 2. They should be comfortably under it. I'm thinking on behalf of Pramodya, Priyadarshana and Lakendra. Let's see if they can make it there. So that will be on the edge, Bilal. That will be on the edge.
Very close, Gavin. They're very touch and go.
Yes, definitely Disanayaka and Vijay Singha would have comfortably made it. The rest of the boys, it will be very touch and go on the sense that if they have made that qualifying time. I hope so. We could always use a few extra boys in our army team. So hopefully they can come and swim with us at Nationals this year. So I hope they have qualified. But a wonderful swim there from that front track. That was very interesting to watch, Bilal. they stayed pretty much dead even together throughout majority of that swim. And unfortunately, Bilal, that is our time here at the Combox. And to take the next event, which will be the boys under 11 200 meters IM, we're going to hand it over to Nathan and Randeep.
Thank you, Gavin. And now we're just about to commence the boys under 11 200 meter individual medley. And this is the HNB Novices Aquatic Championships 2026, and we're heading into the last couple of events and heats for the day, the second day of this event. And we're just about to commence, and we have for the first heat lanes 2 through 6, Kaden Kandage, Sagit Tanupava, Tarul Sasmika, Tahen Binaragama, Eshwara Arachi, all lining up, and we're just commencing the first heat of this event. And the qualifying time is 4 minutes and 29 seconds. So it'll definitely be a test of endurance, stamina and strength, as swimming for 4 minutes in this particular event is not that easy, Nathan.
Yes, definitely, Randeep. It will be very interesting to see these under 11 boys take on such a big challenge. Swimming 4 laps, like you said, is no easy feat, and being able to be capable of all 4 strokes fluently enough where you can compete in a meet in the individual medley is also something admirable by these boys. And it's great to see we have 6 heats lined up as well, so that would mean around 30 to 40 swimmers taking part. And will be another thing that will be interesting to see is how some of the boys, we saw some incredible performances in their individual strokes, didn't we? The be it the freestyle, the backstroke, the breaststroke, or the butterfly. So it'll be interesting to see how they can combine all 4.
Definitely, Nathan. Yesterday we did see a great display of swimming in the under 11 categories right across, like you mentioned, but at the moment it is in lane number 2. Apologies, lane number 3 and 6. That is Sakit and Eshwara Arachi, who seems to have taken the lead heading into the final end of the backstroke, which is the second lap for this individual medley. And I think they're keeping up a good time. A minute per lap would do justice for them, as the 4 minute 29 second is the qualifying time. So a minute per lap will definitely get them there pretty easily, but at the moment it is in lanes 6, 7 and 3. That is Sagit, Eshwara Arachi, and we unfortunately don't have the name of the swimmer in lane number 7.
Yes, do have an unnamed entry into this race, but as we are into the third lap of 4, you can see a couple of leaders emerging, isn't it? But every swimmer, I believe, will have their strongest stroke, isn't it, Randy? When they can use that lap to play catch up, can use that lap to their advantage. What's important is that they don't fall too far behind, where even when they go full strength, that it isn't enough to make up that gap. So even for the swimmers in lanes 2, 4 and 5, it's important that they stay there or thereabout. But looks like it will be lane number 3, which is Sagit Tanupama, who will be first to start the freestyle lap, swimming for ICM International School, Gampaha. Didn't get the turn that he would have wanted, but now on his way. And lane number 6 joining him as well, Eshwara Arachi. And looks like heading into this last lap, it is going to be a 2-horse race. Lane number 7 just losing some momentum in towards the end of that breaststroke. Looked like it was really taxing on him, isn't it, Randeep? And now we've got 2 clear competitors, and looks like it will be Tanupama in lane number 3, well within the time as well. 4 minutes and 29 seconds is what he's looking for. He's almost a minute behind it, and just about 15 meters or so to make. This is a brilliant swim from young Sagit Tanupama.
Like you mentioned, Nathan, it is all swimmers are in the contention for this qualifying time, because 4 minutes and 29 seconds, even though our leader Tanupama did finish with a timing of around 3:43, we still have roughly about 45 seconds in this heat to see if they can qualify. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we will be able to see all swimmers across the lanes qualifying for the first heat of the boys under 11 200 meter individual medley, and that's great to see. As you can see in the highlights here in the fly, it was Tanupama who touched the wall first. So an amazing swim all around by him, and also not forgetting in lanes number 7, we have the unnamed swimmer, and in lane number 6, Arachi, who did manage to pull off a great timing as well. So all swimmers doing extremely well, Nathan, to qualify for this first heat.
Yes, we can confirm that all of them have met that 4 minute and 29 second mark. So brilliant stuff, especially for kids as young as this, isn't it? All of them just 8 or 9 years old, and just shows how good Sagit Anupama has been. Just finishing just under, I think, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. It was, like you said, almost 45 seconds ahead of time. Brilliant swim from the young man. And as we take a look at the lineup for heat number 2, in lane order from lane number 1, we'll have MT Hisara, MM Gunasekara, Anuhas Nisal, PMN Samarasinghe, PM Abhiratna, PGJ Tehas, Francisco Orquez, and Sihas Tenitha. And we're off, and with a strong start to the butterfly is Tejas in lane number 6, but still pretty much neck and neck as they head towards the first 25 meters in what is a 200 meter race.
Swimming 200 meters at this age is no easy task, and these boys are definitely showing how it's done. First heat, everyone qualifying is a feat that we should really commend, and I think all the coaches and the schools will be happy with what they have achieved. But yes, we're heading in to the final 15 meters of the first lap, and at the moment it's in lane number 4. That is Samarasinghe who has taken the initial lead, but closely followed by Anuhas Nisal in lane number 3. So definitely these two are the front runners for this heat. But like we mentioned time and time again, 4 minutes and 29 seconds is the qualifying time. So all swimmers are in contention. If they manage to keep at least a couple of body lengths from the leaders, they'll definitely qualify, like we saw in the earlier heat.
Yes, and lane number 4 with that early advantage, it's Samarasinghe now into his backstroke as well, but looks like the swimmer in lane number 3, Anuhas Nisal, does have a stronger backstroke, isn't it? He's making up all that lost ground from the first lap, and is now within a body length of Samarasinghe, and this is exactly what we were speaking about, isn't it, Randeep? It's about staying in contention, not falling too far behind, because again, everyone has their strongest stroke, and will they in an event like the individual medley, they will get a chance to exploit that.
Also, what's interesting to see, Nathan, I just saw it on the screen. Lane number 3, Anuhas, he seems to be swimming without the goggles as well. So that is also very impressive, to be able to swim in this chlorine water without affecting your race is very impressive. That's also a preference as well. So definitely from a young age, his preference is to not wear the goggles. But moving on to the third lap of this race in the breaststroke, it is lanes 4 and 5, Samarasinghe and Abhiratna, who has taken, lanes 3 and 4, that is Nisal and Samarasinghe, who have taken the lead. And the final 25 meters for this breaststroke, that is the third lap. But also in lane number 2, that is Gunasekara, seems to be doing a great job in keeping up with the leaders, and he'll definitely also be in contention for qualifying under the given time of 4 minutes and 29 seconds. Also, Nathan, I think in lanes 6 and 8, that is Tejas and Tenitha, they would also have a pretty good chance in qualifying if they manage to keep up.
Yes, definitely, and first to the turn is Samarasinghe in lane number 4. You can see perhaps not as strong as his backstroke is the breaststroke of Anuhas has just fallen behind, and looks like it should be comfortably wrapped up by Samarasinghe, but he's well ahead of time, isn't he? Just around 3 minutes on the clock, has a minute and 29 seconds, and certainly looks like most of these swimmers will be in contention of finishing before that 4 minute and 29 second mark. So you can see Samarasinghe, they are lapping a couple of his competitors as well. This is an excellent swim from Anuhas, swimming Samarasinghe rather, and now putting a couple of body lengths between him and Nisal in lane number 3, and you can see the parents as well just getting behind their kids, and looks like it should be very comfortable in the end for PM Samar Singh, as he'll finish on around 3 minutes and 40 seconds, and not far behind him is Nisal in lane number 2, and looks like the swimmers in lanes 2 and 6 as well could be in contention, isn't it? The clock just ticks over the 3 minute and 50 second mark, and 3 minutes and 54 is when lane number 2 finishes, as we take a look at the replay of that just concluded heat rather, and in lane number 6 around the 4 minute and 5 second mark is when he reaches the wall. So it looks like lanes 1 and 8 have also finished up, Randiv. So yes, 6 out of the 8 swimmers from this heat getting their novices qualification in an event as difficult as the individual medley for boys as young as under 11s. This is amazing stuff.
So we did see all 5 swimmers qualifying in the previous heat, and 6 out of the 8 swimmers in this particular heat as well qualifying for a grueling event like the 200 meter individual medley is amazing to see, and definitely these swimmers do have a bright future and amazing swims in coming up in the under 13, 15 and 17 categories as well. And now we're moving on to the third heat of 6 and lanes 1 through 8. We have GH Taruk, SS Denagamage, CS Fernando, Zaid Imran, UH Sesat, AM Abekon, Kavish Kure and Dion De Cruz rounding up the 8 in this heat, and all are 9-year-olds, Nathan, so they have another year for this particular age category and this event as well, but all of them will be wanting to put in a great time so that they have a benchmark to set when they participate for the next events. End of the day, these are individual medleys as well, so their personal timings really do matter a lot. We're just waiting for the previous heat swimmers to get move out from the pool so that we can commence the third heat of this event. As you can see, it's always very, very nice to see that these boys are raring to go. What amazes me is I think when we were 10, 11 years old, we didn't have the amount of passion and focus that they have, and it's very nice to see that these boys from a young age itself making sure that they beat their personal timings and also show up for events like the novices and record their timings so that they have benchmarks to set when they are moving forward in their swimming career. And now we're just about to commence the third heat of 6 in the boys under 11 200 meter individual medley, and right off the blocks heading into the first 15 meters, it is neck and neck at the moment, but this is the 200 meters, so too early to call as it can even change in the last lap as well. But at the moment, right across the field, Nathan, seems to be an even Steven situation.
Yes, and just speaking about the commitment of these young kids, and something that we were discussing off here as well, Randiv, is that we'll have an entire generation of probably young swimmers who'll grow up to see all of their meets video footage of all their meets available on platforms like the Papare, and you have to commend the stuff that they've been doing to promote the sport. And these kids, when they grow up, when they progress in the age groups, they'll always be able to go back and watch that one under 11 race, or when they're at the under 20 level, they'll be able to go back and watch a couple of the under 16 races, and just will help them work on the technique, help them look back as well, and perhaps even motivate them for future races. It's great to see as we move forward and as technology advances, as the facilities we have advance, it's great to see that there is an opportunity for young and budding sportsmen to make use of all these great resources, isn't it?
Yes, Nathan, and not only for swimming but for all sports across the country, Papare is the #1 sports channel, and they've been doing an extremely great job in making sure that the younger generation has an opportunity to showcase their talent right across the country, like you mentioned. And heading into the last couple of meters in the second lap, it is in lane number 7, if I'm not mistaken, who has taken the lead. That is Kavish Kure from St. Joseph's, Colombo, and also closely followed by his competitors in lanes number 5 and 8. That is Sesat and Dion De Cruz. So definitely will be an interesting one heading into the third lap. But once again, 4 minutes and 29 seconds is the qualifying time, so none of the swimmers are too shy off from qualifying, even though they are behind. Like you mentioned earlier, if you do manage to keep up with the leaders, couple of body lengths behind them, you'll still be doing enough to qualify. And at the moment, it is the top of your screen if you can see, that is lanes 5 through 8 who seem to be gathered together, leading the race at the moment. It's Cesar Tabekon Kure and De Cruz Nathan who seem to be taking the lead at the moment.
This is something interesting is even the qualifying time for an under 15 individual medley is around 3 minutes and 35 seconds, and we saw in the previous couple of heats some of these under 11 kids are also achieving times of around 3 minutes and 40 seconds, so they are very close even to a couple of age groups above them, and they're just 8 or 9 years old, so definitely bodes really well for the future, isn't it? As you said, lanes 5 through 8 all swimming a very neck and neck race here, and it's lane number 7 who's first to that last turn. That's Kavish Kure alongside his schoolmate in lane number 8, Dion De Cruz. Just over 3 minutes on the clock. Looks like it will be pretty comfortable for them in the end. And yes, lanes 5 and 6 stay in contention as well. Sesat and Abekon. And probably another race where we'll see most of the competitors reach that or finish well below that qualifying time of 4 minutes and 29 seconds.
Yes, and also in lanes 1 and 3, Nathan rightly mentioned, Karuk and Fernando will also have an opportunity to qualify below the 4 minute and 29 second mark as we're heading into the final meters of this heat, and it is in lane number 6, that is Abekon, who has managed to finish with a timing of roughly 3 minutes and 47 seconds, apologies. So, and the rest of the field also do manage to qualify. That's lanes 5 through 8. Cesar Tabekon, Kure and De Cruz have done an extremely grueling task and managed to come over that and finish the race on a high. But it is also in lanes number 1 and 8. They have also finished well within the 4 minutes and 29 second mark, but unfortunately in lane number 4, that is Zaid Imran, falling short just a bit of the timing, but 7 out of the 8 swimmers in the pool today have managed to qualify for the novice timing. So it's amazing to see. So far we've seen great the qualification percentage in this particular event has been amazing, as in the first heat we had all swimmers qualifying, in the second heat we had 6 qualifying, and now in this heat we have had 7 qualify as well. So it's amazing to see that this young budding talent doing so well at the 200 meter individual medley.
Yes, definitely, Randeep, and we're halfway through the boys under 11 200 meter IM as we take a look at the lineup for heat number 4, and for that in lane order from lane number 1 we'll have Vanasundara, EVO Pereira, Metira Yetmika, D Rajapaksha, MN Thamid, GHS Nivisara, SL Ekanayaka and ON Kevon set to take to the waters. And now this is the first time we're seeing a heat with full of 10-year-olds, isn't it, Randeep? So we can only expect the timings to get better and better, hopefully.
Definitely, Nathan, something that we've seen yesterday also and today as well. The more senior you are, the more experience you have and the faster you are. Well, we've had some exceptions like a few youngsters who have managed to finish with great timings, but overall the seniors with their experience have done extremely well to make their schools, clubs and themselves proud as well, and heading in to the first 25 meters in the first lap, which is the butterfly stroke. Seems to be once again a close tussle between a couple of lanes, but first to cross the 25 meter line is lane number 3, that is Mithira Yatmika, if I'm not mistaken. Seems to be doing extremely well in the fly as well, but closely followed by his competitors in lanes number 2 and 5, that is E Pereira and M Tahimid.
Yes, definitely got a really strong breaststroke on him, isn't it? Young Yetmika, butterfly stroke rather, and he's closely followed by Tamid and Kevon in lanes number 5 and 8, and into the backstroke now. Looks like lane number 5 is really making up some lost ground, as is lane number 2, isn't it? That's Pereira in lane number 2, who's slowly but surely gaining some distance back in the backstroke, but still it's Yetmika in lane number 3 who's still maintaining that lead, and very closely fought by Tamid in lane number 5 as well.
At the moment, Nathan, 7 swimmers in the pool, and except for lane number 4, who seems to be struggling a teeny bit, all are in contention for qualifying. It'll be very amazing to see if we see all 7 qualifying for this event. And first to touch the wall in this lap is lane number 5. That is Tahmid, and he has been doing an extremely good job so far in keeping the lead and making sure that his timing is amazing. And at the moment, Nathan, we are in the 3rd lap, but we are under 2 minutes as well.
He's keeping his competitor in check, and something that we noticed off camera is Yetmika just gave a little cheeky look towards that lane as well. He knew he lost his lead. He knew maybe his backstroke wasn't the strongest, and he's just trying to make up that lost ground now in these last couple of laps. But it's really good stuff from Tamid. He's now put a body length or so between him and Yetmika, and Yetmika is under a bit of pressure from the man on his near side as well, Pereira, in lane number 2. So should be a really close finish. But look at the clock run. They've just 2.5 minutes on the clock, and they are almost into their last lap as well. So excellent stuff from these young swimmers. Makes you beg the question, how is the threshold time at 4 minutes and 29 seconds? Maybe they need to bring that back up a bit.
I think they have to, Nathan, but it's also it's amazing to have a threshold time like that, so that everyone does have an opportunity to qualify. And we'll definitely see the fastest time of the day from Tamid, because he seems to be heading under 3 minutes, and he's already heading towards the last 25 meters, and he's done an amazing job. But not far behind are his competitors in lanes 3 and 2. That is Yetmika and Pereira. So we might be able to see all, no, except for lane number 4, 6 swimmers qualify for this particular heat as well. And Nathan, I think we'll have about a 3:25 or a 3:26 timing for young Tamid, and that's an amazing swim, the fastest we've seen so far from the 4 heats, and he'll definitely be very happy with his performance.
That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant from him. And Tamid swimming for Carey College, the sub 3:30 at under 11 level on a 200 meter IM is no mean feat, and credit, like you said, must go to Yetmika as well. He also swam a really good race, finishing just in behind. This Tamid just had too much for Yetmika to handle, even though he had the lead, even though he had a really strong butterfly. But yes, another heat where we've encouragingly seen multiple qualifiers here at the Novices Aquatic Championship.
And also, Nathan, I've just been trying to time and see whether lane number 4 will be able to qualify. I think he has about roughly 8 seconds to touch the wall, and if that's the case, he'll also definitely qualify for this particular event. So unofficial confirmation from the Combox is that all 7 swimmers have qualified for this heat, and it's amazing to see a full pool of swimmers qualify for the event that they have worked hard for a good amount of time. And even though it was a bit slow from his end in lane number 4, Rajapak, Zaid Imran, he'll be very happy with his performance.
Yes, indeed. As we move on to the last couple of heats in this boys under 11 200 meter IM, and for heat number 5, the lane order from lane number 1 will be CM Dias, MY Disanayaka, HN Nandasoma, Kolonga Sella, Vidyar Mapitigama, MP Senhas, Ranuga Madanayaka, and Onet Disanayaka.
And we're just waiting for the swimmers to line up and commence the penultimate heat of the boys under 11 200 meter individual medley. It's a reminder to all our viewers out there, this is the boys under 11. You're seeing timings of roughly 3:30, 3:40s and 3:50s by these young lads, but this is the boys under 11, which is amazing to see of them clocking times, which is the qualification time for the under 13s, which is 2 years older to them as well, and we have some 9-year-olds swimming as well. But in the 5th heat, it's 10-year-olds right across the field. And at the moment, past the 25-meter mark, it's lanes 1, 2, 5 and 6 who have seemed to take the initial lead. That is Dias Disanayaka, Mapitigama and Senhas. So it'll definitely be very, very interesting to see how they go about the remaining laps, as this is still the first lap of 4. And this is the butterfly stroke heading into the last few meters. It is lane number 1. Dias to touch first. And something that we're seeing, Nathan, again, is the field is close to each other, except for the leader, of course. The rest of the swimmers across the lanes seem to be keeping up. So 4 minutes and 29 seconds is very, very achievable. That's what we've noticed so far in the heats that have happened the past 4 heats.
It's very achievable time, isn't it? We've seen them push that 3 minute and 30 second mark, like I said, and that's the qualifying time you'd want to be at under 15 level. So to punch in 2 age groups above their weight at the moment are most of these swimmers. Like you said, we haven't seen a bad heat yet from any of them, or a slow heat for that matter, as it's lane number 1, that's CM Dias, who is in the ascendancy coming to the end of the first 100 meters. Looks like he's got a stronger backstroke. Just gliding through the water, and will turn at 1 minute and 41 seconds approximately on our clock, and sets himself up for a really nice finish. He's closely followed by Disanayaka in lane number 2, lanes number 4 and 6 as well, keeping themselves in the mix. But looks like lane number 2 has got a really strong breaststroke. He's made up a lot of that lost ground, so should be a really interesting last 100 meters.
Like you rightly pointed out, Nathan, in the previous heat, each swimmer does have their strong suit, their strong stroke, so they'll be banking on that to catch up or to increase their speed and get a good timing in this event. And at the moment, even lanes 6 and 8 have made good ground after being well behind in the previous lap. And at the moment, lane number 1, that is M.A. Dias, has taken a sizable lead in this heat, and he will definitely be looking for a great timing as we're heading into the 4th and final lap with 2 minutes and 50 seconds on that touch. He'll definitely be well within range to finish a sub 3:30, and if we manage to see that, that'll be one of the fastest timings we've seen so far in this heats. And at the moment, his challenger in lane number 2, that is Disanayaka, will be his close competitor, and the rest of the field are just touching and turning to start the final lap, Nathan.
It's just laboring through that freestyle just a tad bit, isn't it, CM Dias? The time continues to tick on. We're at the 3.5 minute mark. He's into his final 50 meters. You can see lots of support as well for all these young swimmers. Lane number 2 has done some good catch up, Disanayaka, but the chasing pack as well, they've really accelerated in this freestyle, have put themselves in a good position to meet that 4.5 minute threshold, and touching just around 3 minutes and 45 second mark is CM Dias, and is very closely followed by lane number 2 as well, who will touch around that 4 minute mark on the dot. And looks like the other 4 swimmers as well have plenty left in the tank and plenty of time on their hands as well, as they finish well within that 4 minute and 29 second mark to see yet another heat where all of these young swimmers have achieved their target qualifying time.
Yes, and I think young CM Dias in lane number 1 had 3 minutes and 46 seconds as his qualifying time, and definitely would have done very well in the under 13 category as well, as that's 3:49 the qualifying time. So amazing to see how well he has done. And we're now coming, as you can see in the highlights here as well, CM Dias definitely doing justice for his school and for himself, and making sure that he has a great timing in the freestyle. He did slow down a bit because he was well and truly on his way to get a sub 30, but definitely laboring through the last lap. But he did more than enough in the first 3 laps to ensure that he had a great timing. And also credit to all the swimmers across the lanes as they all managed to qualify. And now we're moving on to the 6th and final heat of the boys under 11 200 meter individual medley.
Yes, and in lane number 1 we'll have Sanut Sasmita, Tinuga Bandara, V Lianwala, Yashiv Gunatunga, DT Samaranayaka, SS Daluwat, Aryan Shashan and Rajan Tanujan. And straight away a strong breaststroke shown there by Samaranayaka in lane number 5. But as has been the theme, it's pretty neck and neck in this first lap, isn't it? Randev, it's all about, especially a race, any race over 200 meters or over is about conserving your energy, knowing when to accelerate, knowing when to put in all your effort, and especially for these younger kids in very young bodies as well, not fully developed. So the conservation of energy topic becomes even more important for them when they are as young as this. But it's lane number 5, Samaranayaka, who will be first to the turn, closely followed by Bandara and Sheshan in lanes 2 and 7. It looks like he's got a pretty good backstroke to back it up as well, isn't it?
Yes, Nathan, and like you rightly mentioned, these under 11 boys are still developing their bodies and their mental strength as well, and these are all learning experiences as they are taking the grueling task of swimming a 200-meter individual medley. And at the moment, lane number 5, that is DT Samaranayaka, has the lead heading into the last few meters of actually the last 15 meters of the second lap of the 200-meter individual medley. But once again, we are seeing that all 8 lanes are in contention to qualify for this event. And at the moment, you can see that DT Samaranayaka is touching the wall first, and he'll make his turn and march his way on for the breaststroke, and still a very decent timing. Managed to complete around the 145-146 second mark the second lap, so he'll be also on his way to complete the heat at about 340-345. But at the moment, also he does have close competitor, that is in lane number 7, Aryan Shishan from Lyceum International School, Wattala, who seems to be doing extremely well.
Yes, but lane number 5 doing it really comfortably is Samaranayaka at the moment, as he approaches the final turn with just over 2.5 minutes on the clock. Sets himself up nicely for another swim in that 3.5 minute range. Looks like the field is a bit more spread out in this heat, isn't it? But sure, the rest of the swimmers are on pace as well to try and at least come close to that 4.5 minute mark, as Tinuka Bandara in lane number 2 takes his final turn now. So both of them definitely on course for a 3 minutes 30, 3 minutes 45 timing. And now as the rest of the chase in pack take their final turn, they too have given them around a minute or themselves around a minute or so to make that last 50-meter dash. And you have to back yourself from that kind of position, isn't it, Randev, as Samaranayaka approaches the board and will touch at around 3 minutes and 33 seconds, and closely followed by lane number 2 as well.
Yes, Nathan, and we also can see lanes 4 and 6, that is Yashiv Gunatunga and SS Daluwatta. They seem to be also well and truly on their way. They have roughly about 30 seconds to complete the last 25 meters. They'll be hoping that they will do enough to qualify, and as you can see on our screens as well, quite a decent crowd that has come in today to support their children and school friends as well. And in the highlights here, you can see that it was lane number 5, that was DT Samaranayaka that touched the wall first, and he was leading through and through right across the heat. But don't think you can see it on our screens here. I think lane number 6 just managed to touch within the 4 minute 29 second threshold that we have been given for the qualifying time. Once again, Nathan, we saw 7 out of the 8 qualify for this heat, and if I'm not mistaken, for this heat and the second heat, we did see second heat we saw 2 drop out, and in this heat only 1 drop out, and we've seen the rest of the heats have full qualifications. So I think that's the highest percentage of qualifications we've seen so far once we were in the com box. So that's amazing to see.
Yes, roughly 48 swimmers would have taken to the waters, and just 3 dropouts would mean around 45 of the 48 swimmers made the qualifying time, and that's excellent isn't it, Randev? That's nearly a 93% qualification rate from those who have attempted this under 11 boys 200 meter individual medley, and that's very encouraging and really bodes well for the future for them as well, because if you can swim something like an individual medley, it shows that you've got it all. You've got all 4 strokes up your sleeve. As we now move on into our next event, event 315, the boys under 13 200 meter individual medley, and the target time for these lads will be 3 minutes and 49 seconds, but we saw the under 11s do much better than that, Randev, so I'm sure most of them will be hoping to be around that 3 minute and 20 second mark or thereabout.
Yes, and lining up lanes 3 through 5, we have M.A. Gishan, Samindu Metusha and Joshua Asher. 3 swimmers in this first heat, and at the moment we can see all of them motoring away in their butterfly stroke. Heading into the first 25 meters with a slender lead is in lane number 5, Joshua Asher from Lyceum International School, Wattala. So, but the thing is, this is a 4-lap race, a 200 meter individual medley with 4 different strokes, so they'll not want to tire out in the first lap itself. But Joshua Asher and Savindu Metusha in lane number 4 having a strong butterfly stroke lap and heading into the backstroke, which we've seen some swimmers in this age category find it very difficult, but these two seem to be going at a very smooth pace. Not much splash on their face as well, so very, very smooth. I think Gavin will be happy about that, as he has time and time again mentioned that during the backstroke, if you do not have much water splashing in your face and if you're looking up to the sky, that is an excellent backstroke. And at the moment they seem to be going at a good pace, Nathan. They'll definitely be able to touch the wall under the 2 minute time mark, and that will be very, very good for them heading into the last 2 laps.
Yes, definitely, as lanes number 4 and 5, Metusha and Asher swimming neck and neck as they turn for that last 100 meters at around the 1 minute and 43 second mark. So a bit of a slow start. Hopefully they can make up on that lost ground in the last 100 meters, and looks like that's exactly what Savindu Metusha is doing. From the signs, looks like breaststroke is probably his strongest suit, really just piling on that gap as well as he moves forward towards the last 75 meters of this race.
What's amazing to see, Nathan, is even in the butterfly he was very, very strong as well, and the breaststroke seems to be even stronger. So Savindu Metusha is one of the swimmers to look out, even in the next age category as well when he moves up to the under 15 category. But he is still 11 years old and he has 1 more year in the under 13 category, and 3 minutes and 49 seconds is the time that we've been given for the qualifying threshold. So he'll be, I think, qualifying with ease as he's heading into the last 40 meters of his heat. And in lane number 5, that is Joshua Asher, seems to be having this qualification in the bag as well, Nathan.
Yes, definitely. As he approaches the final 25 meters, the clock just ticks over the 3 minute mark, so should be really comfortable in the end for Metusha. And Asher needs to just pick up the pace a bit, otherwise he'll be just running that clock a bit too close. Unfortunately, there's probably too much of work to do for Gishan. Has just 30 seconds left to make up the last lap. But really well done there by lane number 4. 3 minutes and 28 seconds on the clock is when Savindu Metusha touches, and has about 15 seconds left. Does his competitor Asher in lane number 5, and he'll do that pretty comfortably in the end. Unfortunately, lane number 3 does miss out very narrowly. But yes, good start in signs for the under 13 200 meter IM as well. Randeep, we've seen 2 qualifiers from the very first heat itself.
Yes, 2 qualifiers in the first heat, and it's definitely an encouraging sign moving on to the 3 more heats that we have in the boys under 13 200 meter individual medley. And as you can see in the highlights here as well, it was Savindu Metusha who had the lead right throughout, but Joshua Asher not letting go and making sure that he qualifies under the given time of 3 minutes and 49 seconds. And amazing swim that we've seen so far. In the previous stage group, the boys under 11 and now the boys under 13 has been kicked off with a great start. 2 qualifiers in the first heat. And we're heading in for the second heat of 4, and lanes 2 through 7 we have No Hurries, M. Tenuka, D. Senanayaka, J.H. Jabir, Ajesh Madhav, M.S. Ranatunga to round up the swimmers for the second heat. And something that we've seen so far is the butterfly stroke has been a very powerful stroke right across the field, and in this particular heat as well, you can see that all swimmers are taking an aggressive approach to make sure that their first lap starts off really strong, but they'll be hoping to conserve their energy as they have 3 more strokes, 3 more laps to complete in this 200 meter individual medley.
A strong start there by Senanayaka and Jayavira in lanes number 4 and 5, and it will be Jayavira who is first to the turn. And yes, it's very encouraging to see the upper body strength as well, isn't it, from these young swimmers. We've seen so far across these IM events, probably the butterfly and the breaststroke have been the 2 strongest strokes, and those are the most taxing on the upper body, isn't it, Randeep? So it's really encouraging to see that they are getting that development right even at the early stages. As we're in halfway through the backstroke, and Jayavira in lane number 5 has just piled on his advantage now has at least 3 body lengths between him and the next closest Senanayaka in lane number 4, and some good catch up as well by lane number 2. Tenuka looks like he has a good backstroke on him as well.
Yes, Tenuka and Jayavira doing extremely well to make sure that they qualify under the given time of 3 minutes and 49 seconds. Currently it's a touching at a 1:35, and at the moment it is Jayavira who has taken the lead heading into the third lap of this 200 individual medley in the boys under 13. And what's exciting to see is that if they do manage to get their freestyle right, which is a 25 to 50 meter sprint, Nathan, it will be very, very impressive. They can also better their times and make sure that they finish fast and finish strong. And on our screen here, it is a sole individual leader at the moment, but the field also following suit and making sure that they keep up with the leader and qualify for this event.
Yes, definitely, but a commanding lead now for Jayavira, as there's a bit of rain around the pool as well. Randeep, should be a bit challenging. Don't think the swimmers will feel it much, but especially for the crowd and everyone around the pool. Hopefully rain can stay away. We're almost at the close of play as well. Event should be wrapped up by 5 p.m. The weather gods have been very kind to us over the course of the last 2 days. Hopefully they can give us this last 45 minutes as well.
Yes, like you rightly mentioned, Nathan, we have a couple of more events, so we'll be hoping and praying that the weather stays calm and cool, as just a light drizzle will be fine. But moving on to the main focus at the moment, it is in lane number 5. That is Jayavira, who will finish this event with a timing of roughly 3 minutes and 26 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, on our unofficial timing, about a 3:26, 3:27 timing. So just 20 more seconds for the remaining swimmers to qualify, and I think in lanes number 3 and 4, they'll definitely be within the threshold to qualify. That is Tenuka and Senanayaka. So all swimmers will be very satisfied with their performance, but unfortunately the remaining swimmers will not be able to qualify under the 3:49 threshold qualification time that has been given. And as you can see on our screens as well, the highlights, it is Jayavira who has been leading through and through. And to take you through the remaining 2 heats in the boys under 13 200 individual medley, and to close off the day, it will be Bilal and Gavin up in the com box.
Thank you, Randev. And Gavin, it looks like the hypothetical that we were talking about has come into reality here. It's just a slight drizzle as of now.
Yes, the commentator's curse coming right through strong there, Bilal. But it does add another interesting aspect to this HNB Novices Age Group Swimming Championships 2026. Of course, as I said, it won't deter these swimmers too much. Of course, they'll feel a slight chill, but you know, it won't be on their heads as much.
Here's the starting lineup in this third heat. In lane 2, we have Jerome Rodrigo. In lane 3, HR Senuthasira. In lane 4, Thivan Kanangara. In lane 5, Kaviru Rituka. In lane 6, HP Pratibha. In lane 7, HAD Imandi. In lane 8, BAS Senahas.
Alright, in this 200 IM. Alright, and it will be lane number 3. That's going to be Hansira, Senuth Hansira in the lead. Right now, he's maintaining one fly kick per cycle, which is an interesting technique. I think he had a few 2 kicks in there, but he's opted for this 1 kick, which is very reminiscent of an Olympian, Laszlo Shea from Hungary, who was amongst that Michael Phelps and Ryan Lochte era. So let's see if his backstroke and breaststroke is as strong as Laszlo Shea as well. But clearly a sizable lead now amongst the completion of that first 50 butterfly. So it's clearly working for young Senuth there.
There you see the boys from the hills looking on from the crowd. And that little bit of a drizzle accentuated behind that background.
Of course, different swimmers will have different strengths in this 200 IM. Down here, that is going to be Jerome Rodrigo, who is the closest to our leader right now, Senuth Hansira. The next competition is a good 30 meters behind. But let's see, you can have a stronger discipline, but to do this much damage in the first 2 portions of that 200 IM will definitely be worrying for once. When they turn into this breaststroke, they'll see the leader up ahead, and that might put them into panic mode. But interesting here from Senuth here, he's keeping a very small breaststroke pull, which is a very modern thing for him to do. You see his elbows right in front of his face. So definitely he's had some focus on this breaststroke, because that, I can tell you, is which will only come from a very hyper focused area on this breaststroke pull. So definitely some focus going into this breaststroke leg of his, possibly even his weaker stroke. So let's see. That's probably why they've had some focused work on his breaststroke. I'm guessing probably he's had too big of a pull and too big of a glide, hence that small pull which makes him pick up the rate. So definitely working here as he's heading on down to 3:49, the required qualifying time. I'm pretty sure he'll be well under that pace there. You see the Sugathadasa getting comfortable here in this coffee drinking weather, I would like to say. A coffee and a good book, but we've got the next best option. We've got under 12s, under 13 swimming. So I think that's the next best option.
Senuth Hansira demolishing any and all forms of competition here as he reaches that touchboard in just over 3 minutes. So a phenomenal performance here.
Yes, so let's not forget the rest of the competition here. Jerome Rodrigo, I believe, will also make it under that time. Let's see. He's breathing every 2 on this freestyle, definitely feeling the effects, but he is going to make it home there as we see the effects of that 200 IM and the highlights. While we do watch the highlights, I can confirm that Jerome has made it under that qualifying time as well. So congratulations to him. The beautiful replays there. We see that lead in that butterfly, but he kept extending on it in that backstroke. Lovely rotation of the body there. You see that steady kick going. Touch on the wall, a bit high. Got his head on there as well a little bit, but beautiful here. Underwater is keeping it long. And there we go. I think that's what made the difference. He didn't really have a weak stroke per se, because I think they've worked on their breaststroke a lot, and it has paid off. But I don't think even if he has not worked on that breaststroke, he built such a sizable lead over the first 2 disciplines. I don't think it would have mattered too much, but a great swim nonetheless.
Also, Gavin, I have to say that it was just over 3 minutes by taking that touch turn as well. So imagine if he does work on that tumble turn. Definitely a fast athlete in the making. And here's the final lineup in this heat number 4 of the boys under 13 200 meter individual medley apologies. In lane number 1 we'll be having ABK Udamsa, lane 2 Sandeep Hettiarachi, lane 3 Tisal Rajpaksha, lane 4 Isuka Damyuru Alvis, lane 5 TN Kakulavala, lane 6 P Jamit Varavita, lane 7 ADI Manujaya, and lane 8 Sanula Theunitha.
This 200 IM, always a pleasure to watch. You get different strengths, you get different tactics, but my favorite one is treating it like 450s and just basically sprinting the hell out of it. And that I think is the most entertaining to watch as well. And I believe this is the final heat, Bilal. Yes, this is heat 4 of 4 here in the boys under 13 200 meters IM, and up and away, stroking very fast, and he will pull away with this one. That's going to be lane 4. That's going to be Siko Damyuru Alvis pulling very much ahead in this first discipline. He's going to be first to the 25 with a body length ahead of the field. If he maintains this, he is only going to extend this further, and it looks like he will. Down here in lane 1, he's got a longer stroke, the swimmer, that is Udamsa, down there in lane number 1. He's got a very long stroke, and he's maintaining it, but no doubt about who's going to take the first leg of this 200 IM. It's going to be from lane 4. It's going to be Alvis.
Sandeep Hettiarachi in lane number 2, doing quite well there to keep on track.
Now here's the benefit for Isuka Alvis there. He's going to see the rest of the competition hunting him down if they do so in the backstroke. There we see the weather being a bit more aggressive now, Bilal. The wind has picked up, the rain has picked up. There you can see it in the background of the backstroke there. Let's see if it will deter the swimmers. You see their mouths shaking a little bit, possibly because of that feeling of rain on their lips as well. But I hope they do not let that deter them too much. Nobody making their moves per se in this 200 IM, in this backstroke leg. Nobody catching up to Isuka Alvis. But down here, there's a very fierce battle going down here in lane number 1. That's going to be Sandeep and Udamsa. Pretty much stroke for stroke. Udamsa slightly behind now of Sandeep. Isuka now onto the breaststroke, keeping it very long. Nice glide there. The best thing about these 200 IMs, especially at this young age, Bilal, is you get to talk about that and you get to see these perfect breaststroke techniques, because oh boy, do you have to keep it long, because there's no way you're going to sprint this breaststroke, especially at this age. So there you see such long glides, keeping it long. Down here in lane number 2, that's going to be Sandeep. He's making some good ground here. You're going to see him shortly on your screens right now. There you go, Sandeep. He's gaining ground with each and every stroke, a very fast stroke rate. I don't think it'll be enough to catch up to our leader Isura Alvis, but definitely gaining ground. Also gaining a lot of ground is up there in lane number 7. That's going to be Manujaya. Let's see if he can catch up to the front pack. Of course, Isura Alvis is already into that freestyle leg, and he'll be pulling away. But here, this battle, it's been going on for ages, Bilal.
Definitely, and the qualifying time is 3 minutes and 49 seconds, and most of these swimmers are doing exceptionally well to get there well ahead. And while Isuka is leading the pack here with a good few meters, there's a massive competition, tough tussle here in lane numbers 1 and 2. That's Udamsa and Sandeep Hettiarachi, both of them sprinting forward. Sandeep just a few meters ahead now, pulling through, and Isuka reaches the touchboard there in very good time as well. There you see Sandeep Hettiarachi in your second lane, just edging out to get that second place in this heat. Obviously, it's all about the timing.
Yes, Bilal, I have no concerns about Sandeep and Udamsa. My concern is up there in lane number 7 with Manuja. He's very close to that qualifying time. I'm just hoping he can get his hand on the wall. Yes, he does. He gets his hand down, head down, and gets himself a fast finish. I think that's very close to being on the edge, and if I'm being very positive here, and I think he has just gotten that job done. He is looking at the stands as we see these replays. But yes, I think he's gotten it done, which is always amazing to see. A beautiful turn there by Isura Alves. That breast to free turn was beautiful. I saw that perfect technique turn into the side, sending that drop hand down, high elbow, calling your mom, hold your girlfriend, as we used to say on that turn. Those swimmers know what I'm talking about.
And with that, we've completed this boys under 13 200 meter individual medley, and we'll be moving on to the boys under 15 200 meter individual medley, and we'll be having 4 heats, and the qualifying time 3 minutes 34 seconds. And for the first of these 4 heats, in lane number 3 we'll be having I Gamhevage, lane 4 MM Manchanayaka, lane 5 KM Senaviratna. The drizzle still at a very consistent pace, just like the swimming we've seen throughout the day. But it will not worry these young swimmers, these young lads. They've been training a lot for this moment, and they'll be grasping the chance they have here.
And I can confirm, Bilal, that during coaching there will be no stopping for rain as these conditions whatsoever. The coaches will have no no sense of chance, giving a chance to these boys. They will be training in these conditions. A usual saying we say in the coaches realm, I believe, is when the lightning strikes the pool deck, then you can come out. Obviously that is not the case. Please don't hold me to that. We are being safe, but yes, we try to push our training as much as we can, and we try to keep them in there. But I can tell you the elation it brings to see a spark of light at the bottom of the pool when you are swimming, and then you get to look up at your coach and say, I think it's lightning, is the one of the best feelings.
Definitely, and it shows the fact that such training is needed, because when you do have such training at moments like this, you'll have the confidence that you can actually make it, because it's not the first time you've been facing it. And that's exactly what these young swimmers are doing here. Some perfect technique by all 3 of them.
Yes, undeterred are all 3 of them, but right now it's Senavi Ratna who has the early advantage. Gamhevage closely behind, and Manchanayaka in the middle of the 2. So he'll be able to see both these swimmers. Let's see. It does not matter how big of a lead you have at the end of the butterfly, because as I said, they'll have different strengths here in this 200 IM.
There's not much of a difference between these 3. First off of that touchboard for the backstroke is Senaviratna in lane number 5. He's not wearing goggles here, Senaviratna, so he might be struggling just a little bit with those raindrops falling right down on his face. But he's doing exceptionally well so far, keeping that lead. But closing in on him is lane number 3, Gamhevage.
And I also believe that Senavi Ratna there on screen has his goggles on his neck. So that will be an additional challenge for him. But it seems he's undeterred, which is always lovely to see. The backstroke, definitely the strength here of Gamhevage, who's gained some massive ground there. And he will, I believe, get the hand on the wall first. Interesting story of Michael Phelps as well, breaking his goggles in that 2008 Olympic final of the 200 butterfly. I believe, yes, the goggles filled up with water, so definitely he's getting some future experience and a teaser for that as well. Lovely to see him undeterred and still pushing forward, which is always something you love to see as a coach. There you go, he's on screen. He's got his eyes closed, the young man. Oh, there, he's had a cheeky little look as well. Brilliant. So I might not have my goggles, but I'm still able to see you, is what he's thinking right now. So brilliant. Let's see if he can catch up in this freestyle and finish strong, and hopefully get under this tough qualifying time of 3 minutes and 34 seconds for these boys under 15 200 meters IM.
Gamhevage has definitely put some distance there. They were neck to neck in those first 2 legs, but in this 3rd leg, Gamhevage has just made sure to put a sizable distance between him and the rest. And he's off already in this freestyle. He's sprinting forward towards the touchboard.
Yes, Bilal, Gamhevage, definitely the strengths lie with backstroke and breaststroke. and he made his move, and boy did he make it big. So definitely once he picks up his technique on the butterfly, he'll be a formidable force in this 200 IM, because he is almost at the finish line. He's got about 15 meters and he's got about another 26 seconds to do it in under, which I believe he should be comfortably under. Let's see if Senaviratne can also make it there. He is running pretty close. He's got about 24 seconds and I think he should make it home in time. So that is great news for Gamhevage. Manchanayaka, I believe, is just going to miss out on that qualifying time. Actually got about 8 seconds left. No, he's going to miss it by just a slight bit, but a beautiful effort by him. He too was back-ending that his breaststroke and freestyle were the stronger disciplines. Undeterred, obviously, amongst the two swimmers by his side. Obviously, going forward, I know that can be daunting, seeing two swimmers and only seeing their feet. But I don't think that he let that get to him too much. There we see the young man there, Senaviratne.
Here's the lineup for heat number 2 in this boys under 15 200 meter individual medley. In lane 1, we'll be having K. Sasmitha Wijeratne, lane 2, T. Butsanda, lane 3, DDP Abewardana, lane 4, O.N. Fernando, lane 5, D.G. Ginige, lane 6, J.V. Jayawardana, lane 7, A. Karish Ranad, lane 8, L.I. Aberatne.
This 200 IM, quite a special event for me and Kyle, who we had here in the Combox yesterday as well. Many battles in our years, all the way back to 2012, 2013 as well, even up till the last year. So brilliant, and to see these boys here racing and to have the Papare live with them, of course we have to, those memories only lie now in our memories and in the photographs and maybe Google backups, but these guys will have it on the internet forever in the form of this Papare live, and they can share it to their friends in hopefully 10 years down the line when they've got wonderful careers behind them. And into the fly, the first is to get to the wall, that is lane number 6. That's going to be Jayawardana. Beautiful backstroke there. You see his shoulders cutting through the surface, got his ears in the water, keeping a very steady head. That's a brilliant backstroke. Down here in lane number 3, he's also got a sizable lead. Bilal, that's Abewardana.
Of course, Abewardana and Jayawardana just making sure to create a sizable lead between themselves and the rest of the pack. Lane number 3, Abewardana just doing enough to cut that deficit just a tiny bit, but a comfortable lead here of around 2 body lengths for lane number 6, which is Jayawardana, and Jayawardana is already into the 3rd leg of this heat.
Yes, bit of a double touch there from Jayawardana up there in lane 6, and no underwaters there breaststroke wise from Abewardana and Jayawardana, which I would like to see considering these guys are under 15 swimmers. But of course we are at the novices level, but I think that is more of a result of them being not so strong at breaststroke, as we see the rest of the field gaining ground on them with each and every stroke. You see these guys taking it pretty long, and you see lane number 4 and lane number 1 gaining ground massively also with lane number 5. That's going to be Ginige, Sasmitha, and in lane number 4 that's going to be Fernando. They are gaining ground with each and every stroke, but unfortunately it's a bit too late to the party, as these guys are almost done with that breaststroke leg and are on to the freestyle leg, and it's pretty impossible to catch once you are in that freestyle leg unless something drastic happens. Bilal, usually in these 200 IMs, if it is a close race, the fastest breaststroker will win. Whoever swims that 3rd leg the fastest will get their hand on the wall, usually fastest in a close contested 200 IM.
And if I'm not mistaken, Gavin, that's exactly what you also did in your races.
Yeah, I did love playing against the tactics there, Bilal. Thank you so much for that shout out. But yes, interesting here towards the end, we've got a strong freestyler in the name of Abewardana, who has closed down that gap But once again, getting their hand on the wall first in that breaststroke has given the advantage to young Jayawardene there, and they've managed to get the job done well under that qualifying time as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, so well under that qualifying time as well. So lane number 5, he was nowhere, you'll see on these replays, but now he's finishing third in this heat. That's gonna be Ginige. I hope we're saying his name right, Ginige. Yeah, see, you won't see him anywhere on these replays, but then he had a blinder of a lap in that breaststroke and freestyle. There, he's coming on the screen right now, and then he just managed to blister home. You still won't see him because I don't think he was anywhere finishing even the backstroke. So first, second, third, fourth, fifth, yeah, he's somewhere sixth around the end of that backstroke, and then he just has a crazy back half to that 200 IM.
And off the back of that massive shift from Ginige, that final shift, we hope he has made it in time. We'll be moving on to the third heat, and in lane number 1 we'll be having MM Khalid, in lane 2 D Sendil Kumar, in lane 3 PK Jasingha, in lane 4 SW Sahas Randila, in lane 5 LM Jatilaka, in lane 6 Dimath Liyanage, in lane 7 Ovindu Vidura, and in lane 8 RM Ratnayaka. Yeah, the young lads on the cusp of that whistle, and off they go here.
Wonderful underwaters. Yeah, wonderful underwaters. They'll have good shout out on that by lane 3 and lane number 1. Beautiful butterfly. They're pretty much stroke for stroke, but the stronger in the water appears to be lane number 1. That is Khalid down here. Let's see what he can do in the closing stages, because usually the stronger butterflyers, they might be having that breaststroke as a weak link. But let's see how good this 200 IM will be. There you see him breathing every second stroke. That was actually not Khalid. That was our swimmer in lane number 3. That's going to be Jai Singha. Sure enough, Khalid gets there, followed shortly by Jai Singha. And then in lane number 6, that's going to be Dimath Liyanage, who gets their hand onto that fly leg third. Let's see if this backstroke, they can do something about it. Here we go.
Khalid still maintaining a lead, but quickly gaining ground on him is lane number 3 and 6, which is Jai Singha and Liyanage. Lane number 7 also putting in a massive shift here, but it looks like Khalid has just managed to keep that pace consistent, and he will reach the backboard, the touchboard, apologies, first in this second leg, and propel himself forward for this third leg here.
Yes, but massive ground taken away from him by Jai Singha and Dimath there in lane 6 and 3 respectively. So let's see what this breaststroke will hold. Jai Singha seems to be a very strong breaststroker, as well as Dimath. This will be very interesting coming down to the line, but we know how strong Khalid's freestyle is. So let's see after draining breaststroke leg whether they'll have the legs behind them to power through in that breaststroke freestyle. Jai Singha, I think, has almost caught up to Khalid right now. Let's have a look at where Dimath is up there in lane 6. You see the crowd getting more and more enticed. You see the cheers, you see the smiles as this race becomes more exciting. I can tell you, we up here in the comm box are feeling the same excitement here, watching the closing stages of this race.
It will be quite a close one between these lanes, lane number 1, 3 and 6. They are well ahead of their time.
And Dimath actually gets his hand on the wall second. But if I was Dimath and Jai Singha, I would not have let Khalid be the first to touch that wall on the freestyle. But it seems Khalid is a little bit running low on the tank. And it seems to be Jai Singha who's got the freestyle arms and the legs in him. Let's see if he's able to push through in this final 25. All three boys will make it under that qualifying time. That I have no doubt of. It's just a matter of who will finish first in this heat. Jai Singha had a look underwater at Khalid. Khalid, I don't think, can see Jai Singha anymore, and Jai Singha has done a perfectly timed swim there. and immediately looks at Khalid, the compatriot in lane 1, immediately as he finished. So he knew what he was doing, that swimmer, Jai Singh. What a brilliant swim, and we'll see the highlights of it now. Jai Singh and Khalid, they are giving us something entertaining there towards the end. Also, let's give a shout out there up in lane 6, Dimat Lianege, who also had a big push down that breaststroke leg and managed to come third in this heat.
And the first two of them finishing with around 30 seconds remaining on the clock. We hope that has given the others quite a bit of time to make it to qualify as well. And with that under our belt, we'll be moving on to the final heat in this boys under 18 200 meter individual medley. And for that, in lane 1 we'll be having S. Akitma Silva, T. Gethmi Somaratna, 3 in lane 3, SCP Arachige in lane 4, LAW Abiruvo Lochana. Apologies for the mispronunciations. In lane 5 we'll be having Chanut Imansha, in lane 6 DDH Veerasinghe, lane 7 JD Chanchal, and lane 8 YB Kurupu.
Or is it Lochana and the second name is Abiruvi? He's law from now on. Beautifully done there by the swimmers in lane numbers 2 and 3. That's gonna be Gethmi Somiratna and Arachige. Arachige getting the better, Somiratna getting the better of this butterfly leg. But now being caught up, doing the catching up is Chanut Imansha there in lane number 5.
And the first to reach the touchboard would be in lane number 2, 3 and 5, which is Gethmi Somaratna, Arachige and Chanut Imansha. Very closely followed by the next 3. However, a sizable lead by this first 3 here, and it looks like it will be Arachige slightly taking the edge here. The first to reach the 25-meter mark in the second leg.
Definitely Arachige's stronger discipline here is this backstroke, because he seems to be creating a decisive lead over the rest of his field. There you go, nice and in the water, ears in the water, mouth wide open. He's breathing heavy, that man, but he's got his arms nice and wide, stroking up, shoulders out of the water, clean. And in the finish, let's see how it is. A bit heavy, gets his full elbow and the hand in there, the forearm of it there. But let's see, the breaststroke is so far good. Oh dear, lane number 2, that's going to be Somiratna, seems to be the stronger breaststroker. He had a look and he's chasing him down. There we go, Somiratna on screen chasing down Arachige, and to the first 25 he's almost cut that lead in half already. So let's see if he's able to bring this lead and make it close heading into that freestyle. He's gaining a little every single stroke now. Somiratna definitely the shorter of the two swimmers. Arachige will get the benefit over there as well. But let's see, the lead coming down before our very eyes here. Will it be enough? I think he's just going to fall just slightly behind on this touch here.
First to reach the touchboard there is Arachige, and off to a blistering start in this final leg.
Yes, and I believe Somiratna has also lost his cap in the middle of that swim, so there's an extra challenge for the young lad there, but it doesn't seem to be deterring him too much. A great breaststroke leg also from up there, YB Kurupu in lane number 8. He has caught up to the front pack, and that's brought him right back into the game. So it's so far we've got Arachige leading the charge, who will comfortably make it into this qualifying time, and then the rest of the boys, that's going to be Somiratna and then closely followed by lane number 5 Chanuti Mansha, and then YB Kurupu. We'll have to see if they make it under that qualifying time. They are on the cusp of it, so let's see. I think Arachige will get there in time. Kurupu, I think, is on the edge. Let's hope that he gets there just in time. 3:34 is what we are looking for in that boys 15-200 meters. I am a tough task indeed, but yes.
And with that, we've come to the end of the boys under 15-200 meter individual medley. We're moving on to the boys under 13 100 meter freestyle. Should be quite some interesting swims here. And the qualifying time for this would be 1 minute 28 seconds. Here's the starting lineup for the first of 7 heats. In lane 3, we'll be having HR Ratnayaka, lane 4, SMGA Sanindu, and lane 5, Keenan Pereira.
Girls under 13, 50-meter 100 freestyle. Boys under 15. Girls under 13, 7. Yeah. Yes, great.
There'll just be a slight delay here once we are transitioning from the events. And with a few more events left for the day, we'll be finishing off here from the commentary box, and we'll be joining you tomorrow for another day full of live action here from the Sugathadasa Swimming Complex. This is me, Bilal Marika, signing off with my co-commentator Gavin Pannanayaka and the production team.
Stand by for opener.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
3, 2, 1, roll off.
ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ යාන්ත්‍රික ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare සමග.
Welcome back to ThePapare.
Welcome to the live broadcast on ThePapare.
Good luck, guys. Good luck, everyone.
The Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 television sports channel.